It has been 20 years since I left Earth for another world. Today, I am going to destroy the monsters and save this world. Right now, the flames are roaring intensely. Suddenly, a surge of energy explodes, a blinding light swallows the space, and the presence is overwhelming. In the darkness, a beast-like figure with glowing red eyes emerges. A brutal demon beast appears, and its voice echoes, "Still alive? You really are a hero." It mocks him, but your teammates look like they can only just hold on. Hearing this, Hyun-suk scoffs and replies, "Looks like you're not much better off yourself." The brutal demon beast begins to roar, "I'm going to smash that shield." Hyun-suk is not afraid at all. He swings his staff with great force, unleashing a powerful strike that shatters the surrounding earth and stone. Hyun-suk's teammates are working together to create a shield to withstand the demon beast's attack. Menacing purple sparks illuminate around the beast. "If you don't surrender, I will crush you." It begins to release a wave of purple energy forward. "This land is a kingdom built by my teeth and claws." The purple energy waves grow denser, heading straight for Hyun-suk, but he maintains a stern expression, his sharp eyes devoid of any fear. Hyun-suk swings his staff in response, throwing out a blinding light. He clenches the staff with both hands, and fierce flames erupt around him. He says in a low voice, "Let's end this." A blinding stream of light bursts forth, golden-orange radiance spreading violently. The brutal demon beast glares in anger, growling as it resists the exploding light before it. The golden energy stream shoots out, tearing through space with immense power. Hyun-suk activates a fire spell, causing flames to flare up high and smoke to explode violently. Hyun-suk lands heavily, tearing up the ground. His foot stomps down, leaving a white streak, and a spark shoots straight into the ground, shattering the rubble. Their fierce gazes lock onto each other. Huge rocks all around are smashed to pieces. The brutal demon beast lunges to attack Hyun-suk. It raises its hand, revealing sharp claws, and slashes down, but Hyun-suk quickly blocks the attack. The sheer pressure causes him to stagger back. The brutal beast laughs wickedly, "That weak hit didn't leave a single scratch on me." Hyun-suk raises his hand, a crimson aura surrounding him, and asks, "Weak, you say?" He swings his staff, and powerful energy waves surge straight at the beast. Hyun-suk says coldly, "That's enough to cut down your arrogance." The brutal beast is engulfed in flames, and the helmet on its head clatters to the ground. It is half burned and collapses, its voice still echoing, "To think there is someone in this world who dares to stand against me like this." Hyun-suk asserts, "I am not from this world." The brutal beast shouts, "You keep saying things that don't make sense. Fine, I'll fall here, but my body will be absorbed by the earth one day." As it says this, it suddenly freezes, unable to believe its eyes. "Am I fading away?" Hyun-suk laughs, "What's wrong? Can't regenerate anymore?" He explains, "The fire burning you is my special ability, heaven-defying flame. Unlike regular fire, it burns abstract things like willpower, reason, and memories. You like reincarnating over centuries, don't you? But that's over now, because what's burning is your very existence." Hearing this, the brutal beast is shocked. "You mean my time is up? Even if I disappear from here, you won't be remembered as a hero who saved the world." It emphasizes, "Those you call teammates actually just wanted you to die here." Hyun-suk calmly replies, "I know." The brutal beast panics, "You knew?" Suddenly, the saintess interrupts, "Hero, don't listen to the monster." Hyun-suk appraises the saintess. Although she confesses her love, she actually hates an outsider like me to the bone. Every move she makes is calculated. He affirms, when the battle ends, they will purge the hero. Hyun-suk asks her, "Saintess, did I get anything wrong?" Upon hearing this, the saintess's expression changes, her lips tighten, and her eyes go dark. Hyun-suk's voice continues, "Those two are the same. The knight received treasures from the emperor to kill me, a monster slayer. That cowardly king is just afraid of losing his throne." The knight grits his teeth and growls, "How did you?" Hyun-suk continues, "The mage likes experimenting on people and hates me because I opposed slavery. In other words, I've known since last year that they would kill me after you died." After hearing this, the brutal beast speaks up, "That's confusing, hero. With the strength to drive me into a corner, you're strong enough to destroy this world." Hyun-suk's eyes flicker with a hint of sadness, "Because I wanted to go home." The brutal beast, slowly fading, asks, "Go home?" Hyun-suk's memories start flooding back. 20 years ago, in 2005 on Earth, I was a 30-year-old office worker brought to this world by someone who called herself a goddess. "Dear chosen hero, please save the world from the monsters." This was common in novels, ordinary people going to other worlds. But where I arrived, a voice cried out, "Please save us." And that was the embodiment of the disaster. I tried every way to return, but the goddess's image appeared. "You only have one choice, kill the monsters and save the world. So for 20 years, I trained to fight. At that time, Hyun-suk was blocked by 2 gatekeepers. Even a hero cannot leave as they please. In his arms, Hyun-suk carried a child, his voice urgent, I saved a child from the village, let him in. But a guard shouted angrily, it's dying anyway, leave it, medicine is wasted. At that moment, Hyun-suk realized how cruel this world was to abandon the weak. A bigger problem was someone screaming in agony and despair. A person in a white hood ordered, hold him down, cut off his leg before the infection spreads. Hyun-suk evaluates that the medical standards here were as backwards as the Middle Ages. They'd amputate a leg for a minor infection. All the mages were at the front lines, and there was no one to provide healing. Suddenly, a voice called from the front, hero? A high priest asked, that child was captured by monsters, how did you find him? But more terribly, a woman laughed mockingly, it must be possessed by demons to have survived. We will exorcise it, we're dealing with others like it. The woman asked, you wouldn't dare go against the will of heaven, would you? At that moment, Hyun-suk realized this disgusting world had no concept of human rights. If you want to save him, ditch your excessive kindness. After 20 years of enduring, I finally exterminated the monsters and saved this miserable world. Hyun-suk bows his head, feeling satisfied in his heart, it's done. At this moment, a sword is drawn, and a voice rings out, better to be found out, we can't let you live. Hyun-suk turns around and replies, you know? I hate this world. The knight frowns and curses internally, damn it. Hyun-suk thinks to himself, I should have died from wounds so severe I couldn't move, let alone attack. Did I kill the monsters only to become a monster myself? Then he opens his mouth, and smoke billows out. Hyun-suk yells angrily, I completed the mission, keep your promise to me. Just then, the crimson sky cracks open, revealing beams of light. A large, powerful beam of light shines down blindingly. The goddess appears, smiling as she says, you've worked hard, hero. Finally, you have exterminated the monsters. Hyun-suk points up, hey goddess, remember? You said if I killed the monsters, all my memories, experience, and even my soul would return to Earth intact. The goddess threatens, do you really dislike this world so much? Even if you have the power to threaten me, all of Hyun-suk's achievements will disappear. Hearing this, Hyun-suk lets out a helpless smile. He shouts, stop acting. You can rest easy because I'm leaving. The goddess says in a low voice, there are no more monsters in this world now. She clasps her hands together, won't you regret it? Hyun-suk immediately drops the staff from his hand. I only want one thing, to return to the world I know. The staff falls to the ground with a clang. That's it. Upon hearing that request, the goddess decides, very well. Hyun-suk's hand starts to fade away. Disgusting world, goodbye. At that moment, a massive beam of light shines directly on a Hyun-suk. The goddess's voice rings out, your physical body has perished on earth, I will place your soul into a new body. Hyun-suk asks groggily, whose body? The goddess replies, I cannot tell you the details, but it is a dying body, yet you can still survive. Hyun-suk's body gradually fades. As long as I can return to earth, being near death is fine. Even if fate is harsh, it's still happier than the memories here. Returning to earth, dim lights illuminate the room. A man lying on the bed asks loudly, did I make it back? In 2025, Earth, the hero Hyun-suk's soul has entered the body of the civilian Yu-chan. At this moment, Yu-chan sits up and scolds, those bastards from the other world. From now on, I won't have to see those traitors again. He looks in the mirror, his eyes flashing with surprise. I'm a human on Earth now. Yu-chan hugs the mirror, his heart filled with joy. I really came back. Earth? He turns on the faucet, laughing with delight, clean, unpolluted water, this is real magic. The mages are gone. Then Yu-chan turns on the gas stove, just press a button and there's fire. From now on, no more chopping wood to start a fire. Suddenly, he is seduced by the aroma in a paper box. I missed everything so much. Yu-chan looks at the box of fried chicken and drools. This is fried chicken, right? He gently holds the piece of fried chicken in his hand, his eyes lighting up as he sits and devours the pile of fried chicken. His whole body trembles, and he cheers with joy. It's so delicious it makes me want to cry. This is what food should be. Suddenly, tears stream from Yu-chan's eyes. I missed this so much. Everything is finally starting to lead to a normal life. First of all, I have to adapt. What? 2025? Time flows parallel to that world? Well, it doesn't matter. No matter how difficult, it's not as terrible as that world. Inside the bathroom, water flows from the showerhead. Yu-chan stands under the shower, enjoying it. Hot water comes out immediately, and with just the push of a button, a cool breeze blows. The sky is clear, without a single cloud. He presses his hand against the glass window and looks down. This is what life is supposed to be, a far cry from that foul-smelling world. While Yu-chan is talking to himself, a grotesque face appears. Is it 2025 already? Where should I start? Maybe play some StarCraft first? He turns to look and jumps, screaming loudly. Yu-chan looks up and asks, "What the hell is this?" A mechanical sound goes off, announcing to all residents, an invasion rift is currently appearing in the residential area. He turns his head to look behind him. Ha! What is an invasion rift? The sound continues, all residents, please evacuate to the shelter immediately. I repeat. Yu-chan is confused, his face panicked. What the hell is going on? What is all this? His eyes look out the window and collide with something unclean. A pile of monsters with terrifying faces are clinging to the glass. Their sharp fingernails press hard, causing the glass to give way and shatter. Outside in the dark and quiet hallway, the door is suddenly kicked open by Yu-chan, and he rushes out. He runs while glancing behind him. What is all this? The crowd of monsters rushes madly at Yu-chan. What has Earth suddenly turned into? He hides outside a window. The monsters don't notice and just walk up the stairs. As soon as they are gone, Yu-chan climbs out of the windowsill. He sticks his head out to look and breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he escaped. Yu-chan sees a kid wandering nearby. The child, Sung-ae, sees him and asks, "Oh, you're alive?" Yu-chan approaches worriedly and says, "This place is dangerous, hurry to the shelter." The boy doesn't listen and looks around anxiously. Have you seen any monsters around here? Ha, Sung-ae says casually, I was planning to kill it, do you want to come along? Yu-chan, in disbelief, frowns and asks again, what? I heard Earth has been like this for about 13 years, damn it. He insists he won't go to the shelter, but Yu-chan can't bear to leave him behind. There are invasion rifts older than your age. So he decides to take the boy with him. Yu-chan speaks first. If that's true, as you said, then that invasion rift is a monster teleportation portal. Doesn't anyone know when, where, and how it appeared? Sung-ae quickly replies, yes, that's right. Yu-chan's expression darkens immediately. I returned to Earth from hell, only for Earth to become hell itself. Are you kidding me? That deceitful goddess. The boy suddenly looks over and asks, but why don't you know anything? He is startled and quickly finds an excuse. I just got back from the US. That makes Sung-ae even more suspicious. Ha! The US president was impeached for trying to bring his daughter to Korea, and YouTube says you can't come to Korea, right? What? What is he talking about? Yu-chan sees it's not going well, so he steers the conversation to another topic. Oh, actually, by the way, are you a hunter? What's your name? The boy smiles brightly and answers excitedly, Lee Se-eun. A member of Guild Janabi, global ranking, main weapon is a long sword, currently handling an invasion rift in. Yu-chan breathes a sigh of relief in his heart, avoiding the question. But ordinary people fighting monsters? Just like in the other world? How could that be? Sung-ae's voice makes Yu-chan freeze, especially that long sword. It's really cool. The boy is talking when he is gagged by him. I have a great clip of Lee Se-eun on YouTube. Want to see it? Yu-chan hides in a corner and thinks to himself. Damn it, outside, there are monsters lurking to find prey. There are monsters, and quite a lot of them, exactly 5. Not counting the one hiding, it's 6. Luckily, this body has above average muscles, and I'm used to fighting many enemies, so it's fine. But what should I do with this kid? Leaving him alone will definitely lead to trouble. Where did your determination to kill monsters go? While Yu-chan is thinking, a beam of light radiates from somewhere. What to do without a decent weapon? Beneath his feet is a ripple of light spreading wide. Wait, the air is filled with magic power, definitely, just like the things I saw in that other world. Then a stream of black energy flies over and touches the face of a nearby monster. It is immediately eroded and screams in pain. He reaches his hand forward, and light covers Yu-chan's hand. Even though my 20 years of accumulated magic power are gone, he smirks, thinking, but if the air has magic, I can still use the heaven-defying flame inscribed on my soul. Is the fire weaker than before? Its head falls to the ground, gradually fading, but this is enough. Sung-ae stands next to him, shouting in praise, wow, you're amazing. The boy's eyes light up. I thought you didn't know anything, so I was a bit suspicious. I didn't expect you to have a unique attribute. Yu-chan shyly scratches his head and laughs, it's lucky not to be hurt. They call this a unique attribute? Sunga suddenly lunges at the monsters. Oh, right. I have to verify this on the official YouTube channel of the Hunter Academy. He chases after him, yelling, be careful. Yu-chan's words haven't finished before the heaven-defying flame. The monster suddenly bursts out from the black smoke. It won't go out until the target is completely dead. A stream of red blood shoots out, staining everything around it. Sunye is shaking, his eyes welling up with tears. Kid, his hand grabs the monster and is covered in blood. Even though he doesn't know what dub is, Yu-chan stands blocking in front. You have a gentle face, so you should stop watching that stuff. He asks again, can you lend me your stick? Sunga finally comes back to his senses after the crisis. The boy obediently hands the stick to Yu-chan. The monsters not yet burned away rush from all four sides to surround them both. His gaze sweeps over them coldly. Continuous blows are dealt, and blood splashes everywhere. Yu-chan passes all the monsters. Wherever he passes, the place is stained with dark red blood. Sunye's eyes open wide as if seeing an unbelievable scene, and he stammers, that's crazy, are you actually a disguised hunter? He doesn't answer but stands and catches his breath. It's true, even back on Earth, I still have to smell the stench of blood. I just wanted to rest peacefully after all the hardship. I didn't expect this world to be no different from the other one. Inside the shelter, everyone gathers and chatters noisily. The door slowly opens, a dry sound echoing in the space. Yu-chan walks in from outside, grumbling constantly, so now you don't call me a brat, but a little kid? Sunye holds the stick and follows behind. You're discriminating against elementary school students. A woman sees them both and shouts in surprise, Yoon Sunye. With a worried face, she hugs the boy and asks, did you bring Yoon Sunye back? Thank you so much. You must have had a hard time with this stubborn kid. Mom, he doesn't understand anything. Yu-chan scratches his head and replies, yes. He sees the designer earrings and expensive clothes on Sunye's mother and thinks to himself, so he's a rich kid. Suddenly, a strong earthquake makes everyone there anxious. A giant hand punches and knocks down the door of the shelter. A loud crashing sound echoes. Everyone looks outside in fear. The monster opens its mouth wide and roars in its own language. The crowd runs away in fear. The shelter has collapsed. Everyone runs away. Sunye is a bit scared, turning his face to look at Yu-chan. Brother, let's run this time, we can't win. He looks serious and thinks, I didn't ask for much. Yu-chan's arm trembles, he just wanted to return to the world he knew, to his beloved home. His palms are pressed until they bleed. Is that dream too much to ask? Yu-chan speaks softly. Little brat Sunga retorts annoyingly, I told you not to call me that. He doesn't care and continues, you're a rich kid, why do you want to be a hunter? Why not stay in a safe place? There's no need to fight. The boy listens obediently to everything Yu-chan says. I lost my dad to a monster, an invasion rift appeared right in the shelter, a place that seemed safe. At that time, I understood that there is no safe place in this world, so even if I'm not as strong as you, even if I'm still afraid of monsters, I will become the strongest hunter. Sunga suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, wipe out all the invasion gates and save this world. To him, that might have been a silly dream. Yu-chan suddenly smiled, you're going to be an excellent hunter, kid. He said that and then stepped forward. Even if he couldn't save the world. She stood next to him and hugged the boy, Yoon Sunye, don't go. Sunye wouldn't listen and tried to run toward Yu-chan. Wait a second, brother. A sudden chill in the air made both of them stop in their tracks. Sunga quickly turned around to look behind him, the boy's eyes widening in pure amazement. In front of him stood Yu-chan, using his hand to touch the massive monster, because that was his duty. Sunye's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. Saving the world, huh? Yu-chan tilted his head and smiled kindly, since I've done it before, I'll definitely do it better than you. After 20 years of wiping out monsters in another world and returning to Earth, I hadn't even had a chance to enjoy my freedom before I had to face an invasion gate. Fortunately, thanks to the experience from my past life, I survived. And after promising the kid he would save the world, Yu-chan sat in front of the screen, biting on a water bottle. I wasn't doing anything at all. He was playing a game on his computer. The victory screen popped up. Ha! Yu-chan pulled the bottle away, his eyes still glued to the screen. So that's how it is, it's too easy. He reached out and grabbed the ice-cold can of soda. Whoever has saved the world before plays better. What the hell is this? Even though I made such a passionate declaration in front of everyone, my intention to save the world didn't last very long. In the other world, I used to dream about games and good food, and utility systems that were done with just a single touch. Moreover, saving the world was already being taken care of by the hunters anyway. Yu-chan picked up his phone and wondered. Should I just order some food? The subsidy. That's all done. Inheriting this body, Yu-chan was originally a transport company employee who lost his job due to the invasion gates. Now that the subsidy has run dry, I'm looking for a new job, but... He lowered his face to the desk, as if normal hiring even existed. Yu-chan lay slumped on the table in frustration. The constant appearance of invasion gates had caused most companies to go bankrupt. It makes sense, though, to survive in modern society, you have to have a job. Companies only hire people with experience. He lay next to the glowing phone screen, and he had experience too, didn't he? At the Hunter Association's area, which was a towering building, the people coming in and out were buzzing with excitement. Oh my, I've become a hunter. Is just a tryout really this exciting? Entrance exams are just a formality now, you just need to show your uniqueness. A pair of indifferent eyes swept over them, just a bunch of cookie-cutter weirdos. A figure stepped proudly into the crowd. What if I become too famous? Anyway, in this session, we'll definitely... The sentence was cut short as he panicked at the person in front of him. Who the hell is that? It's Lee Se-eun of Janabi. The person walking in the middle was none other than Lee Se-eun, a top 100 global hunter and member of Janabi. The crowd of onlookers quickly gossiped. I thought she went off to clear an invasion gate over there. Did Janabi send someone to scout? Let's see who it is. She held her phone, scrolling through each person's file. Academy graduate Han Sang-a, awakened lightning ability. Lee Se-eun rested her chin on her hand and asked indifferently. She can probably charge batteries, right? Her bodyguard nearby quickly waved his hand and replied, she's not a generator, she's a hunter candidate. Her ability application skill is pretty good, probably useful. She retorted, leaving him stunned. It might be true, or it might not, huh? A sudden shout startled the bodyguard. Wanting to hunt invasion gate monsters requires practical experience. Whoa, scared me. The other bodyguard excitedly said, even if they stand out at the academy, many people don't perform well in reality. Lee Se-eun was satisfied and took out a candy to give him. That's what I meant. Alright, let's go hunting. Thanks for the compliment. Lee Se-eun pondered. Training is far different from actual combat. Can kids only used to safe practice handle the field? Han Sang-a also needs a long time to adapt. She sat in the stands looking down. The team leader knew that, so even though I was absent for a whole week. The host's voice suddenly rang out, Dear hunters, please start the first match right now. She looked down with a bit of interest. Regardless, the assigned task must be completed. Just keep increasing your own value so they'll want to recruit you. The host reached out to adjust his mic. Oh, this candidate is interesting. He's a civilian, not from the academy. There has never been a precedent like this. What exactly is he relying on to stand on this arena? Candidate Yu-chan, he walked out looking a bit confused. I'm still not used to this new name. The MC's voice boomed across the arena. I would like to announce the competition rules. No personal weapons allowed besides association equipment, and causing serious injury or life-threatening harm is prohibited. Yu-chan looked at his opponent with a serious face. Since I've decided to be a hunter, first, save this world that's about to collapse. While he was thinking, his opponent spoke first. Second, live a life wealthy enough. How ridiculous. Yu-chan didn't pay attention and continued to sink into his own train of thought. To do that, I have to perform well in this tournament first. The host shouted, both candidates, take your positions. He raised his hand high and opened his mouth wide to take a deep breath. The moment his hand dropped, his opponent immediately lunged forward. The battle began. He laughed deviously, am I fighting someone who hasn't accumulated even a shred of mana? Facing that fiery momentum, Yu-chan stood still and calm. You should consider losing to me in honor. His face was full of smugness and craftiness. Around that guy's body, flames suddenly erupted. I am the undefeated spear master of the academy. No matter how much momentum he had, his eyes remained indifferent without a flicker. The spear tip plunged into the ground, the sound of metal hitting the floor clanking. He was pointing his spear forward when he stopped dead. What is this? His face showed clear disbelief. He disappeared. Suddenly a voice whispered in his ear. Hey, Yu-chan lunged from the right. Your spear technique is too pathetic. He threw a punch into his opponent's gut, leaving him no time to block. Yu-chan's foot also stomped hard on his opponent's foot, and then he threw an uppercut to his face. The constant strikes left his opponent unable to defend and falling due to momentum. Yu-chan was startled and quickly said, Hey, wait, is it over already? I saw that using a spear easily causes injuries, so I used my bare hands, but still, his skill level really is shockingly amateur. I hope this isn't the average level of hunters around here. Lee Se-eun's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at him. Who is that guy? She immediately opened the file to check again. You said he used to work in transport? The bodyguard next to her leaned in and whispered, He has almost no mana in him, my lady. To achieve that kind of strength, it usually takes a long time to accumulate, but this result proves he was just lucky. Lee Se-eun flicked a candy into his hand, chewing the candy to tell him to shut up. She thought seriously and then said, Just looking at him, you can tell. Actually, that's not it. He intentionally didn't use mana, you know? Yu-chan rubbed the back of his neck skeptically. How could that be? Even though I fought carelessly, it was enough to prove my ability. Maybe I should wrap this up a bit more firmly. He sat on the floor, holding his face. How could you? He raised his fist and reassured him. Don't worry, it's not a fatal wound. The guy immediately scrambled to cover himself in fear. A loud noise rang out in the noisy arena. He lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes rolled back, losing focus. The murmurs began to spread. What? The winner is candidate Yu-chan? Lee Se-eun glanced toward the side. The crowd kept whispering to each other. She thought for a moment, then jumped up and said, While those guys are just clicking their calculators, I have to take action. I want to see his true strength. The bodyguard turned to look and asked, Where are you going? Lee Se-eun smiled and replied, I need to meet the association president. In the following matches, Yu-chan fought while thinking to himself, too weak, even for rookies, but how can they be this weak? The more he fought, the more he saw just a bunch of mediocre people. He took down opponents armed with weapons in a single strike. What on earth does the academy teach? Even after many rounds, Yu-chan wasn't the least bit tired. Is there nobody decent at all? White hair appeared, swaying gently in the air. The people above exclaimed again, Oh, she's so pretty, finally got to see her. A girl carrying a sword stepped out. Han Sang-a. The finalist is here. Can she stop the mysterious rookie's progress? Yu-chan tilted his head, about to say something. Oh, at least she. Before he could finish, she sighed with disdain. You're the one who's accumulated the most mana today, right? Han Sang-a retorted, and you have nothing at all. You only made it here by luck, you can't keep going. He also rubbed his head and said calmly, Are these cliché lines taught by the academy too? Only now did Yu-chan draw his weapon. Seeing him use bare hands, he probably didn't have a unique trait. Her eyes flashed with a spark of electricity, but I won't hold back. His face looked incredibly funny. Yeah, thanks. Unique trait, huh? I have one, but if I used it, you guys would get hurt. As soon as she heard the signal, Han Sang-a took a deep breath to get ready. The moment the signal sounded, dazzling electricity erupted around her as she fought. Han Sang-a's hand gripping the sword hilt was also covered in light and electricity. Yu-chan's eyes widened, as if he had finally met an equal opponent. Han Sang-a's eyes turned stark white as she kicked off the air, launching herself forward. She was lunging when she suddenly stalled for a moment. Before the slash could be delivered, he had already backflipped into the air to dodge it. She stared blankly and thought, dodging that? Jumping over a lightning strike? That's interesting. Using magnetism on the scabbard and the sword blade to create a railgun-like thrust when drawing the sword, huh? He landed on the ground and used one hand to balance himself on the floor. Well, it's true that you're the strongest here, but you've missed something important, Han Sang-a asked back, confused. What do you mean? Yu-chan explained meticulously, your attack strategy is too focused on speed. Han Sang-a's mistake was creating a magnetic rail in the air to accelerate the sword when drawing it. He smirked and continued, no matter how fast and strong you are, who would just stand there and let you hit them when the flight path is that obvious? She seemed silenced, unable to say another word. Don't you? Han Sang-a yelled in frustration. I won't use that skill, and I'll still win. Yu-chan approached with a teasing tone, are you stupid? I can even dodge faster attacks than that. She didn't care and continued to pour all her strength into her attacks. This time, the slash was delivered with immense force, but he still calmly slipped past them. I'm overdoing it, I'm pushing my mana too far. If I keep this up, my body is going to break. Yu Chan stood in front of Han Sang-a, his body unscathed. That was quite impressive, but let's stop here. He wore a smile, but his words cut like a knife. If it hurts, just raise your left hand. Yu Chan didn't hesitate for a second to punch her hard in the stomach. Han Sang-a couldn't block in time and was punched until she choked on her own saliva. He pulled his arm back from her stomach and assumed a stance, preparing to strike again. A series of continuous punches were delivered, leaving her unable to block and forced to take them all. Yu Chan raised his arm high, preparing to deliver the final blow. The strike was so powerful that the surrounding dust was blown away by the wind. Han Sang-a's face went blank from the impact, and her nose started bleeding. She collapsed onto the arena floor. Before the eyes of everyone, the crowd of onlookers looked stunned. No way, Han Sang-a, the academy's top student, has been overwhelmed. Where did this guy come from? Yu Chan turned, casually massaging his shoulder. Although superior to the others, she collapsed at this level, probably because she's too dependent on mana and lacks physical training. He exhaled and looked behind him. Planning to continue? Han Sang-a's hand slowly reached up, her arm trembling uncontrollably, but she still tried to raise it. The words from earlier echoed in Yu Chan's head, if it hurts, raise your left hand. He smiled to himself, she's actually raising it? Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and ran toward the MC. The host asked, confused, what is it? The person said something that made him jump up and shout, announcement, the tournament schedule has changed. Champion Yu Chan, please take a short break. Hearing that, he wondered, a break? Isn't it over yet? The host continued, a special match will take place between Champion Yu Chan and an active hunter. What? That is by special permission of the association president. Please give the contestants a warm round of applause. The bodyguards nearby sweated profusely. So she really decided to do it. Yu Chan stood below and looked up. The opponent's name had appeared on the screen. The audience's reaction showed this was a capable hunter. A special match, huh? Want to test my ability? Every world is the same. The sound of a sword dragging across the floor echoed. Yu Chan, is it? Her long hair fluttered as Lee Se-eun walked by. Sorry for the sudden appearance, but there's no other way to test your true strength. She held her massive sword and introduced herself. I'm Lee Se-eun of Janabi. The previous arena seemed a bit too cramped. Fight me, Yu Chan. If it's too difficult, you can refuse. I understand the suddenness of this. He was slightly shocked and thought to himself, Lee Se-eun, a top global hunter, plus her aura and current demeanor are not just talk, this is peak strength. Even with a weapon, I'd have a hard time competing with my current body. Yu Chan regained his composure and smiled, but suddenly said, fine, let's fight. The host was flustered. Right now? Yu Chan explained, actually, I haven't used much of my strength yet, maybe now I can show you something. Lee Se-eun curled her lips in a teasing smile. Are you exhausted already? He didn't answer immediately but thought it over. I have to fight anyway, running into her is a good thing. I will achieve the best results in this tournament. She is truly the perfect opponent for me to do that. Let's see. Yu Chan picked up his spear and said, should I raise my personal value a little bit? At this moment, everyone looked forward in surprise. The commentator's face also looked incredibly ugly. Lee Se-eun's palm tightened around her weapon as she lunged forward. Yu Chan-suk immediately used his sword blade to block her attack. He gritted his teeth. How can a woman's body have such terrifying strength? Finishing that thought, Yu Chan-suk's arm countered. Lee Se-eun lost her momentum and quickly returned to her starting position. Her eyes stared sharply at her opponent. Compared to the beginning, his speed had significantly slowed. Yu Chan-suk panted heavily, thinking, it's not that she has no openings, but my current physical strength isn't enough to exploit them. Suddenly, Lee Se-eun smiled and spoke, I thought I'd get to warm up my body after all these days, but it looks like you're already exhausted? Still, you did well, I thought you'd only last 5 minutes. Finishing her sentence, her feet slowly stepped sideways, and she immediately lunged with her weapon, not expecting it to last 30 whole minutes. Now, take a break. Yu Chan-suk's palm still gripped his weapon as he backed away. I've stored quite a bit of energy, but the mana in the air is sparse. He lowered his face, breathing heavily in his chest. Yu Chan-suk thought to himself, I didn't want to use it, but I guess I have no choice. Finishing that thought, he regained his calm. Heaven-defying flame. Lee Se-eun, who was jumping high, suddenly stopped. She didn't hesitate to slam her weapon directly into the ground. Yu Chan-suk quickly jumped out of the middle of the thick smoke. Lee Se-eun smirked, thinking, that should have been a fatal blow. How could he have dodged it? Yu Chan-suk suddenly stood stunned, his clothes tattered. What was that? His face slowly looked up, surrounded by a gloomy aura. Heaven-defying flame is a special skill I used constantly before returning to Earth, and it is also my most reliable power. Unlike normal fire, you can tell by the fact that my clothes remain intact, this flame doesn't burn physical matter. Instead, each flame uses abstract concepts I've designated as fuel. At my current output, I can't burn things with high ignition points like willpower, memories, or reason. My bare feet immediately lunged forward, so what I'm going to burn right now is. Lee Se-eun maintained her cold attitude as she retreated, getting faster, aren't you? In a flash, the blade attacked with the powerful essence of fatigue. Lee Se-eun startled, gritting her teeth and glaring, have you already recovered? Finishing the sentence, she immediately launched a counterattack on Yu Chan-suk. Lee Se-eun thought to herself, what is this? The mana concentration in the air keeps fluctuating, and the arena settings haven't changed. Then, could it be? Yu Chan-suk looked blankly ahead. Just like how normal fire releases heat when burning matter, heaven-defying flame also releases mana when burning abstract concepts. Using mana to sustain heaven-defying flame, and heaven-defying flame burns my fatigue to create mana. Immediately, his feet hurried forward. It truly is an endless cycle. Lee Se-eun's whole body was jumping high with glowing eyes. In other words, my skill is her weapon. In a flash, it created a thick cloud of smoke all around. Lee Se-eun's eyes were determined as she said, still want to continue? But it seemed Yu Chan-suk had no intention of giving up. At this moment, it was a strategy of sticking to her until the end. He slowly tilted his head and smiled. You still have the energy to keep playing. And by the way, do you like guys who stick to you like leeches? Lee Se-eun was irritated and hastily replied, I hate it to death. Streams of thought kept appearing in Yu Chan-suk's head. When burning wood, it leaves ash, and once it's all burnt, it can't be burned anymore. Heaven-defying flame also leaves behind such residue. If everything is burned to ash, heaven-defying flame will disappear. Lee Se-eun slowly raised her watch and said loudly, 17 minutes. She looked down, you've lasted a long time, do you still want to continue? Yu Chan-suk covered his face and complained, enough, please spare me. A notification sound immediately appeared. Contestant Yu Chan-suk gives up, Hunter Lee Se-eun wins. Lee Se-eun slowly took a candy from inside her jacket. Everyone in the stands was amazed and excited. The hunter has won. Lee Se-eun smiled radiantly and said, there, you did well, take this and my business card as well. Yu Chan-suk glanced down at the business card in his hand. Janabi Team 3, Partner Hunter. Lee Se-eun smiled and waved, we'll talk details later, just call me first. The final announcement was made. I declare the hunter selection officially over. Winner Yu Chan-suk, please come up to the podium to receive your award. He thought to himself below, is Janabi a hunter organization? At this moment, Yu Chan-suk was trying to enjoy the candy from Lee Se-eun. He focused on his phone screen, does this phone have a hunter license? Look at this technology, am I only receiving a license? Hunter community, second-hand market for monster items, urgent association notices, messages, and calls via military satellite. He slowly looked up, everything in the world. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hunter Yu Chan-suk, right? Seeing it in person is even more impressive than through a camera. Yu Chan-suk politely extended his hand. He was really tall, probably over 2 meters. Yes, but are you Yoon Sung-hyun? He lowered his voice, here is my business card. He muttered, partner hunter of the Taibik team, Yoon Sung-hyun. He interrupted, exactly, a partner hunter for the Taibik team, run. Yoon Sung-hyun said concisely, anyway, come back to the Taibik team, specifically my team. Accumulate enough experience under my wing, and you will shine. Yu Chan-suk kept watching Yoon Sung-hyun's expression intently. It didn't seem like a scam. Suddenly, he remembered Lee Se-eun's words, here's my number, give me a call. Yu Chan-suk felt awkward. Since someone already invited me, I can't give you an answer right now. I need some time to think it over. Yoon Sung-hyun laughed loudly, did you think I'd force you to answer right away? Suddenly, his hand was placed on Yu Chan-suk's shoulder, but Yoon Sung-hyun slowly leaned in and whispered, you should consider it carefully. He hurriedly turned and left, see you again. Yu Chan-suk stood there, eyes wide, watching Yoon Sung-hyun's back. As for Taibik, he decided to pass. Lee Se-eun said politely on the phone, yes. Lee Se-eun listened. The person on the other end quickly continued, it's Yu Chan-suk. Where should I go? She continued, the second floor of the Heavens Tavern Association building, let me send you the address. At this moment, he had already quickly arrived at the Heaven's Tavern Association. The staff members smiled brightly. Welcome to Heaven's Tavern. Lee Se-eun turned and waved. You got here fast, come on, sit down. Yu Chan-suk slowly approached. That's an odd name for a cafe. She replied, is everything okay? He quickly sat down opposite her. Someone came to invite me to their guild, a big guy. Yu Chan-suk emphasized, it was Yoon Sung-hyun from Taebaek. Lee Se-eun smiled and replied, since Yoon Sung-hyun came to check you out personally, other guilds definitely won't dare to invite you anymore. He lowered his head and smirked, so, is it the same for Janabi? She lowered her voice, huh? I don't intend to invite you at all. Yu Chan-suk was surprised, what? Then why? Lee Se-eun continued, what if you don't join a guild and work independently? Like a freelancer. He propped his chin up and thought to himself, is it possible to live without joining a guild? She lowered her voice, Yoon Sung-hyun intends to invite you for a junior position. Yu Chan-suk paused, a junior position. What is a junior position? What is a partner hunter? Lee Se-eun nodded. Ah, that's right, you didn't graduate from the academy, did you? Guild hunters are usually divided into 3 levels, junior, senior, and partner. Juniors and seniors belong to a team led by a partner, and they can be considered salaried employees. Partner hunters don't receive a salary but own shares in the guild, similar to small business owners. They share the profits that the guild earns. Yu Chan-suk understood a little bit. It sounds like law, doesn't it? Lee Se-eun nodded, that's right. It's said that the hunter who founded the first guild got his inspiration from a law firm. It's not strictly necessary to join a guild and go through being a junior then senior before you can become a partner. He smirked, I understand now, if I'm famous and have impressive achievements, they'll naturally come looking for me. Lee Se-eun said excitedly, exactly. Yu Chan-suk frowned, puzzled, why keep forcing myself to go hunting? But I don't have the connections or experience, so it's hard to get decent missions. Lee Se-eun lowered her voice and interrupted, I will be the bridge for you, completely free of charge. Yu Chan-suk grimaced, I don't understand why you're helping me so much. She slowly leaned back, in the future when you're famous enough for guilds to invite you, and also Janabi, can you just think about that? He replied, like an investment for the future? Immediately, an envelope was placed on the table. Read this, the decision is up to you. Yu Chan-suk quickly opened the envelope. What is this? Lee Se-eun explained, it's a mission from Incheon City, a place called Jiadong. 2 years ago, they failed to destroy an infiltration hole, so it became a dangerous zone. He asked further, do I just need to go there and destroy the infiltration hole? She shook her head, you have to patrol Jiadong Island to detect them. If a new infiltration hole appears, you eliminate it. Yu Chan-suk looked closely at the papers. Starts in 1 month, deposit of 500, receive an additional 1500 upon completion. If you consider it a life-threatening job, the income isn't that high. Lee Se-eun looked up and smiled, if you're dissatisfied, get stronger and become famous, then the money will flow into your pockets on its own. She lowered her voice and emphasized, so, what's your answer? Yu Chan-suk's lips moved with a bit of hesitation. 2 expensive cars were speeding along. You agreed? What's he like? Lee Se-eun lowered her voice, yeah. The person on the other end was surprised. Yu Chan-suk comes from a commoner background. Beating an armed opponent with his bare hands in a tournament is quite impressive. She smiled, impressive is not the right word. Give him some candy and see what he can do. He sparred with me for 4 whole hours. The person on the other side was surprised, really? You must have been restricting your power. Lee Se-eun complained, team leader, I'm a hunter with 10 years of experience. 10 years of rolling through the most hellish places. Usually I have to play around with them, but with him, it was 4 hours, it's unbelievable. Even if one were to be reborn, it's hard to find such a monster. The person on the other end lowered his voice, but even if you hold him in high regard, the Jiadong mission clearly only recruits experienced hunters. And no matter how good he is it okay to let him operate among veteran hunters? Lee Se-eun's palm gripped her sword hilt tightly. Don't worry about that, team leader. I've already assigned someone reliable to him. The person on the other side hesitated. Yeah, Janabi's strategy is your job. If he reaches your level, what do you think? Lee Se-eun smiled and said, this might make you feel uncomfortable, but if Yu Chan-suk reaches my level, he could even take you down. Team leader. 1 month ago at Yu Chan's apartment, a delivery person was struggling to carry something on his back. Room 1506. 1506, huh? His fingers quickly pressed the doorbell. What was he delivering that was heavy as hell? The delivery person fumbled at the door for a while. What room was next? At this point, Yu-chan had already quickly received the item and slammed the door shut. It's here. He crossed his arms and stared at the item in front of him. It's quite contemporary, isn't it? The buttons on the item were finally opened slowly. Immediately, Yu-chan's gaze stopped in slight amazement. He seemed quite excited looking down at his hands. This spear is good enough to use for now? And this is a spirit elixir. Spirit elixir is an emergency drug hunters often use, containing concentrated magic power, useful when you need energy in a pinch. The usual way to use magic power is like drinking water from a filter: control the magic power in the air, store it in the body, and use it when needed. Spirit elixir helps shorten this process, but I use magic power differently from normal people, skipping the storage step, absorbing it directly from the air. The advantage is that it's unlimited because I use the magic power of the atmosphere. Moreover, the meridians when receiving and releasing magic power will gradually strengthen, allowing for the storage of more energy. The only disadvantage is that the amount of operation is small when the meridians haven't developed, making it difficult to generate great power in a short time. Now there's no time to wait to accumulate a little and then use it. So if I practice diligently for a month, I will definitely reach the required level. On a morning with fresh air on Jiadong Island, Incheon, everyone was queuing up, extremely crowded. Immediately, a phone with a bright screen was presented. He tilted his head and spoke. Confirmed identity, Team 8 Hunter Yu-chan Suk. A paper with the team number was firmly attached to the pole. Whispers began to appear in his ears. This guy must make a decent amount. When are we leaving? I'm so scared. I'm so sleepy. Is number 8 the 8th area? Suddenly Han Sang-a called out loudly from somewhere. Yu-chan Suk. He lowered his voice and replied. She looks pretty calm. Han Sang-a gripped her sword hilt tightly. I'm naturally like this, but last time was just static electricity. Anyway, it's good to be on the same team. Let's work together on this mission. Yu-chan turned his head coldly. Why should I? Han Sang-a slowly followed behind him. You're stronger than me, so I want to learn from you. Yu-chan started to complain. Oh my shoulders feel like they're about to fall off. Embarrassing, she grimaced. Are you dislocated? Habitual dislocation is dangerous. If you use a spear like that, you'll die. You have to take care of your health. Yu-chan frowned, thinking to himself, it was the same during the tournament. She really doesn't know how to joke at all. Immediately someone announced, please everyone, pay attention. Team 8. Since all members have gathered, I would like to report the mission situation. Since there are new members, I will explain the terms. I hope everyone understands. Infiltration holes are classified into levels 1, 2, 3, and level-less. The closer to level 1, the more dangerous. Furthermore, if it's the first hole to appear in an area, the word Alpha will be added to the name. Currently, the location of the Alpha hole in Jiadong is the church north of Insari. Even though it's currently a level-less hole, given its characteristics, that infiltration hole will get stronger over time. Please absolutely do not approach it. Our mission is to patrol around Yukni-ri and Jiadong Mayan, detect, and destroy any secondary infiltration holes if they exist. Min Jae looked up in surprise. Assign a destruction mission to a team with recruits? Whispers started to arise. We've arrived. This is Jiadong Island. Is the cold air reaching all the way here? It feels like my blood is freezing. Yu-chan was stunned when he heard those words in his ears. That's an exaggeration. At this moment, both he and Han Sang-a were in position, getting ready. In just a brief moment, they immediately heard the warning siren. Everyone looked ahead. The situation inside the island will be reported from the mobile command station. If support is needed, please contact the command room. The last words were also emphasized thoroughly. Good luck, hunters, Min Jae slowly explained. Okay, first is the plan. Yu-chan stared intently at his phone screen. Patrolling the two areas in 1 week is fine. Suddenly Min Jae stopped the conversation and turned around to look behind. Yu-chan pointed at the map and said, stationing at Hoa-gai Pagoda and moving around there is the best. Min Jae slowly adjusted his glasses. Who are you? Is this the first time I've seen a recruit? He was surprised and continued. But why go to Hoa-gai Pagoda? Yu-chan lowered his voice to explain. From Hoa-gai Pagoda, you can observe Yukni-ri. From the peak of Hoa-gai Mountain, you can see Jiadong Mayan clearly, and there's an old temple building to use as a place to stay, so of course, we go there. He was a bit agitated, there are plenty of places to stay around here. Min Jae continued, what if you climb the mountain and get surrounded? Yu-chan said nonchalantly, it's not like I'm fighting 1,000 people, so why be afraid of being surrounded on the mountain? They seem to be vehemently opposed. Anyway, I'm not following the advice of an inexperienced hunter. Yu-chan thought to himself, huh? It's true that every world has ignorant people. Finally, he spoke up, then please feel free to act on your own. Right at this moment, deep in the forest, there was movement at an extremely fast speed. Yu-chan, Han Sang-a, and Min Jae were running forward together. Yu-chan glanced to the side. He thought Han Sang-a would follow, but who is this person? Their magic power is slightly higher than Han Sang-a's. Kim Min Jae, right? I'm curious why you're following us. He quickly continued, are you two participating for the first time? Because I'm worried about letting two recruits act alone. He smirked, thanks for caring. At least there's one decent person. The end of his thought process was also when Yu-chan stopped. Because he realized the danger was right in front of him, his feet stopped hurriedly, without hesitation. Yu-chan immediately raised his hand to signal to those behind. Wait. Min Jae spoke up awkwardly, Yu-chan suk. Yu-chan immediately put his finger to his mouth. Please be quiet and look behind that rock. He was surprised, huh? Immediately, Min Jae secretly hid behind and observed the front. More and more monsters were appearing at once. Min Jae grimaced and said, we should go around, there are too many, at least 50. Yu-chan then said in a calm, low voice, Kim Min Jae, what is your unique trait? He gritted his teeth, are you really planning to fight? Yu-chan's gaze was full of murderous intent as he replied, it's natural for hunters to fight off invaders. I'll ask again, what is your unique trait? Min Jae stammered in reply, flame. He asked again, what's your most proficient skill? He hesitated a bit, fireball. Yu-chan nodded quickly. Good, when I give the signal, please attack first. Min Jae was startled, what? Han Sang-a on the side interrupted, and what do I do? Min Jae's eyes widened in surprise. Even Ms. Han Sang-a is too reckless. 3 people fighting 50? And aren't you two doing this mission for the first time? He panicked. We should contact other hunters immediately. Yu-chan suddenly interrupted before he could finish. Unlike us starting from Hoagai Pagoda, the other hunters are searching along the coast. There's no guarantee they will arrive in time when they hear the call. If we let this group disperse, it will threaten other hunters as well. Min Jae heard every word of the explanation clearly. That's true, even if there are hunters nearby, the conflicts that occurred earlier might prevent them from coming here immediately. Yu-chan continued to explain, it means we have to handle this immediately in this unfavorable situation. The only way is to ambush them. There's no time, so I'll be brief. Min Jae used a fireball to attack the middle of the battle. I'll block the flank. He was still explaining his plan. Han Sang-a, you will follow this plan. She nodded, understood. Min Jae still seemed shocked. The strategy is quite meticulous, anticipating every situation? It's as if he has been through countless battles like this, isn't it? Continuously, there were confusing thoughts, who on earth is he? At this very moment, all the monsters were looking in one direction. In the blink of an eye, Min Jae was the first to attack. Right now, the fireball immediately unleashed its powerful inner strength with the burning fire. The monsters were simultaneously burning inside the fire. Min Jae hurriedly said, I need time to prepare the next fireball. Yu-chan nodded with a smirk, okay, attack as soon as it's prepared. Min Jae's eyes were filled with confidence in his own strength. Okay, understood. In a flash, Yu-chan immediately took momentum and jumped forward. His pupils filled with murderous intent. I prioritize combat efficiency above all. Yu-chan's body was moving perfectly. Role distribution is a key factor. It seemed that the monsters in front of him were losing control. Yu-chan thought to himself, while waiting for the next fireball, I will stop the others from approaching Kim Min Jae. Of course, I can't stop this many by myself. The corners of his mouth curled up, that's why clear assignment is necessary. Besides that, Han Sang-a's palm was still gripping the sword hilt tightly. She attacked the monsters without any fear. Electricity appeared and crept all over Han Sang-a's body. Immediately, Min Jae called out loudly amidst the flames, Yu-chan, fireball is ready. He quickly turned his head and replied, I can avoid it myself, fire. Min Jae immediately clasped his hands together to summon a fireball with powerful internal energy. Yu Chan's whole body quickly jumped out of the way of the fireball. His palm was still gripping the blade tightly. Yu Chan's gaze became extremely terrifying, and he said loudly, kill them all. The battle was still raging in the deep forest. Finally, the sharp tip of the sword was driven straight into the ground. Thick smoke appeared all around, creating a scene of complete chaos. Yu Chan lowered his voice and spoke, everyone worked hard. But since when was Min Jae's gun barrel pointed at you? Min Jae lowered his gun helplessly and waved his hand. But can we take a moment? In Yu Chan's heart. Oh, why did he do that action suddenly? A modern device was pulled out by him. Yu Chan was curious, is that an implanted microchip? Min Jae replied, yeah. When the mission ends and it's safe, the scavengers I have a contract with will come to collect them. He was puzzled. Scavengers? He remained calm, it's hard for us to collect loot from monster carcasses ourselves. It's both bulky and heavy, so we implant chips like this. After the mission, the scavengers will come to collect everything of value. They value and sell them, then share the profit after subtracting the commission according to the contract ratio, and the rest is returned to the hunter who implanted the chip. Yu Chan was suspicious, can those guys be trusted? Min Jae cheerfully said, that's why it's important to find reputable scavengers to sign a contract with. But it's truly amazing. 3 people defeated 50, it's really unbelievable. Suddenly a monster appeared from somewhere and stood silently behind them, making them jump. Yu Chan immediately shielded Min Jae, his gaze sharp as a knife. He spoke, his voice cold, something's not right. Min Jae gritted his teeth. What is it this time? The monster opened its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth. Yu Chan glanced towards it, deep in thought. It looks like an intermediate boss. He angrily gnashed his teeth as he looked at it. In his heart, the leader from before was nothing compared to this one. The amount of magic power radiating from it was completely different from the small fry. He shouted loudly towards everyone, let me handle this, absolutely do not interfere. Yu Chan thought, if it chases us, these two cannot escape. Han Sanga hesitated, Yu Chan. But Min Jae interrupted her, we should join forces to stall for time and retreat to report the situation. Yu Chan angrily gritted each word, leave and back off, do you want to go home in a body bag? Hearing that, the two were terrified, with an expression of disbelief. In Yu Chan's heart, handling it alone is easier, no need to worry about spreading it, and I can freely use heaven-defying flames to finish it as quickly as possible. He provoked, come on, toy. The sky was blue with white clouds. Min Jae seemed worried, shouldn't we help him? He looks in danger. Han Sang-a, no need. Yu Chan looks like he's being overwhelmed, but he hasn't been hit by any attacks yet. Not only that, the blows that I thought he only dodged thanks to luck, he actually dodged and countered them at the same time. Wherever the spear struck, black flames erupted. What on earth is this? The more fire there is, the slower the monster gets. At first, Yu Chan was still awkward, but now is he just playing with it? Is he really a recruit? How could that be? Yu Chan lunged forward and spun, his hand gripping the sword tightly. Then he threw it into the air. Han Sang-a's eyes widened in surprise. The spear, did he just throw it away? Yu Chan was in danger. However, the monster only came within inches of his face and bared its sharp teeth without doing anything else. Then it suddenly collapsed. The monster lay in pain on the ground, both eyes tightly closed. Yu Chan said calmly, burning through all your energy and you can still move, huh? We have to finish this once and for all. The two heard this and were immediately thrown into a panic. Min Jae thought to himself, there's no way. Yu Chan was clearly being suppressed, yet the monster is down now. What on earth just happened? He spoke up, Mr. Kim Min Jae. He quickly replied, oh, I'm right here. Is it normal for a monster like this to appear in Jiadong? He replied, I'm wondering the same thing. This isn't an invasion core, after all. If it were an area with an invasion core, a rank 3 rating would be understandable. Invasion cores are categorized into 4 levels. According to the pre-mission report, the Alpha Invasion Core in Jiadong was clearly unranked, so perhaps the Alpha Core in Jiadong Mayan has evolved to rank 3. Han Sanga spoke up, but the report said. He calmly interrupted her, if it's not rank 3, there's no way to explain the current situation. Min Jae interjected, hold on, unranked and rank 3 are worlds apart. If that's really the case, the number of hunters who could survive and make it back would be virtually 0. Yu Chan said, let's go save the other hunters. With your level, even a rank 3 is? Yu Chan cut him off, I refuse. What? Why? He replied, how am I supposed to save every stray hunter on the island by myself? I have my limits, too. If I can't do it, I can't do it. Our mission isn't to rescue stranded hunters, but to identify and destroy the emerging invasion corps. And once you've started this line of work, don't expect no one to die. Han Sang-e asked curiously, Yu-chan, let me ask you this, if you were in that situation, what would you do? You would be helpless, resentful, and begging for your life, too, wouldn't you? So isn't it only natural to show pity and help save them? He replied, I'm not talking about whether I understand human emotions or not, I'm talking about the results. There are deaths in life that are unavoidable. Facing death, no matter what you think or feel, you still die. So don't panic in a desperate situation, because if you keep that mindset, you won't survive in this world. The door opened quietly, and someone walked in, saying, the building is still intact, no signs of other invasions. Thank goodness. Yu-chan asked, see anything? Min-jae replied, it's too dark, I don't see anything special. Lucky for us, thanks to the lights, we can see the locations of the other hunters. In Yu-chan's mind, using lights like that really exposes your position, it's genuinely dangerous. If it were just small fry, it wouldn't matter if you were spotted. But if a monster like the one from before appears, at the very least, I should send out this warning. This is Yu-chan from Team 8. Given the strength of the monster we just faced, it's possible the Alpha invasion has reached rank 3. Using lights indiscriminately could lead to danger. It needs to be minimized. So, if the invasion core is destroyed, will all the invaders disappear? Min-jae replied, yes, without energy from the invasion core, the invasion zone will dissolve. Yu-chan pondered in his mind, in that case, it's simple. I just have to destroy the invasion core. Han Sang-e closed her eyes calmly, as if thinking about something, and Min-jae also took the opportunity to take a nap. Yu-chan thought, I heard this device will sound an alarm when monsters get close, so I guess I can relax. And it's a good thing I located the Alpha core beforehand. Things should go smoothly like this. Suddenly, Yu-chan was startled. No wonder it felt too easy. A roar echoed from afar, and Yu-chan's voice cracked. You again? He turned around quietly, and stared at it, muttering, you look like a stranger. At the Hunter Association Command Center on Jiadong Island, a panicked voice rang out. Report, signals from members of Team 5 have disappeared, they are suspected to have been killed in action. There is a report indicating the monsters are operating in an organized manner. A death has been confirmed in Team 3. What's the situation been like since earlier? It was just an unranked invasion hole, right? Emergency situation, reinforcements needed immediately. Activate the emergency communication network, send an urgent support request to hunters in neighboring areas. Someone spoke up, Chief, someone is approaching the Alpha invasion hole. The chief shouted, contact them and tell them to stop immediately. Who dares to be so reckless? The person heading toward the Alpha invasion core is Hunter Yu-chan from Team 8. Is Yu-chan the first one to discover the leveling up of the invasion hole? He ordered, connect the device immediately to confirm their survival status. In his heart, an invasion hole leveling up is an unprecedented event. Yet, in that situation, he was the first to grasp the situation and head toward the Alpha hole. Perhaps Yu-chan knows the answer. As soon as the connection was established, he heard a curse, faster than I thought. You guys said it was unranked, it's a miracle I dodged that. Are you guys not hunting, so you didn't bother to investigate thoroughly? Are you hearing me clearly? Should I mute this? When I get back, I'm going to create an invasion hole right on each of your faces. Confirmed, Yu-chan is alive. My current heaven-defying flames aren't enough to kill a strong specimen. With the strong ones, you can only use the flames to weaken them and then use the spear to finish them off. But that big guy doesn't seem to want to go down, does he? In his mind, I used too much mana during the day on Jiadong Island to fight the giant bat, so my current strength is much weaker than usual. I can't leave Jiadong Island, so I have to find a place where I can absorb mana on the island. Suddenly, he was startled as if he saw something. He saw a large, hidden black hole. Found it. Without hesitation, he dove straight into the black hole. Come follow me. I have something I need to check. The security officer's voice completely broke. GPS signal lost. Confirmed. The chief panicked. Hunter Yu-chan has entered the Alpha invasion hole. Yu-chan stepped inside, marveling. It's cleaner inside than I thought, isn't it? I heard unranked and rank 3 holes aren't very large, so how big would rank 1 or 2 holes be? Suddenly, there were footsteps behind him, but he remained calm. Finished touring the invasion hole, so, should we end our relationship once and for all now? I'm not the type of person who likes being followed. The monster opened its mouth wide as if to swallow Yu-chan whole. One of the biggest weaknesses of the heaven-defying flames is that it will cling to every living creature except oneself, even allies, for that matter. If it exceeds one's ability to control, it can no longer be used. Yu-chan prepared to flee from the monster. A beam of purple light radiated from his spear. The monster roared in a frenzy, and he continued, "But if I fight alone, that's not a problem. The important thing is from now on." A source of blue light emanated from his body. The heart inside his chest had turned a shade of blue, and the mana absorbed from the monster would spread throughout his body, helping to expand his veins and make his physique stronger. Yu-chan let out a sharp breath, and excitedly, "The effect is better than expected." The monster seemed to lose control, its eyes turning blank. Its screams sounded as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Yu-chan was excited. "Ha, let's see." He turned to face the monsters. The giant monsters looked at him with hungry eyes. They called for reinforcements. What a pity, retreating this way would be meaningless. Yu-chan stood in the middle of the large black hole. Even though I'm several times stronger than I was at the start, I'm still far inferior to my time in the other world. Where is the invasion whole core, I wonder? According to Hunter Kim Min-jae, it's the strongest invading creature in this space. Yu-chan said in a hoarse, low voice, "Is it here already?" His eyes widened, his pupils contracting violently. A fierce battle was about to take place. The monster slammed its sword down hard onto the ground. Yu-chan questioned, "You waited until the flames died out, didn't you? You can even speak. That's smart. The core really is a different class, isn't it?" The monster threatened, "You will die. Let's see, with my current level, I can pull off a quadruple strike." He flew up to face the monster. The spear lunged forward rapidly, but the monster quickly parried the attack. It looked at him with a look of disdain. Yu-chan's gaze became sharp. Twin spear. A source of blue light emanated from his body, and the monster panicked as if it couldn't believe its own eyes. Twin spear is a technique that creates a blue trail following the path of one's attack. This blue trail will replicate the first attack exactly and repeat it 4 times. If I move into the blue trail and attack together, then it's just a simple technique of repeating 4 blows. But what if the blue trail attacks a beat late? Then it will form the wind spear song, which is hard to dodge. Faced with a coordinated attack with a delay, the opponent is sure to make a mistake. His eyes turned wild. "Let's finish this." He charged at the monster to attack. The monster's body was riddled with holes, and he thought it would simply vanish. But what's coming out? A box? Yu-chan slowly opened the box, and was surprised to see what was inside. The staff member panicked. The invasion zone is spreading from the center of Jiadon Island. The chief roared in anger, "How are you guiding the hunters? Do you want to kill them all?" Team 9 signal lost. Reinforcements have encountered monsters and cannot land on Jiadon Island due to obstruction. In the chief's heart, is this the end? Unless there's a miracle, I can only stand here and watch the hunters be wiped out. The staff member screamed in a panic, "Chief, received a message from Hunter Yu-chan, has entered the hole." "What? What did you say?" "It's being projected on the main screen. Message to all, the Jiadon Island Alpha invasion hole has been processed as of this moment. Confirmed signal of the Alpha hole has disappeared, destruction complete. Confirmed all creatures encountered by hunters have been eliminated. A miracle has happened. How can that be?" Yu-chan sat on the grass, looking up at the sky. The air is so fresh. The swarm of monsters was slashed and thrown backward. Han Sanga was covered in wounds, but she still tried to continue attacking. Her wrist was trembling, unable to hold on any longer. Han Sanga used her other hand to support it and lifted it high. Her eyes scanned briefly, and she thought to herself, the number of hits is many times higher than during the day, plus Yu-chan's sook has disappeared. Min-jae, standing behind her, suddenly called out, "Han Sang-ae." He asked her, "Will we be able to survive and return?" Han Sang-ae didn't answer, only thinking to herself, Kim Min-jae has reached his limit, and as for me, I don't know how much longer I can endure. A monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. She lowered her body, her face icy cold. Suddenly Han Sang-ae's body seemed to lose its balance and she collapsed. Her feet had no strength left at all. Min-jae saw this and called out in a panic, "Sang-ae." The monster continued to open its wide, fong-filled mouth, and he stared with wide, worried eyes. A loud sound echoed deep in the forest, and the bright moonlight shone down beneath the dark night. She was still terrified and kept her eyes squeezed shut. Han Sang-ae felt something strange, then slowly opened her eyes. The monsters surrounding them both gradually dissolved and disappeared. "They're gone." At the hunter-gathering area on Jiadon Island, Yu-chan Suk walked over with a somewhat dazed expression. quite a lot of people are injured, aren't they? The invaders must have gone on a rampage while everyone was scattered. Two people in the group saw him and were surprised. Huh? Yu Chan-suk. Yu Chan-suk. He ignored the whispers and kept his head down silently. Is it really true that he single-handedly destroyed a rank 3 invasion hole? It's hard to believe how on earth he could. Min Jae waved his hand and called out, Chan-suk. He looked toward the call and saw two people sitting and resting. Oh, you guys are here. He spoke first. I was very surprised when I received the message. Why did you think of dealing with the invasion hole all by yourself? Yu Chan-suk squatted between them and replied, perhaps because I wanted to protect the hunters, my heart told me more than my logic did? Han Sanga heard this and tilted her head. What kind of reasoning is that? Everything went smoothly, so now you're playing the nice guy. Yu Chan-suk continued, if I had known, I should have started before the contract was up. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. Hunter Yu Chan-suk. A pleasure. I am the representative of the Korean operation company Byonying Jong-tae, chief of Branch 3, North Incheon to Gyeonggi. He glanced toward the back. Oh, are you the one who requested I come here? He continued to ask, may I ask if you could spare some time? The mayor wants to meet you. Under a large building, rain poured down heavily. Yu Chan-suk stepped out of the car. Is this type of command, come to see me, a privilege of government officials? He held an umbrella to shield himself from the rain and looked inside the building. Oh, the contract didn't mention the amount of compensation. What if I destroy a rank 3 invasion hole? Since I'm here, I'll just negotiate the price. A middle-aged man stepped out from inside. A pleasure. Hunter Yu Chan-suk. He held an umbrella and wore a trademark smile. I am Lee Pil-jae, Foreign Relations Coordinator. He led Yu Chan-suk inside. The mayor is looking forward to this meeting. I was also startled when I received the report about Jiadon Island at dawn. After the mayor saw it, he cancelled his entire morning schedule to meet you. He sighed and replied, is that so? We could have met slowly. I didn't do anything that big. Lee Pil-jae raised his hand in a gesture of refusal. Don't say that, a rookie hunter single-handedly destroying a rank 3 invasion hole. Such a case has only existed since the era of the first-generation hunters. He listened and thought to himself, that makes sense. If I hadn't experienced combat, I would have found it difficult to handle it alone, but I heard there was a precedent. Wasn't that senior a real monster? While Yu Chan-suk was thinking, he opened the door. Mayor, Hunter Yu Chan-suk has arrived. The mayor sitting at the desk saw him and immediately greeted him. Oh, it's been a long and hard journey. I am Park Ji-yeon, mayor of Incheon. It is truly rude to invite you in such harsh weather. He stood up from his chair to greet Yu Chan-suk. Come, have a seat and let's talk. Coordinator Lee Pil-jae, bring some coffee over. He heard the order and quickly replied, yes. The two sat down at the table and began to chat. This time you have done a great service for the country, Hunter Yu Chan-suk. From the perspective of the mayor of Incheon, I see Jiadon Island as a truly difficult burden. I knew it had to be handled, but the budget is limited, so I found it difficult to choose an expensive solution. He picked up the coffee cup and replied cautiously, it's fortunate that this occasion was resolved at a relatively low cost. Park Ji-yeon agreed with what Yu Chan-suk said, that's right, but I heard this is Hunter Yu Chan-suk's first contract. He took a sip of coffee. Yes, that's correct. He heard that and slammed the table, standing up. Your first step as an outstanding figure like you was Incheon? As the mayor of Incheon? I feel extremely proud. The Republic of Korea is the safest place in the world. Park Ji-yeon's actions left him dumbfounded. What's this? Suddenly again. This Incheon is one of the key regions of Korea. Thanks to the excellent infrastructure of Incheon Airport, countless goods have been circulated. Additionally, thanks to the Free Economic Zone project that has been going on for a long time, there are so many foreign investors wanting to pour capital in that it's hard for me to choose. I will utilize the huge capital they pour into Incheon and all the goods transported through the airport to help Hunter Yu Chan-suk have the smoothest path as a hunter. He heard that and remembered a story from the past. Yu Chan-suk, let me ask you one thing. Byonying Jong-tae asked while driving, can you tell me what your purpose for pursuing the hunter profession is? He scrolled through his phone and answered with less than clean language. If there's a clogged toilet full of excrement, someone has to jump into the dirty water to unplug it, right? He gripped the steering wheel as if he understood something. So that's it. You will become famous. Talented hunters are extremely sought after and will have companies inviting them for commercials. Famous shows will also invite you to participate. Yu Chan-suk smiled and asked back, "It seems you are worried that I will be ruined by fame?" Byonyang Jong-tae answered frankly, "Yes. Many promising hunters have been intoxicated by success and forgotten their original mission. After all, it is understandable, you only have to cross the ceasefire border, and it is a land of dangerous monsters. Korea is the only safe place, dubbed the last paradise on earth. But even that place is dominated by money. What Hunter Yu Chan-suk did this time is truly extraordinary. Many people in difficult situations will be interested in you. I just hope you will always be a symbol of hope for Korea." Returning to the present, the dark clouds have partially dissipated. Hearing that, I don't know how excited I was. Who would have thought he would express it so frankly? Unfortunately, I have lived for too many years, and endured enough suffering that I am not moved by those things that bring empty fame and rewards. Yu Chan-suk tilted his head and spoke, "If I receive so much support, I should also do something." For example, his next sentence made Park Ji-on freeze, helping the mayor, who was seeing his approval ratings drop, stay in office. For example, he sat back in his chair, put his hand to his mouth, and coughed. "You are very quick with information." Yu Chan-suk explained, "Nowadays, phones have all sorts of things. Your term ends early next year." Looking at the situation, the majority believe re-election will be difficult. Park Ji-on felt a bit restless in his heart. "You're very blunt, aren't you? Actually, in the process of participating in this contract, do you need the permission of the Incheon office?" He remained silent and didn't answer anything more. Unlike the notice that a rookie like me joining requires the mayor of Incheon's approval, cleverly packaged it becomes talent discovered by Incheon. Oh no, talent for Park Ji-on to promote his image, I suppose, like tying me down and placing a spoon on the dining table ready. He continued to wave his hand and said as if he had already said it, "Thanks to the infrastructure as the mayor of Incheon, I have relationships with many domestic and foreign businesses." Park Ji-on slammed his hand hard on the box on the table. "For example, this brand of instant coffee is about to end its contract with the current model. I can replace it with Hunter Yu Chan-suk's face. Not only that, there's so much more to the future." He suddenly slammed his coffee mug onto the table. "Mayor," Yu Chan-suk added, his tone shockingly blunt. "It seems you think very little of me." He looked confused and perplexed, saying, "Huh?" The young man explained, "Well, the news says the world needs a fresh face, someone capable of changing this gloomy atmosphere. What I mean is, if I just keep on being a hunter the way I am now." Yu Chan-suk leaned his arms on the chair, his expression full of menace. "Then the things Mayor Park Ji-on promised will naturally belong to me." Park Ji-on panicked, waving his hands about, "I can select some safe and lucrative contracts to offer you." The young man stood up, ignoring him. The offer wasn't appealing at all. Yu Chan-suk turned to leave. "Pass on my regards to that instant coffee model. I'm sure she'll get her contract renewed." Beneath a bridge, the rain was still pouring down relentlessly. Two figures, one standing and one kneeling, were talking to each other. Understood. The test at Jiadong Island was a failure. The person on his knees lowered his voice in apology. "My apologies, sir." The other remained calm. It was to be expected. The bodyguard looked up and continued, "But there is good news as well." He wondered and asked, "What is it?" He quickly replied, referencing a clip from the association's hunter certification exam. Sound emanated from the video on his phone. "What is that fire?" "Candidate Yu Chan-suk." "That's incredible." Yu Chan-suk. The man with the same face held the phone, smirking in praise. "He's quite exceptional, isn't he?" The street was crowded with people coming and going, but everyone was staring at their phones. Inside a house, a young boy held up a device and called out, "Mom, look at this." In front of the TV, a group of young people were watching and discussing. "Hey, who do you bet will take first place this month?" "Who knows, I don't care." All of this was because of the shift in the hunter rankings. The leaderboard hadn't seen any major fluctuations, it was just for the entertainment of ordinary people. At the hospital, Min Jae sat up, excitedly watching the news, but then finally, at the meeting room, an employee entered to report, "Association President, here is the Global Hunter ranking for September." At the same time, Lee Se-eun also received the latest information, and this time, there was a big difference. Meanwhile, a young man who was none other than Yu Chan-suk. Just then, someone called his name, grabbing his attention. "Yu Chan-suk." An employee poked his head in and enthusiastically announced, "Sorry to have kept you waiting, you can head out now." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Yes." The employee opened the news page, and upon seeing Yu Chan-suk's name, he cheered happily. "Look, Yu Chan-suk is ranked." Then, the employee excitedly offered his congratulations. "Congratulations on setting the record for the fastest promotion." At this moment, he was completely recognized and remembered by everyone. For a hunter with 5 years of experience to defeat a level 3 rift alone would usually be considered trivial and looked down upon by the community. But it was different if it were the first mission of a rookie who had just debuted. On the stage, a barrage of interview questions poured onto Yu Chan-suk. "Yu Chan-suk, what did you do for a living before becoming a hunter? Did you receive help from other hunters when clearing the rift? Did you predict the evolution of the rift?" Seeing this, he sighed inwardly, feeling like the kid on a genius discovery show. Afterwards, Yu Chan-suk calmly replied, "I have a busy schedule, so I'll only take the final question." Immediately, a young, agile reporter spoke up. "Many people are surely interested in the direction of hunter Yu Chan-suk. As a hunter, could you share a few words about your mindset or determination?" Yu Chan-suk replied calmly, "I will prove it with my results." His face was full of seriousness as he expressed this, rather than just empty words like "I'll try my best." A while later, he had flown to a dilapidated ruin. This was where Gon Salak existed. Looking down at the scenery, Yu Chan-suk listened as someone explained, "A terrifying sight, right? The situation abroad is all like this. After the rifts appeared, most countries lost the ability to manage them." Beside him, the association president calmly recounted the current state of the country. "But our South Korea not only protects the nation but has also developed technology into a powerhouse. The helicopter we are sitting in is part of that technology, powered by mana and completely soundproof." Hearing this, Yu Chan-suk asked, "Have countries that couldn't resist the rifts ended up like this?" He confirmed, "Yes, many capitals disappeared after the rifts appeared." When the helicopter landed, he issued an invitation, "Want to go closer and take a look?" Then, the president led the way while explaining, "The 8 Greats are the 8 most dangerous rifts in the world, and one of them is Gon Salak. 13 years ago, Gon Salak suddenly formed, spreading from the city center in a giant circle. Without a single sign of warning, even though some people were lucky enough to survive, the space itself had been eroded. The incident happened so suddenly back then that they were swept away before they could react. Only a few days later, the whole city quietly vanished." Looking at the scene out the window, the president sadly recounted that although the influence on countries hadn't changed much after the rifts appeared, the power of central governments had weakened. However, Yu Chan-suk didn't feel much sympathy, just confusion. "I'm glad to know more information, but what does summoning me have to do with it?" At this moment, he suddenly mentioned something else. "A few days ago, Yoon Sung-hyun from Taibik came to see me. He was annoyed because you didn't join Taibik." Instantly, he remembered the face of that man, Yoon Sung-hyun, that big guy. At the same time, the man's words popped into Yu Chan-suk's head. "You should consider it carefully." Suddenly, the president dropped a bombshell, then he abruptly asked me about your whereabouts. Yu Chan-suk was shocked and blurted out, "What?" Fortunately, he did not agree to reveal it. Naturally, as it is personal information, I didn't reveal it, but the philosophy of the Taibik Guild is to worship the strong. They might use force to subdue you. Yu Chan-suk crossed his arms, feeling annoyed as he thought, "Well, that's a hassle. I can't easily defeat him with force right now." The president understood a part of his personality, so he asked directly, "But looking at the way you act, it seems you prefer to work on your own rather than join a guild, right?" Just as he guessed, Yu Chan-suk admitted, "Yeah, it depends." Hearing that, he made an offer. "If you want to avoid being approached by Taibik, you should elevate yourself. For example, by accepting major missions proposed by the association president." Seeing that, Yu Chan-suk immediately understood his intent, so there's a hidden motive. He bluntly exposed it. "Surely you aren't giving this away for free? What do you want from me?" The president's gaze became serious, and he spoke solemnly. "You just need to remember one thing, I have helped you." Yu Chan-suk replied skeptically, "Is that all? That's not hard." Inside, he was already calculating the benefits he would gain. "I won't be at a disadvantage either. Missions from the association president will help me level up." Afterwards, he skeptically questioned, "So exactly what do I have to do?" He only heard the president answer cautiously, "Escort a cargo ship from Busan to Nanjing. Currently, the eroded area makes transporting supplies very difficult." Reading each line on the documents, Yu Chan-suk calmly assessed, "Premium ceramic watches, ginseng wine, and pu'er tea, brand new luxury cars. The definition of essential supplies has certainly changed after 20 years. Glancing at him, the president calmly spoke to someone. These are the essential supplies. I think you'll understand. Yu Chan-suk tidied up the stack of papers and skeptically expressed, but I really don't understand why these things are needed when the central government has already collapsed. Hearing that, the president seriously explained, even though many countries collapsed because of the rifts, the international situation is still significant. Even though many countries collapsed because of the rifts, the international situation is still significant. He instantly understood, so this is a way to grease the wheels and maintain relationships? Then Yu Chan-suk directly refused. If that's the case, I decline. Seeing that, he hurriedly spoke up. Wait a minute, this is something the South Korean government cares about deeply. But he still held to his intention. Even so, I won't change my mind. Getting an individual involved in politics is a stupid move. His determination made the president feel very helpless. Hunter Yu Chan-suk, saying this might be rude, but you are just a rookie who just debuted. It seems this excessive attention is hurting you. But before he could finish, Yu Chan-suk suddenly held the papers out toward him. Right after that, he threw them down without hesitation. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The president's response was met with Yu Chan-suk's calm voice. Enjoy the helicopter ride. He only heard him say nonchalantly, I'll swim back to Seoul. This statement made him very terrified as he blurted out, what? The next second, Yu Chan-suk agilely jumped down. The wind blew across his emotionless face. Seeing that scene, the president hurried to the door to check, but could only see that he had completely fallen into the blue sea. He couldn't help but complain, kids these days. At Incheon port, a series of containers were stacked neatly on the shore. At this moment, a worker was resting when he suddenly noticed something. Beneath the sea surface, foam suddenly bubbled up, and right after that, a hand reached out and clung to the shore. The next second, Yu Chan-suk surfaced, exhaling deeply. But when he opened his eyes and saw the person standing nearby, he was startled and cursed, thought it was some pig, who goes around scaring people like that. Looking at him like that, the worker was very calm and comforted him. Don't know what happened, but it looks like you've had a tough time. This action also made Yu Chan-suk stunned, replying vaguely, thank you. A while later, he was on shore, lost in thought. The thing I need to do now is increase my strength. While enjoying the view, he mindlessly considered his plan, prioritize resolving the most difficult and cursed requests to become a formidable figure. Remembering the president and the others, he silently made a resolution not to be manipulated by anyone. Yu Chan-suk pulled out his phone to look for missions. This one's good. He only saw a notification pop up on the screen. He attentively read that mission. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at the horizon. Yu Chan-suk muttered in a low voice, it's going to be busy from now on. September 3rd, fishermen from Jeojido and Tongyeon poured out to sea to welcome the big mackerel season. But the sea this time was completely different from usual. Tsushima Island intruders appeared, and they kidnapped the fishermen like they were hunting. According to the survivors who returned, the kidnapped fishermen were still alive. The mission this time was to go to Tsushima Island to rescue the hostages and wipe out the source of the intrusion. Yu Chan-suk was scrolling through the information on his phone and muttered, 55 million won reward. What caught his attention was the part saying that if he resolved it alone, he would get everything. His long fingers immediately pressed on the screen. This wasn't a small amount of money, and if successful, it would also bring him glorious fame. Yu Chan-suk thought to himself, and a beautiful story to go with it, worth a try. He closed his eyes to reflect, worth a try. But I heard that the intrusion levels are very different. Level 3 intrusion has destructive power equal to a tank. Level 2 is equivalent to a natural disaster. Level 1 forces an entire country to take action. Yu Chan-suk's hands held his head, he bowed down and sighed. I used Devil's Flame reversal to wipe out level 3s easily, but can I withstand a level 2? I need a group with supporting capabilities. Yu Chan-suk was truly helpless, but they didn't pay any attention to civilian missions. He sighed again, is there really no one? Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk started. Oh, right, he suddenly remembered that person. Sea waves hit the side of the ship where Yu Chan-suk was standing. Suddenly, someone called out, Yu Chan-suk. It was Han Sang-ae. She came to ask, how long does it take to get to Tsushima? He picked up his phone to check and replied, probably about an hour. Yu Chan-suk also instructed further, try to rest, this battle is harder than the last one. Do you hear me? It turned out the reason Sang-ae was silent earlier was that she was paying attention to something else. Yu Chan-suk's armor on his shoulder. She immediately walked up and reached out to touch it. That's the Iron Seraph's shoulder gear, right? The limited edition with an added aesthetic layer. How did you get it? Sang-ae's unexpected reaction made Yu Chan-suk look at her in a different light. Was she always this talkative? However, he still added, it's a gift from a second-hand shop for signing a contract. She pouted, the place I collaborate with doesn't give anything at all. A provocative smile flashed across Yu Chan-suk's face. Naturally, the classes are different. I'm a rising star who killed a level 3 rift monster alone. And you're just a rookie hunter with nothing but the title of an excellent trainee. Perhaps what he said was too true, so Sang-ae could only frown. If you're angry, then get stronger. A few days ago, Sang-ae had been extremely surprised. You mean, she wiped some sweat away. Do you need teammates? Yu Chan-suk on the other end of the line said, this time it's a level 2. Hearing this, Sang-ae's whole body froze. Is it going to be okay? Level 3 was already a near-death experience, let alone level 2. A few seconds of silence passed. Yu Chan-suk took a deep breath and said just one sentence that made her forget to breathe. Don't you want to get stronger? He reminded her again, I can learn because you are better than me. You once said you could learn because I was better than you. Sang-ae's breath became increasingly rapid with each of his promises. If you still think so, then I'll guarantee it, as long as I'm the one teaching. Sure enough, Yu Chan-suk knew exactly what Sang-ae longed for most. She would be many times stronger than she was now. He repeated again, so what's your choice? Remembering that, Sang-ae's shoulders trembled even more violently. I have a reason to have to become strong. Yu Chan-suk watched her turn away. Whether it's hell, facing storms and hurricanes, I will still charge in. At this moment, a siren went off, warning, warning. The thick fog suddenly hid giant shadows. There was a strange object ahead. Sang-ae squinted into the distance. Is that a ship? Yu Chan-suk nodded slightly, 5 of them in total. He picked up his weapon but thought to himself, how to get over there? There are civilians everywhere, so should we sneak in? Just as he was about to turn to ask for help, Yu Chan-suk stopped when he saw the swordswoman hovering a distance above the water. Han Sang-ae, do you have any ideas? He laughed, you have this ability too? Sang-ae seemed just as surprised, can't you do it? Yu Chan-suk was completely speechless this time. She couldn't help but blurt out. It turned out that, although she tried, Sang-ae's lips couldn't help but curl up in amusement. There are things even you can't do, huh? Sang-ae laughed aloud. Yu Chan-suk's face grew even darker. You said it was easy, yet you said you couldn't do it. The sea surface parted to make a path. Yu Chan-suk was being carried by the swordswoman, so he commented leisurely, hey, be careful, okay? I can't run on water yet. Suddenly, his eyes caught something. Right after that, Yu Chan-suk said quietly, Han Sang-ae, go to the nearest ship. She frowned in confusion. Why? He said very straightforwardly, I can feel the energy getting stronger and more dangerous the deeper we go. Her hands let go of Yu Chan-suk's legs. A second later, Sang-ae looked up vigilantly, and she focused on the ship appearing in the mist. There are people. Yu Chan-suk immediately denied it as he coiled his legs to leap. No, look closely. In a flash, they had jumped straight onto the ship's deck. Yu Chan-suk knitted his brows when he saw clearly what was in front of them. That wasn't human movement on the deck was actually a whole pack of zombies growling. Sang-ae landed on the ship forcefully. Across from him, Yu Chan-suk couldn't help but remind her, landing like that will break your bones. Furthermore, it seemed too late for him to say this as it would attract their attention. Yu Chan-suk kicked hard onto the wooden deck, his eyes snapping open, and immediately, rays of light shot through the bodies of the zombies. Seeing them slow, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good, they aren't the bottom-tier level 2 types. A little idea popped into Yu Chan-suk's head. So Han Sang-ae. As soon as he mentioned it, an attack landed right next to him. Is that Han Sang-ae's lightning? Yu Chan-suk shouted loudly, Han Sang-ae. He took the opportunity to dodge the move while reminding her, you're consuming too much energy, you'll be exhausted like this. She bit her lip in annoyance when she heard Yu Chan-suk, just half is enough. The guarantee rang in her ears again, Han Sang-ae. As long as I teach you, you can be many times stronger than you are now. The shouts of the past and present Yu Chan-suk seemed to echo at the same time, Han Sang-ae. She gritted her teeth and cursed, damn it. A bolt of lightning shot out as if venting her anger, damn it. The zombies were immediately blown to bits. However, Sang-ae was still reprimanded. Han Sang-ae, you're still using too much force. Another bolt of lightning appeared. Yu Chan-suk was still not satisfied. Reduce it further. The swordswoman's eyes seemed to harbor some thoughts. Inside Han Sang-ae, the life of the weak is a tragedy, narrow and infinitely dark. I won't live like a weakling anymore. I have to become stronger. Another lightning bolt targeted a zombie. At this time, Yu Chan-suk suddenly called out loudly, looking ahead, Han Sang-a. A zombie was pouncing with its mouth open. It was cut in two. I have a reason to have to be strong. Determination seemed to appear in Sang-a's eyes. Even if it's hell, I will still charge in. On the floor, a zombie fell, and opposite it was Sang-a, panting heavily after the battle. At this moment, someone stepped onto the railing and asked, "Is it done?" Yu Chan-suk pointed behind him and calmly informed, "I've already taken care of those other boats." Hearing that, Sang-a placed her sword on her elbow to wipe off the dirt, while replying, "I guess I'm just too rigid." Afterwards, she expressed somewhat shyly, "Thank you for your advice. I learned a lot of things." He didn't care at all and replied, "It's nothing, most people don't listen to me anyway." Suddenly, Sang-a revealed sadly, "Actually, I've never received advice before." While firing a gun, Yu Chan-suk asked confusedly, "What do you mean? You studied at the academy, right? Doesn't that place teach us and give us direction?" Her tone was laden with loneliness. "Everyone says I'm annoying because I pick things up too fast." He found it funny and guessed, "Don't tell me you believe that if you follow my advice, it will help you become stronger than me later?" Responding to him was Sang-a's firm voice, "There hasn't been a teacher yet that I haven't surpassed." Instantly, Yu Chan-suk was speechless, unable to utter a word. Then he stood up and left, not forgetting to affirm, "You won't surpass me, don't worry, I guarantee you'll be admiring me for the rest of your life." Seeing that, she commented unhappily, "That's a really annoying answer." A while later, the boat docked, and there were two sailors waiting on the shore. Seeing Yu Chan-suk and Sang-a, they yelled urgently, "We'll wait at Jeojito Island. Good luck." Hearing that, he turned back to greet them, "All right, take care." After that, they both left. As they walked, he pondered deeply. According to the returning fisherman, the hostages were likely at the shrine. Beside him, Sang-a also offered an opinion. "There are two shrines on this island, Gaijin Shrine and Atazumi Shrine." Hearing this, Yu Chan-suk decisively chose, "Gaijin Shrine is closer, so we'll go there first." She didn't object and even calmly calculated the time. A straight run will take a few hours. But there was another obstacle for the two of them. The problem was that there were only two of them, but they had to bring people back. Remembering the information, Yu Chan-suk felt bothered. According to witnesses, there were up to 15 hostages. If anyone was injured, the return trip would be even more difficult. Not only that, he could also perceive another problem. "Moreover, I can feel many mana flows that send chills down my spine behind the mist. All kinds of monsters will chase us all over the island." In his mind, Yu Chan-suk quickly thought of a measure. "If I have to dodge monsters while protecting the victims, the trip back will at least need." He muttered in a low voice, "A means of transportation." Looking at the car on the side of the road, he seriously asked, "Hey, Sang-a, are you a good driver?" Sang-a was confused but still answered, "Of course. Why?" A while later, the white car sped along the road. Inside, Yu Chan-suk gripped the handle tightly, his voice screaming in fear, "You said you were a good driver." He was both scared and shocked, criticizing her. "The brake isn't for decoration, you know that?" Yu Chan-suk's response was Sang-a's contemptuous voice, "If you like to nag like that, drive it yourself." Unable to resist, he had to accept, "Fine, I'll be quiet then." Right after that, Yu Chan-suk jumped onto the roof of the car and sighed, still better than someone who hasn't touched a steering wheel in 20 years. Facing the zombies, he confidently declared, "Besides, I'm much better at fighting." The next second, he raised his spear, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed like lightning through the air toward the zombies. Instantly, a monster was destroyed. Seeing that, Yu Chan-suk raised his hand and pulled the rope hard. It followed his strength, pulling the weapon back. After that, Yu Chan-suk praised it with satisfaction, sturdy and durable. Suddenly, he was shocked when he sensed that incident, which was the zombies climbing the trees and leaping down. He quickly shouted a warning, "Sang-a, watch out to the left." Hearing Sang-a shout back, "Leave it to me." Then, in the very next second, she spun the steering wheel. Yu Chan-suk, noticing the car's direction, had an ominous feeling and intended to speak up, "Wait, don't." But before he could finish, the vehicle had already bolted away from the horde of zombies like a runaway horse. Inside the car, Sang-a laughed delightedly, "Eat my dust, you idiots." Watching everything unfold, Yu Chan-suk muttered in alarm, "Maybe I should have driven myself." After some time, the two of them arrived at a lush, green mountainous area. On a bumpy forest road, the sound of a vehicle suddenly echoed, and a car appeared, charging into the area along with thousands of zombies. Looking toward the entrance of the shrine, Yu Chan-suk gave a serious instruction, "There it is, that's the shrine, drive straight for it." Sang-a asked with concern, What about the monsters behind us? Without hesitation, he replied firmly, I'll handle them. Hearing this, she calmly answered, fine by me. Immediately after, Yu Chan-suk opened the car door and agilely jumped out. Sang-ae, still in the car, said solemnly, see you later. After landing, Yu Chan-suk immediately entered a combat state, gathering his strength and whispering with annoyance, if they keep chasing like this, then. The next second, he unleashed a technique to attack the monsters, and a gloomy flame appeared, spreading across the entire road. Glancing at the zombies, Yu Chan-suk declared calmly, I'm going to burn them all to a crisp. He stood there for a moment, watching the black fire blaze. After confirming no monsters were left alive, he left. Inside the shrine, a group of people were tied up. Suddenly, a voice called out, is everyone okay? The man opened his eyes wide in terror before him. Sang-ae calmly introduced herself, I am Han Sang-ae, a hunter from the Hunter Association. However, the man didn't react with the relief she expected. Instead, he screamed loudly. He kept struggling and yelling incessantly. Seeing this, Sang-ae explained in a panic, I'm here to save you all, I'm not here to fight. Before she could finish, the man screamed and bolted away instantly. Sang-ae was stunned and astonished. Why did a suit of armor suddenly appear behind her, raising a blade to attack? At the critical moment, Yu Chan-suk arrived just in time to intercept the attack. While restraining the armor, he sternly ordered, get the survivors to the car, I'll take care of this guy. As the battle erupted, Yu Chan-suk easily parried the samurai's attack. Then, the samurai raised his sword again. But this time, Yu Chan-suk skillfully blocked it with his own sword. His eyes narrowed in focus, standing firm against the monster's terrifying strength. The samurai raised his sword once more, preparing to deliver another fatal blow. Just then, with incredible speed, Han Sang-ae drove the van straight at the monster, and let out a fierce roar. The decisive impact crushed the samurai's head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Afterward, Yu Chan-suk turned to look at her. He leaned out of the car and warned, when we get back, don't you dare touch the steering wheel. She replied coldly, just get in the car. While preparing to retreat, he confirmed with her that all hostages were safely in the car. But she suddenly looked ahead in a panic, and screamed to warn him to watch out in front. His gaze had already been fixed on the threat. In front of them was a massive pit, inside which countless cruel, glowing red eyes were flickering in the darkness. From within the abyss, a terrifying undead army surged out, howling with hunger. Strangely, he calmly remarked that the monster samurai from earlier was quite resilient, surviving the van's impact, and he had anticipated this overwhelming number. He turned to her and asked to borrow her sword. She protested angrily, considering it a great insult to a swordswoman. Even as the undead army closed in, he dismissed her pride, forcing her to choose between honor and the hostages' lives. Finally, she conceded and reluctantly threw the sword to him. Now holding both his spear and her sword, he prepared to face the storm and muttered, I didn't expect to use my trump card this soon. His mind drifted back to the Jiadong Rift, where he had obtained a mysterious glowing box, and recalled his astonishment upon discovering what was inside. It was a single gauntlet exuding a pale blue light. The moment he put it on, he immediately realized this wasn't ordinary armor. The gauntlet began absorbing mana from the surrounding air. He understood that while it might be a basic mana support item for others, for him, it was entirely different. After calculating the maximum capacity, he determined it was a mana battery that could store energy for 5 minutes, and during those 5 minutes, he could unleash power equal to the world's 10th ranked hunter, Lee Se-eun. Returning to the present, he leaped into the air, wielding both weapons. The mana-absorbing gauntlet activated, glowing brilliantly and flooding his body with a colossal surge of power. Immediately, he unleashed a world-shaking attack, an energy grid that enveloped and incinerated the entire undead army in an instant. From the car, Han Sang-ae could only watch in silence, stunned by such overwhelming power. Through the rearview mirror, she witnessed the aftermath, amazed that he had wiped out so many monsters at once. After the temporary power expired, he calmly returned to the car and told her, drive straight to the port, don't look back. The car sped off. The van carrying them sped through deserted streets toward the port. For a moment, she dared to hope they had escaped after defeating the final wave. But that hope quickly shattered when a new undead army swarmed in, surrounding the car. She wondered where they kept appearing from. When the car reached its limit, she suggested getting out to fight, but Yu Chan-suk calmly told her to keep driving. She protested that the car couldn't take much more, just as a strange blue barrier began to form around them. The magical barrier crackled with energy, pushing back the monsters clawing at the van. She was amazed to see the undead thrown away by the invisible shield. Protected, the battered van continued racing toward the harbor. Looking back, she realized the pursuing army was being restrained by an invisible force. Her eyes widened as she began to understand what was happening. Just then, she saw a glowing magic sigil that he must have drawn on a nearby building. He explained this was the protective formation geometry technique. Simplifying it for her, in layman's terms, it's a way to draw a ward to repel monsters. When she asked where he learned it, he replied nonchalantly, in another world. He added that she wouldn't be able to learn it. Afterward, he couldn't help but compliment his own improving skills, which annoyed her. She asked if this drawing could repel all kinds of monsters, but he admitted it had limitations, and said seriously that it didn't work on the truly strong ones. Just then, the old monster samurai walked right through the barrier unharmed. The monster exuded a terrifying aura, growling about the mission to protect something sacred. Han Sang suddenly felt a terrible chill spread through her body as she sensed its formidable power. However, Yu Chan-suk realized the monster's ability was mind's eye and felt the surrounding air wasn't that frightening. She suddenly remembered the definition of this legendary skill, a sixth sense capable of predicting every move of an opponent. She trembled and asked how a corpse could use a technique that even masters found difficult to attain. But he calmly reassured her, saying there was no need to be afraid, and confidently claimed that legendary skills like mind's eye were just little tricks. With sharp eyes, he declared he would teach her how to deal with opponents like that. But the monster's samurai sneered in contempt, and brandished his sword to show off in front of Yu Chan-suk. As he calmly approached the monster flailing its weapon, he began his lecture on the true nature of mind's eye. He explained that it wasn't a mystical power, but merely reflexes honed through countless battles. This reflex could be exploited by projecting pure killing intent, overloading and confusing its senses. She whispered the names of other supreme techniques like heartsword or state of selflessness, but he dismissed them all, claiming they were just illusions, hollow and meaningless states. He advanced leisurely, swinging his spear before the monster could react. With just a single elegant thrust, he completely shattered the armored samurai. As the monster crumbled into pieces behind him, he calmly asserted that those high-level techniques were actually nothing special. He warned that the pursuit of enlightenment was a trap that caused martial artists to place artificial limits on their own potential. The monster that once possessed a fearsome legendary skill was now just a pile of scrap armor. Yu Chan-suk declared he was qualified to say such things. He had sacrificed so much in his previous life to escape that trap, so he deserved to. He thought that while the monster was strong enough to survive the van's impact, its final move was too pathetic in front of him. Han Sang questioned what she had done in this mission, feeling completely useless compared to him. Finally, she admitted that although she thought she had given it her all, with a new determination, she realized she couldn't continue pursuing her goal with a half-hearted attitude. With her will ignited, she looked at Yu Chan-suk, ready to commit fully. Gathering all her courage, Han Sang looked him straight in the eyes and begged, "Please teach me sincerely." He feigned surprise, asking if he wasn't teaching her already. But she clarified that his previous advice wasn't enough. She emphasized that she didn't just want empty advice, she wanted his direct, hands-on training and real combat experience. At this point, she admitted that compared to him, she was ridiculously weak, which is why she was in such a hurry to become stronger. Intrigued by her desperation, he only asked for the reason. Full of rage, she declared that her ultimate goal was to destroy Club Shaddai with her own hands. An infographic explained that the 8 greats were the most dangerous rifts in the world, and Club Shaddai was one of them, famous for swallowing the Himalayas in a single breath. Hearing this, he remarked that her goal was a bit over the top, while correctly guessing her motive was revenge. She confirmed, saying she wanted to avenge her family. To be more persuasive, she said she wasn't asking for free help and gave him a business card. He was astonished to see a card from the KY Group, a massive conglomerate with a market capitalization of up to 257 trillion. Realizing she came from a prestigious family, he listened as she explained that she had given up the inheritance competition. Afterward, he quickly deduced that if she achieved great success as a hunter, she would very likely be pulled back into the power struggle within her family. Therefore, he asked what she really wanted from him. At this, she clarified her offer, "Make me the strongest." In return, she would provide him with rare elixirs unavailable through normal channels, and guaranteed that with the elixirs she provided, he would also reach the realm of power he desired. But in his heart, he only smirked, knowing full well she couldn't possibly understand the level he was at. A flashback appeared, revealing his true nature, the veteran hero who had reached the pinnacle of power long ago. He thought that the reason he was becoming stronger now was only to restore the world to what it was before the rifts appeared. Back in the present, he shook her hand, officially agreeing to the deal, but said he didn't need rare items. Instead of elixirs, he asked for something simple, and they decided to drive to the medical center. At the hospital, a doctor was carefully recording the condition of the survivors. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ae approached, asking about the recovery time for the 7 patients. The doctor said because the victims suffered from severe malnutrition, it would take at least a week for them to be able to speak, and he would notify them when they woke up. The two agreed to let the patients rest and prepared to leave, but Yu Chan-suk didn't hesitate, suddenly telling the surprised Han Sang-ae that her training started right now. He led her to a deserted training ground, ready to begin the session. But before warming up, he had a question for his new student. He asked if she thought she could dodge his spear if he swung it with full force. She admitted it was very difficult, wondering to herself why he would ask such an obvious thing when the power gap between them was so huge. He rejected that opinion, asserting that she could perfectly dodge it if she used her senses to the limit. At this point, he instructed her to see with her eyes, hear with her ears, smell with her nose, and feel with her skin. After passing on the message, he asked if she had learned it. Immediately, she tried to draw her sword, but before she could understand his words, he had vanished. She frantically looked for him, focusing on listening for any sound. Wrong. He immediately appeared behind her, the spear tip against her neck. He told her she was too slow, explaining that in combat, senses must come before thought. Keeping the spear pointed at her, he advised her to just receive what her senses transmitted and act accordingly, because unrefined senses would only lead to deception. After the theory, he declared, it's time to move to practice. Suddenly, a loud collision echoed from the nearby medical center. The police officer guarding the hospital turned to look at the dust rising from the training area. Another officer ran over, intending to scold his partner for not calling sooner, but he suddenly stood still, stammering, "What? What is that?" The source of the noise was the brutal training session, destroying everything between Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ae. Han Sang-ae was still attacking frantically without stopping. He calmly used the shaft of his spear to block the blow, then gently pushed her arm away to disarm her, the impact force causing the surrounding ground to crack. Despite the huge difference in strength, she still gripped her sword, ready to continue, but he prepared a powerful downward spear strike. Her eyes widened in terror as she realized she couldn't dodge the incoming attack. Right at that moment, an officer shouted "Mr. Yu," causing him to stop the spear tip right in front of her face. The officer hurriedly announced that one of the survivors had regained consciousness and requested the two to follow him. She panted, as if just waking from a dream after the intense training session. He said, "Oh, is it time already?" and ended the session, noting that she had learned how to block a blow. She couldn't believe it, stunned that this was only the first session. In the hospital room, Yu Chan-suk asked the conscious survivor if he was okay. Sitting by the bed, the person began to recount what he had gone through. He remembered seeing a truck arrive at the detention site and someone stepping out. Both Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ae asked in surprise if those were other hostages, but the survivor clarified that the newcomers were too calm to be hostages, and what was scarier was that the monsters were not hostile to them. In his memory, he recalled seeing a cloaked figure commanding the monsters to put some hostages into a truck. Yu Chan-suk realized this was the reason only 7 hostages remained. Fortunately, there was still one who escaped. The survivor corrected him, his voice low and sad, saying it wasn't an escape, and he revealed a horrifying truth: they let us go on purpose. Han Sang-ae was extremely shocked. Yu Chan-suk wasn't surprised at all, muttering that his suspicions were indeed correct. He explained that it was strange for a civilian to escape from a place that even 2 skilled hunters had to struggle to infiltrate, unless someone had intentionally let them go. "You guys should switch jobs to hunters right now." She connected the dots and realized the entire rescue mission had been a trap from the start. Angry at being deceived, he wondered who would go to such lengths, then smirked coldly, furious at the audacity of the person behind this dirty game. She wondered to herself what the source of his anger was. Was it because he was looked down upon? Or was it righteous anger because the enemy had used human lives as bait? When asked for more details, the survivor mentioned seeing a cat, and clarified that it was a cat-shaped keychain, attached to the person's belt. This detail startled Han Sang-ae, making her recognize the Tsushima airport building. The airport was empty now. He asked how she knew, and she sarcastically asked if he thought his smartphone was just for decoration. He teased her for being a rich girl who didn't understand data plans, which made her ask if he had just crawled out of a cave. Seeing no one around, she suggested returning to the shrine, but he stopped her and revealed he had found the target, a man standing on the shattered glass roof below. He looked down, noticing the man's face was full of piercings, and thought dryly whether he had stitched his face with a sewing machine. At this moment, he remarked that despite the strange appearance, the pierced man was no ordinary opponent. The mysterious man looked up and greeted them with an arrogant tone. "Oh, hello you two." The man introduced himself as Kim Ji-hyun to Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ae. He simultaneously declared that he was the one who brought them here while still alive. This statement left both of them completely bewildered. To prove that they were brought in here alive, he revealed a man beaten to the point of unconsciousness that he had just captured. With a leisurely wave of his hand, he tossed the prisoner into the mysterious corrosive zone. Sang-ah panicked as she realized he was throwing a living person into the rift. Amidst the victim's screams, she also realized that they could not escape until the core was destroyed. Just then, she watched in horror as the other man transformed in a gruesome way, his face twisting into a monstrous cyborg, becoming what Ji-hyun called it corrosion member. Kim Ji-hyun contemptuously remarked that if the host was too weak, the result would be pathetic. He was completely dissatisfied with his creation. Then, he casually kicked the newly created monster hard, causing it to crumble into debris instantly. Yoo Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah froze at the sight of that barbaric torture and raw power. However, Chan-suk calmly asked, "Will we also be turned into those things?" Why? Ji-hyun explained that sacrificing ordinary people was never enough to achieve their goals. His true purpose was to use hostages to create truly powerful and satisfying corrosion members. Sang-ah and Chan-suk realized the terrible truth in horror. They were kidnapping people, and it wasn't for ransom. They wanted the hostages themselves as raw materials. The plan was to use the captured fishermen to create an army of monsters. Kim Ji-hyun arrogantly said that even though he didn't care about them, the elders insisted he explain the purpose. He proudly introduced his organization as the successors of Dangun, a group united by a single goal. Their goal was to maintain and strengthen Korea's hegemony so that no one would dare to challenge it. To show off his power, he smashed his fist into the ground, sending nearby cars flying. After that, he laughed maniacally and declared he would help build a truly powerful nation. After speaking, he launched a terrifying kick at a falling car. The kick sent the car flying toward Chan-suk and Sang-ah. The protagonist frowned in frustration. A moment of silence blanketed the ruined airport grounds. However, he swung his spear to cleave the car in two and countered his opponent's argument, declaring that Korea was already a powerful nation. Enraged, Ji-hyun screamed that it still wasn't enough, then lunged forward in a fierce attack, vowing to build a nation that no one would dare look down upon. The protagonist prepared to dodge the blow. Ji-hyun leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful kick while shouting about his ambition to create an invincible superpower. He recounted the history of the peninsula being forced to pay tribute, forced to live in humiliation, and mentioned the greatest shame was having their sovereignty stolen. Meanwhile, Chan-suk remained calm, analyzing his opponent's taekwondo along with his incredible speed. Driven by historical hatred, Ji-hyun roared that they would take back everything that had been stolen. At that moment, Chan-suk jumped backward, narrowly dodging the attack. As he landed safely, he mused that his opponent's logic, however twisted, had its own twisted sense of reason. While Sang-ah stood on the sidelines observing, the protagonist quickly cut to the chase, accusing him of having no intention of saving the world at all. Ji-hyun coldly admitted it. When the hero argued that human lives were at stake, Ji-hyun retorted that it was actually Yoo Chan-suk who didn't understand the big picture. The protagonist grew intrigued when Ji-hyun revealed that his organization had found a way to control the corrosion zones. This discovery stunned him, as it could change everything. He pondered the consequences. If they could control the corrosion zones, hunters would no longer have to risk their lives. Thus, he pretended to be interested in cooperating, asking how much they could control, and even offered to hand over Sang-ah, which terrified her. However, Kim Ji-hyun was suspicious and arrogantly asked why he should share such information. When Ji-hyun boasted that he controlled it to a degree that was enough, Chan-suk immediately latched onto his wording, pointing out that it wasn't complete control. He exposed him as a fraud who only talked big without proof, just like other thugs bragging about lofty goals. The sarcasm hit home. Ji-hyun roared in anger to shut up and lunged to attack. The protagonist once again dodged a ground-shaking kick. Catching his breath, he thought to himself that he might have provoked him a bit too much. He revealed that his stalling tactic was just to wait for his mana to recover. At this point, he realized his current mana wasn't enough to cast the Phantom Paradox Flame, so the War Friction ability was his best current option. Ji-hyun lunged, suddenly sensing something unusual. Just as he prepared to strike, Han Sang-ah blocked him with a powerful stream of blue energy. He was slightly surprised, having assumed she would be frozen with fear. He contemptuously asked the beautiful girl if she was feeling brave. Chan-suk warned her not to interfere, but she pointed out that she had seen his empty spare gloves, proving he was out of mana. Realizing she had figured out his plan, he couldn't help but admire her keen intuition. Holding a bottle of elixir in her hand, she asked how long he needed to recover. He replied he needed 5 minutes. She immediately injected the mana recovery elixir into herself. After using it, she tossed the empty vial aside. Now, yellow lightning crackled across her entire body, and she confidently told him, "Leave it to your disciple, master." He panicked, asking how many vials she had refined and warning her about the risk of overload, but she insisted this was an emergency. Regardless, he had to accept her help, confirming that in 5 minutes, he would end the fight. With intense determination, she silently vowed not to let him lose. A storm began to form as she gathered her energy. A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Ji-hyun gritted his teeth against the terrifying flow of energy, telling the beautiful girl to just relax. She directed the lightning bolt straight at him. Even though he warned that she might accidentally kill herself, Chansuk watched intently as the attack hit its mark. The full force of the lightning engulfed Kim Ji-hyun. Sang-ah nervously wondered if her attack was effective, but she only saw him step out with a small trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, asking in shock, "What?" Completely unscathed, Ji-hyun hovered in midair and mocked that her powerful attack felt like nothing more than a tickle. Immediately after, he launched a terrifying kick, hitting her instantly. The power of the kick sent her flying backward, knocking her unconscious. Blood poured from her mouth, but before she hit the ground, a hand gently caught her. Ji-hyun now turned his attention to his opponent. It was Yu Chansuk, holding the injured Sang-ah, calmly asking his enemy, "Are you ready to die?" Ji-hyun was stunned to feel Chansuk's mana surge significantly, suspecting he had been hiding his true strength. While tending to Sang-ah, Chansuk asked why he was so surprised. He revealed that his mana recovery mechanism was exactly the same as Ji-hyun's trick, which shocked the fighter. Chansuk coldly said only a fool wouldn't notice, and explained that Ji-hyun had consumed more mana than he could handle, causing pure mana to leak into the surrounding air. With a confident smile, the protagonist thanked him, revealing he had used that very leaked mana to restore his strength and his phantom paradox flame. Ji-hyun screamed in panic, refusing to believe it, insisting there was no way to absorb wasted mana. Chansuk prepared to strike, telling his soon-to-be-dead opponent that he didn't need to know the details, because he was about to die anyway. The match ended with Kim Ji-hyun gasping for air, his heart having already stopped. Standing over him, Yu Chansuk smirked at his opponent's foolish arrogance in trying to stand using only mana, then coldly stated the horrifying truth. His paradox flame had burned away all of his muscle power. In his final moments of consciousness, Ji-hyun desperately called out for his mysterious captain to save him. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted on the roof above. Instinctively, Yu Chansuk turned to face the new threat. He dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding an incoming arrow. As he dodged, the arrow slammed into the ground. Slightly annoyed, he looked up at the attacker and asked, "What is it this time?" The attacker responded with a cold voice. He aimed at Yu Chansuk's wrist to force him to drop his spear. On the roof, the hooded figure holding a bow complemented his sharp instincts. Yu Chansuk asked about the use of a traditional Korean bow and immediately realized this person was Ji-hyun's captain. Feeling the massive source of energy from the captain, he silently admitted that this person was at least twice as strong as the world's 10th-ranked hunter, Lee Se-eun. The captain, whom he estimated to be 3 to 4 times stronger, praised his courage and asked if he was afraid of death. This detail tells us something important. The author didn't introduce this captain character as a temporary obstacle. This is the aura of a long-term villain. To that, Yu Chansuk confidently replied that if the captain truly wanted to kill him, he would have done it already. Deducing the opponent's true motive, he asked if he was interested in his special flame ability. As if reminded, the flames consuming Ji-hyun grew stronger, causing him to gasp and beg for his life. The captain gave a strict order, extinguish the flames, and added that he wouldn't repeat himself. Yu Chansuk analyzed the situation, realizing the captain was using his own power to keep Ji-hyun, who had run out of mana, alive. He also realized the captain had intentionally spared him, because if he had aimed for his head, he would be dead. Complying with the request, he let the paradox flame dissipate from Ji-hyun's body. Ji-hyun lay gasping, drooling, his body completely devastated. At this moment, the hooded captain rushed to his subordinate's side, catching him before he collapsed. He simply said, "Well done." He then asked Yu Chansuk if he realized what he had done to Ji-hyun, but he was too stunned by the opponent's speed to reply. Next, the captain revealed his subordinate's tragic fate. He would spend the rest of his youth in a wheelchair, only surviving thanks to a urinary catheter circulating blood with mana. He drew his bow, saying that while he needed to take him alive, the concept of alive could be flexible as long as he was still breathing. Looking him straight in the eye with defiance, Yu Chansuk declared he would rather die of a heart attack than become the captain's puppet. Realizing he couldn't win without fully understanding the flame, the captain decided to retreat temporarily. But But before leaving, he boasted that just like controlling the erosion zone, something once thought impossible, he would succeed again. However, he threateningly vowed that one day, Yu Chansuk would inevitably fall into his hands. With a promise of destiny echoing in the air, the captain and his subordinate vanished in a puff of smoke. Left alone on the ruined airport grounds, Yu Chansuk cursed under his breath. He gritted his teeth, frustrated at being entangled with such a dangerous and persistent enemy. As the dust settled, Han Sang-a cautiously approached and asked if they were targeting his special skill. He confirmed it was true, though he didn't know why either. She wondered why they didn't just capture him when he was out of mana, leading him to speculate that they must have known about his background. He told her to think carefully about the terrorists' goals and their reckless actions. A glimmer of realization sparked in her when he raised the question of the political consequences. Perhaps the South Korean government wasn't actually opposed to what they were doing. He gravely confirmed her suspicion, implying that this group might even be receiving direct support from the government. This is why Yu Chansuk is dangerous. He doesn't just know how to fight. He reads the entire chessboard. Panicked, she asked if they should continue clearing the rifts, but he coldly told her to just pretend she knew nothing. However, Han Sang-a shyly admitted she was bad at lying, causing him to sigh and say he had already guessed as much. Deciding to handle the immediate threat first, Yu Chansuk told her to wait outside while he entered the rift alone. She asked if he was sure he didn't need her to follow him. She even warned him that he didn't know what horrifying things the terrorists might have unleashed inside. With cold determination, he said he would go find out for himself, and told her to rest and recover, then turned toward the rift entrance. He leaped into the darkness, heading straight to the center of the Tsushima operation deep inside the level 2 erosion rift. Standing before the entrance, he felt a massive source of energy inside. He pushed hard, throwing open the large wooden doors. He paused for a moment to observe the interior. Completely different from the dungeons he had seen before. He found it ironic that a place filled with weak, mushy undead was built so sturdily. The bone-chilling cold energy only confirmed his suspicions. The core of the rift lay just behind the next door, and he could feel the concentrated power waiting. Strengthening his resolve, he pushed the final door and stepped into the center of the rift. Inside the main chamber, he witnessed a bizarre scene. A massive black cauldron was boiling, emitting a sickly green vapor. He wondered if this strange cauldron was the core of the level 2 rift. But before he could investigate further, a pale, desperate hand reached out from behind him. He was startled by the unexpected sign of life. A bloody, panicked man crawled toward him, clutching his leg and begging for his life. Suddenly, a monster tentacle emerged from the cauldron, wrapping around the man. He screamed in pain that he had lost his leg. The man was dragged backward toward the horrific cauldron. Yu Chansuk lunged, trying to grab his hand to pull him out. But it was too late. The tentacle was too strong, jerking the man away from his grip. With one final plea for his life, he was dragged back into the boiling cauldron. The surface of the green liquid rippled for a moment and then returned to silence. A moment later, a monster's hand gripped the edge of the cauldron. A horrifying undead had just been created, its face half-rotted, crawling out with a hoarse roar. Seeing this, he was filled with disgust as he realized the cauldron was being used to create undead by sacrificing living people. This scene sparked painful memories from his past life when he was a hero. He remembered a burning village, forced to hear the screams of innocent people being sacrificed. The memories of those past crimes made him nauseous. Filled with rage, he glared at the cauldron, muttering about his hatred for the sick people who would dare do such things. From out of the shadows, a calm, disembodied voice rang out, remarking that a new sacrifice had arrived. The voice even remarked that this sacrifice was quite strange, different from the previous ones. As the figure appeared, the voice recognized Yu Chansuk's aura as an intense yet familiar source of energy. Surrounded by a powerful turquoise aura, the true boss of the rift revealed itself, judging Yu Chansuk's power to be that of a warrior. With his sword glowing brightly, the ancient warrior ordered Yu Chansuk to draw his weapon. Possessed by a vengeful spirit, he declared he would forge his sword with his opponent's blood. Yu Chansuk felt the terrifying pressure from the level 2 rift core. He realized in horror that not only had the hooded captain subdued this monster, but now he was directly controlling it. The controlled warrior glared at him, ready to strike while his master poured all his power into a single opponent. From this, he quickly deduced that even the captain hadn't reached this level, meaning there was an even stronger entity pulling the strings. He knew that before such a powerful enemy, any carelessness, even a moment of hesitation, could lead to death. As he dodged to the side, he silently cursed the monster's terrifying speed. However, the monster didn't seem impressed by his speed, smirking at his long path to life. He deduced that the way to deal with such a powerful enemy was simple. Before the monster could exploit his weaknesses, he had to finish it with a fatal strike. He poured all his power into a destructive thrust. The monster's single blowing eye watched the incoming attack. Then, with blinding speed, he raised his sword to block it. I like this art style, the way the artist shows two weapons clashing in a blinding flash of light and incredible power. But Yu Chansuk was completely shocked by the result. Not only did the Rift Warrior block his maximum power attack, but there was something even more astonishing that left him stunned. The truly terrifying thing was that he hadn't even seen the motion of the block. The Rift Warrior calmly explained that the essence of a truly fast attack is to make the opponent unable to see it, and he was about to learn this lesson firsthand. The warrior immediately countered with impossible speed, slashing across his chest. Gritting his teeth in pain, he couldn't believe his opponent could move even faster than he had predicted. His opponent taunted him, saying he did well to make him miss the vital points, then challenged him to block the next strike. A frantic exchange of blows ensued, with the protagonist completely pushed into a defensive stance. The relentless assault left him covered in blood, his body falling apart. He staggered back, desperately trying to regain his balance. The Rift Warrior stood over him, exuding an overwhelming, emotionless aura. Yu Chansuk slammed his spear into the ground. At that moment, he activated his signature skill. Forced to use the Paradox Flame, he lamented that it was completely useless for attacking because his opponent was not a living creature. In an overwhelmed state, he wondered what to do while the Rift Warrior simply commented on the chain of surprises. However, he showed curiosity, wondering how much it would take to make his opponent fall. But just then, the Rift Warrior unleashed another lethal blow. The brutal attack tore through his body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He felt in horror as the blow ripped through every fiber of his body. Nevertheless, he still braced himself for the next strike. When the Rift Warrior thought he had finished him off, Yu Chansuk struggled to stand up and lunged forward. His spear was ready even though his body was severely wounded. He recalled the moment he nearly lost consciousness, but realized the strange warrior somehow failed to tear the muscles on his upper shoulder. Seizing the moment, he used the Paradox Flame to rapidly heal the torn muscles and moved behind his opponent before being detected. With the warrior's back exposed, he believed he finally had a chance to win, but his opponent's single eye showed he had been waiting for this moment. As I said, the warrior declared while easily blocking the surprise strike, still too slow. A decisive slash cut through the air. Yu Chansuk's spear fell to the floor. A single drop of blood hit the ground, followed by many more evidence of his defeat. The warrior stood over the fallen hero, his sword resting loosely on his shoulder. Yu Chansuk gasped for air, completely defeated. However, he still gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. He leaped backward, putting distance between the two. Unexpected to miss, the warrior thought to himself, "You are quite lucky." Yu Chansuk struggled to stand, furious, accusing the warrior of intentionally holding back and keeping him alive throughout the fight. He demanded to know why he was being toyed with, asking if it was out of pity. The warrior admitted that if it were his former self, he certainly would have killed him. He then revealed his tragic state. He couldn't even remember a name, having lost most of his memories from when he was alive. The gaps in his technique were due to this memory loss, and after being defeated by a stranger, he was shackled with humiliating chains. Yu Chansuk realized their situations were completely opposite and determined the shackles were the very things the terrorists had mentioned. The warrior gripped the shackles, lamenting that he had lost too much. He had lost both his name and the reason he had once held a sword. Now, only deep, sorrow-drenched resentment remained, becoming fuel for his blade. His power erupted, crackling intensely all around him. Panicked, Yu Chansuk wondered what he could possibly do now. Just then, the warrior asked if his current appearance, the embodiment of pure sadness, really looked pathetic, while his power began to transform him. Yu Chansuk observed in silence, noticing the samurai's resentment had become much denser. While analyzing that although the warrior's power had increased, he had also lost a large amount of technique and experience. A new strategy began to form in his mind. If this transformed warrior couldn't kill him in one hit, he still had a chance to win. He knew that to defeat this powerful being filled with sorrow, he had to pour out every ounce of his remaining strength. The decisive battle between Yu Chansuk and the amnesiac Rift Warrior took place right in the heart of the collapsing rift. The Rift Warrior observed intently, sensing a strange property in his opponent's power that he couldn't identify. As the black flame covered Yu Chansuk, his wounds and energy were fully restored, preparing him for the next stage of the match. The opponent accurately deduced that he possessed a special ability, remarking that the black flame seemed to be burning something other than mana. Yu Chansuk smirked, confirming the warrior's suspicion by revealing that his special flame had the ability to burn even abstract concepts. However, deep down, he thought that although this power looked infinite and destructive, he still wasn't skilled enough to use it that way. He mused about the complexity of this ability, knowing that burning larger, more abstract concepts required an enormous amount of mana and absolute control to avoid dangerous backlash. He recalled the delicate control during the fight with Kim Ji-hyun, when he had to be extremely careful not to accidentally burn away his own muscle power. Then, Yu Chan-suk compared his powerful self of the past to a sharp greatsword, while his current weaker body was like a fruit knife. He admitted that if it were his former self, he wouldn't need to be so cautious. Realizing the critical situation, he decided to stop being picky and prepared to take a massive risk. With new determination, he declared his intent to go all out by burning even the durability of the entire rift. The Rift Warrior was completely stunned, unable to comprehend that statement or the meaning of burning a concept like durability. Not wanting to explain further, Yu Chan-suk simply waved off the warrior's confusion, deciding to show him the effect directly. The warrior's eyes widened as he felt the shift in his opponent's energy, realizing the battle had entered a completely unpredictable new stage. As the Rift Warrior stumbled from the first blow, Yu Chan-suk mocked him about the new rules of the battle. The warrior cried out in pain while he smirked and said, "Try to understand why you were hit." Now that he had grasped his opponent's weakness, Yu Chan-suk was confident the tide had completely turned in his favor. Desiring to test his own limits, he decided this was the perfect opportunity to see how far his current strength could go. The Rift Warrior watched with anxiety, bracing himself for what was to come. Yu Chan-suk declared, "Move somewhere else." As his power began to decompose the very space of the rift, the entire room exploded in chaos. Their collision was extremely fast and intense, with the two becoming swirls of green and black energy. No longer bound by gravity, the two warriors plunged into a spectacular aerial battle amidst the floating debris. The battle became a brilliant, deadly dance of light and shadow as they moved through the decomposing rift space. Blinding orange explosions marked the raw power released every time their strikes clashed. The Rift Warrior raised his sword to prepare a finishing blow. However, Yu Chan-suk blocked it with his spear. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his strength into the spear, but the Rift Warrior overwhelmed him with pure power and slashed the spear in two. In a flash, a clean strike hit its mark, causing Yu Chan-suk to fall in utter shock. The battlefield was now a dreamlike space, with floating boulders under a gloomy sky. An orb resembling a broken moon hung in the sky of the shattered dimension, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Yu Chan-suk's power continued to dissolve the world around them, as large chunks of land shattered and flew away. Taking advantage of the chaotic environment, Yu Chan-suk kicked hard, shattering a platform to launch himself forward. The thrust created a massive shockwave, propelling him through the air at incredible speed. The Rift Warrior was surprised as his opponent closed the distance in the blink of an eye. For the first time, genuine astonishment appeared in the warrior's eyes when faced with this strange tactic. Yu Chan-suk's eyes glowed intensely as he unleashed a new and destructive attack, summoning a storm of magical blue blades, a technique completely foreign to his opponent. The imagery was very impressive and kept the reader on edge, even if it leaned more towards spectacle than actual strategy. The Rift Warrior was caught in the storm of blades, unable to defend against the overwhelming number of attacks. The massive power of the blow sent the warrior flying through the shattered space. Landing precariously on a piece of debris, he looked down, completely bewildered by this turn of events. He admitted to himself that even through countless battlefields in the past, he had never encountered such power. Clearly panicked, he demanded to know what on earth his opponent was. The confusion quickly turned into terror. He looked up to see a giant cross-shaped energy structure appearing in the sky. A massive energy attack descended, ready to destroy everything in its path. Yu Chan-suk thrust his spear forward, locking the strike and trapping his opponent. A brilliant, inescapable turquoise energy cage surrounded the Rift Warrior. The warrior was trapped, his body floating helplessly in the complex energy prison, screaming in pain. But just then, with an indomitable roar, he erupted with power in a desperate attempt to break the prison. His energy swirled hysterically, threatening to shatter the trap Yu Chan-suk had carefully woven. As the warrior focused on breaking the cage, Yu Chan-suk lunged, seizing the perfect moment for the finishing blow, and let out a war cry as he poured all his remaining strength into one final attack. The Rift Warrior's eyes widened as he saw the finishing blow coming, unable to react in time. In a climactic burst of light, their weapons collided one last time, sealing both their fates. Yu Chan-suk accepted being pierced with a triumphant look, as he had also landed his fatal blow. Likewise, the Rift Warrior was pierced through the chest, his body beginning to crack and disintegrate. In their final moment, the two evenly matched warriors shared a tragic, respectful smile. The eyes of hero and monster reflected each other, a silent acknowledgement for the battle that had been pushed to the absolute limit. As the Rift Warrior was defeated, the Dimension's core, a boiling purple cauldron of energy, began to collapse. The core then exploded in a giant flash of light, marking the total destruction of the rift. In a flashback, a young knight asked the seasoned commander Lee Hyun-suk a hypothetical question about facing an unbeatable enemy. He then clarified, asking how one should approach a battle with an evenly matched opponent. The question was posed to the hero on a desolate battlefield, a moment that clearly defined his philosophy. The hero, Lee Hyun-suk, seriously contemplated the difficult question of facing an opponent he absolutely couldn't beat. The young knight persisted, truly curious about what would happen if someone appeared with strength equal to the legendary hero. With a cold and resolute gaze, Lee Hyun-suk said the answer was clear. He offered his brutal philosophy: in a true battle between two evenly matched foes, one of the two will not survive. Back in the present, Yu Chan-suk was heavily wounded but still stood victorious over the defeated Rift Warrior. His past self's words echoed in his head as the Rift Warrior's body dissolved into particles of light, his existence fading away. As the last remnants of the warrior vanished, he became the sole survivor. With a weary but triumphant smile, he reaffirmed his core belief in his own strength, declaring that indeed, he was the strongest. After the battle, Yu Chan-suk's spear remained stuck upright in the ground of the collapsing rift. Standing in a pose of victory, he observed the destruction he had caused to defeat the powerful Rift Warrior. As the rift began to destabilize, a reward chest appeared before him, a familiar sight from his past life. He breathed a sigh of relief to see that the reward system on Earth worked exactly the same as in the other world. The exquisitely patterned chest then opened, revealing the reward for his hard-won victory. Inside was a golden-bladed spear, though he noticed its length looked unusually short for such a weapon. But as he grasped the hilt, he felt that this weapon was more than met the eye. With a surge of mana, the spear instantly extended to a terrifying size. A pretty cool feature, it had to be said. Realizing the length could be adjusted with mana, he assessed that this versatile new weapon was quite useful. He recalled that rewards from rifts were based on the number of participants. For a moment, he felt a slight regret for not bringing Han Sang-e along to receive her reward, even though he had handled the entire battle alone. This spoke volumes about his character. A fleeting thought appeared as he wondered if her sword had survived the previous encounters intact. With the rift closed, the once chaotic Tsushima airport now stood quietly under a peaceful night sky. Nearby, Han Sang-e was resting, recovering from the nightmare. She was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. Just then, a sheathed sword gently tapped her on the head. Thrown by Yu Chan-suk, a rather strange way to wake someone up. When she turned around, she called his name. She said she had never seen a sword like this before, and he told her it was a good sword to replace her old one. Impressed by the quality and perfect maintenance of the weapon, Han Sang-e was incredibly grateful. However, she worried he might have taken it from the dangerous rift, but he just gently brushed it off and asked if she had rested enough. His face turned serious as he declared he was about to go get some rest too. His body could no longer hold up and he collapsed from exhaustion, a sudden and dramatic end to his victory. Witnessing him faint, Han Sang-e was startled to realize that even her seemingly invincible master had limits. News of Yu Chan-suk clearing a level 2 rift solo spread like a tsunami through the hunter community, as the gap between level 2 and level 3 was considered insurmountable. Simply put, this achievement was supposed to be impossible. On the streets, people buzzed with astonishment, unable to believe a rookie hunter could do what even veteran pairs struggled with. Yu Chan-suk became an overnight star, his face appearing on every billboard as the public hungered to know more about this mysterious new hero. While hospitalized for recovery, his phone was bombarded with messages to the point where he couldn't find the important ones. His newfound fame quickly became a burden when he couldn't even go out without being recognized. His relative peace was quickly broken by a knock on his private room door. A woman with braided purple hair introduced herself as Su Jong from the secretariat of the Embargo Tower Company. Yu Chan-suk thanked her for covering his hospital fees, and she explained that her company wasn't well known because its main field was ICT. Getting straight to the point, he said he was very curious about the real reason for this visit. Knowing such expensive treatment wasn't mere charity, he bluntly asked what Embargo Tower wanted from him. He was clearly not the type for small talk. Eager to get to the point, he stood ready to hear her proposal. To lighten the mood, she pushed a box of cake forward and asked simply, "Do you like cake?" A completely unexpected question. The topic of the meeting was revealed, a prototype shield generator designed to counter erosion monsters. And so, over strawberry cakes, the two began discussing the mission in detail. Yu Chan-suk confirmed he understood the job. He was hired to transport the mana-powered shield generator. She emphasized the importance of the mission, saying this device had the potential to change humanity's fate by bringing protection to areas hunters couldn't reach. The gravity of the mission couldn't have been higher. He listened intently, realizing the weight of her words and the scale of the operation. He accurately deduced this was a large-scale request, and she confirmed they were also contacting many other hunters for cooperation. Hearing that the powerful Janabi Guild had also agreed to support, he realized this mission was much bigger than he had initially imagined. She then described the long and dangerous route. The device would be transported by train from Vladivostok to the Netherlands, then by helicopter to the UK for testing. When he asked why they had to go as far as the UK, she explained that the final destination was the UK because most of Europe and North Africa were under the influence of a powerful organization called Restaurantes. The UK remained relatively the safest place in the region, thanks to its island geography providing a certain buffer against the chaos. With Europe in a state of anarchy and hunter companies acting like warlords, this transport mission would be extremely dangerous, a truly hostile environment. Yu Chan-suk cut through the formalities, stating the obvious: many forces would be targeting that train. She asked if he had experience traveling abroad, and he admitted this would be his first time in Europe. She revealed that she herself would join the mission because Embargo Tower was responsible for collecting and analyzing all the data. While eating cake, he remarked that she seemed quite confident he would participate, but admitted that having a familiar face alone was quite pleasant. However, before agreeing, he set a condition: he wanted Han Sang-e to come alone. He explained that he had made a promise to his reliable friend and disciple, and he would keep his word. Truly a person who keeps their promises. Su Jong happily agreed, saying any hunter he trusted was a valuable asset, while he thought to himself that this request was also beneficial for him. After the agreement was finalized, he officially accepted the mission, thinking that this major, high-profile international task was the perfect opportunity to expand his influence much faster than he had initially planned. A moment later, a military helicopter arrived to take him to the mission press conference. Yu Chan-suk smirked at the chairman, saying that he had to mobilize a helicopter just to pick up a civilian, remarking that being treated as a VIP along with his solo level 2 Rift achievement had put him in a class of his own. However, Hunter Association Chairman Moon Jong reassured him that his performance had turned expectations into certainty and pledged the association's full support. Yu Chan-suk mused that proving his strength certainly made things run much smoother. However, he secretly wondered if the chairman knew about the terrorist organization, Descendants of Dangun, and how he would react if he knew of their existence. He pondered whether the powerful chairman wanted to fix the world's disastrous state or maintain the status quo that benefited him. Upon boarding the helicopter, he was surprised by the identity of the other passenger. Top-ranked hunter Lee Se-eun greeted him coldly, saying it had been a long time. She remarked that rumors about him had spread. He replied dryly that it was harder to find someone who didn't know about him now. He asked where they were headed and learned they were going to a military base. He knew the South Korean military was also participating in this mission, emphasizing its national importance. He immediately grasped the geopolitical implications. A successful shield generator would drastically reduce the world's dependence on hunters for national defense. In other words, the entire world balance of power was at stake. Suspecting the country's motives, he directly asked her if she knew of an organization called the Descendants of Dangun. She answered for him, confirming she knew of this extremist terrorist group. She seemed surprised that he also knew, prompting him to recount his encounter on Tsushima Island. She explained that the Descendants of Dangun, an all-Korean organization, specialized in sabotaging other hunters' rift-clearing operations. Recalling his conversation with Kim Ji-hyun, Yu Chan-suk admitted he could partially understand their extremist ideology. He also understood the twisted logic behind their actions. Changing the subject, she suddenly startled him by saying "gotcha," and handing him a piece of candy, a strange and sudden change in tone. He looked at the pumpkin candy with a completely bewildered expression, not understanding why she gave it to him. Lee Se-eun then asked him the same question Su Jong had asked: did he have experience abroad? Confused by the repeated question, he confirmed this was his first time going so far from home. Hearing this, she smiled meaningfully, mysteriously suggesting that his current perspective was understandable because he lacked experience. As the helicopter flew toward the sunset, she ominously predicted that this mission would make him realize many things. Yu Chan-suk's high-level international mission press conference began in a military conference room. Yu Chan-suk and Lee Se-eun listened coldly and intently as the official meeting took place. Major General Han Seo introduced himself and prepared to present the details of this dangerous campaign. He explained that their primary responsibility was to protect the 80-mile-long train with 65 cargo cars. He added that the remaining 15 cars were reserved for the participating hunters and military personnel to ensure they had adequate rest. Yu Chan-suk remarked dryly on the special treatment for Lee Se-eun, who was granted an entire private car, fitting for her position as a world top 10 hunter. The general continued, revealing that Embargo Tower had exclusively entrusted the Janabi Guild with protecting the critical shield generator car, because the journey was long and expected to be very exhausting. He suggested the South Korean military share the burden of protecting the generator, but Lee Se-eun immediately and decisively rejected the offer, catching the general completely off guard. She asserted that because Janabi was responsible, there would naturally be many powerful enemies targeting the generator with absolute intent. She declared that no one was allowed to approach except for Janabi members. Rejected cleanly, the Major General was sweating. He struggled to awkwardly move on to the next part of the meeting. However, she calmly encouraged him to continue after making her point clear. He proceeded to present the difficult route, emphasizing 7 high-risk erosion zones between Vladivostok and the UK. Yet, the threat didn't stop there as he warned about Siberian bandits and revealed that out of the 8 European warlords they contacted, only 3 responded seriously. Yu Chan-suk immediately realized the grim implication. The 5 warlords who didn't respond must be considered hostile. A soldier voiced the common concern, asking how they could possibly deal with erosion monsters, bandits, and warlords throughout the 2-week mission. Doubt spread across the room as other officials whispered that the mission's success seemed impossible. Just then, a confident voice cut through the despair, telling everyone not to worry. It was Lee Se-eun, who was looking around the room and swearing with cold conviction that she would ensure the train arrived safely no matter what. On D-Day, the operation officially began at the snow-covered Vladivostok station in Russia. The host urged second-class passengers to quickly board the massive train. Yu Chan-suk walked along the long, snow-covered platform toward his assigned carriage. He stretched his neck, remarking that the kilometer-long walk to the first-class carriage was absolutely awful. However, he was suddenly blocked by Han Sang-ae, who reminded him of the promise he had made to her. Now wearing her new fur combat suit, she confirmed she would deliver the elixir he deserved once the mission was complete. When he asked where she had been, she casually mentioned that she took a luxury car in the first-class carriage, which was why he couldn't find her. Yu Chan-suk remarked on the special treatment for world-class hunters like Lee Se-eun, whom she also hadn't been able to find. As the two observed the train, Soo-jong admitted its grandeur, and the guy greeted Soo-jong who had just arrived. Soo-jong welcomed him, asking if he had had a chance to tour this impressive train yet. Having just arrived, he commented on the massive effort and resources Embargo Tower had clearly invested in the mission. He looked over at the heavily guarded generator carriage, calling its defensive system true steel security. However, he asked Soo-jong, but isn't it more dangerous because it's so conspicuous? She clarified that although the carriage was eye-catching, the depleted uranium armor made it extremely safe. Yu Chan-suk felt reassured, believing that with Lee Se-eun participating, the mission would go smoothly unless something terrible happened. His confidence was instantly shattered when a swarm of bizarre, eyeball-winged monsters attacked the train. An injured hunter screamed for help, shouting for anyone free to get to carriage 57. Cursing under his breath, Yu Chan-suk immediately dove into action to handle the threat. Less than 10 minutes after departure, the train was already suffering a large-scale attack from a horde of massive erosion monsters. During the fight, he frustratedly yelled that no matter how many he killed, they just kept coming. He bitterly wished Lee Se-eun were there to support him, as he knew her power would resolve this pack of monsters in the blink of an eye. The problem was that the Trans-Siberian Railway was broken and being repaired while the train was moving, requiring constant protection for the repair team. And this crucial defensive role had been assigned solely to Lee Se-eun, keeping her tied down. Our protagonist silently cursed the commander's plan, which had neutralized their strongest warrior and prevented her from using her full force. Frustrated by the poor strategy, he sliced through another winged monster. Facing a sky full of enemies, he steeled himself for a long and arduous battle. Just then, the scene shifted to another conflict in Khabarovsk, Russia. The powerful warlord Nikolai Baranov stood triumphantly over the corpse of a massive, blood-drenched shark-like monster. Lifting his head from his prey, he wondered about the figure approaching him. He recognized Haeun sitting by the fire and wondered why this guy was showing up again. Suddenly, the monster he thought was dead lunged from behind in a final attack. Unfazed, Nikolai activated the machine gun mounted in his arm. When the bullets hit the mark, the monster exploded, its body shattering, blood splattering everywhere. Chunks of monster meat fell to the ground, and it was completely dead. Nikolai turned to his visitor, smiling cheerfully and calling Haeun a nuisance for showing up unannounced. Haeun greeted the warlord, casually saying, "Long time no see." He explained that he came to ask for a favor, but had just been treated to an interesting fight. He formally addressed the man as Nikolai Baranov, the Lord of Khabarovsk. Nikolai complained that he had caught this beast for dinner, never expecting it to wake up after he had knocked it unconscious. However, Haeun told him to wipe off the blood, sarcastically mocking both Russian cuisine and Korean style. Getting straight to the point, Nikolai asked about the job, making it clear that money was no issue. Haeun smiled, confident that the job he was offering would pique the warlord's interest. He revealed that a train from Vladivostok would be passing through their territory in the next few days. Nikolai sneered, thinking it was a bad joke because the Trans-Siberian Railway had been destroyed long ago. But Haeun explained that some people with awakened mana could repair it quickly, which was how the tracks were being fixed. Nikolai curiously asked how the train could run while being repaired and what precious cargo it was carrying. Haeun deflected, saying the cargo didn't matter. What mattered was who was transporting it. Nikolai's eyes widened in surprise when Haeun revealed the main target was Janabi's candy sister, Lee Se-eun. When Nikolai asked if he had a plan to deal with such a powerful opponent, Haeun just smiled and said, "Of course." A cruel smile spread across Nikolai's face as he drooled over the idea of robbing a train protected by a world-famous hunter. However, Haeun clarified the objective, not looting, but a sabotage act targeting a specific carriage, the one the Janabi Guild was tasked to protect. Calling the warlord low-class trash, he emphasized that he didn't want the carriage to be blown up. Instead, he gave Nikolai a terminal and instructed him to infiltrate the carriage and connect the device to the machinery inside. Nikolai excitedly asked if he could smash up the cargo after he was done, and Haeun confirmed that would be even better. Delighted at the prospect of a good fight, Nikolai roared that he took the job. He swore not only to destroy the cargo but also to slaughter all the remaining hunters right in front of Lee Se-eun. With a bloodthirsty roar, the Lord of Khabarovsk prepared to unleash hell upon the unsuspecting train. On the speeding train, Yu Chan-suk slashed through a swarm of flying monsters all by himself. Looking over from afar, other personnel participating in the mission couldn't believe their eyes, stunned that a rookie was killing nearly 100 monsters alone. A display of incredible power. With a final thud, he drove his spear deep into the roof of the train. The immediate threat had been dealt with. People said he looked even more like a monster than they did. While observing the pile of corpses, Yu Chan-suk secretly thought this area was now relatively clean. He glanced at the other exhausted hunters and figured they hadn't been of any help during the first stage of the mission. It seemed he wasn't very impressed. Realizing he couldn't count on them, he concluded gravely that from now on, he would have to carry the entire battle by himself. Meanwhile, Han Sang-evi, a dedicated hunter, tried to rally the exhausted comrades, reminding them that the mission wasn't over yet. Yu Chan-suk sneered to himself at the sight, thinking that she was indeed the only person who was actually useful. But his train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a strange, shaking rumble. A massive explosion tore through the landscape ahead, destroying the train tracks in a flurry of snow and ice shards. And in just a moment, the path ahead was completely blocked. As he wondered if it was an avalanche, the control room signaled confirmation that they had detected an obstacle, but they would still continue to push forward. Sensing real danger, Lee Se-eun's eyes shone brightly while she urgently transmitted a message to the control room. Her voice was sharp and authoritative, and she gave one single, crucial command: stop the train. Standing on the roof of the engine, she confirmed her suspicions, declaring that the enemy had appeared. Just then, a massive beam of red energy shot from the distance, aimed straight at her. Gripping her greatsword, she prepared to face the attack. With her sword, she deflected the energy beam into the sky. The attacker, revealed to be a man wearing high-tech armor with a jetpack, hovered in midair and charged toward her. While Han Sang was shocked by the sudden appearance, Yu Chan-suk calmly told her to recall the content of the briefing, reminding her that only one person was capable of doing this near Khabarovsk. He identified the new enemy as the notorious armed gang led by warlord Nikolai Baranov. Just as Lee Se-eun realized they had already set an ambush, she was suddenly ambushed by a series of magical charms. The charms exploded in purple light, weaving a powerful binding curse around her. Caught completely off guard by the powerful magic, she was momentarily stunned. The curse's purple energy grew stronger, swirling around her and restricting her movement. Han Sang watched the scene in shock, unable to believe their strongest hunter had been neutralized. Their greatest hope had been eliminated in the blink of an eye. Anxious, she called her commander, asking if something was wrong. Struggling with the magical chains, Lee Se-eun gritted her teeth. She reluctantly admitted to her disciple that she had been completely sealed. Immediately after, she sent a notification to all hunters on the train. She informed them of the enemy attack, and stated that Commander Lee Se-eun could not join the fight, causing a wave of panic to spread among the other hunters. The brutal reality of the situation dawned on them as they learned the enemy forces were 5 to 10 times larger. The odds were completely stacked against them. However, she still tried to encourage the panicked hunters, declaring that retreat wasn't an option and their mission was to protect the train. Even while bound, she remained resilient and ended her command with a determined voice, using the word hunt. Without hesitation, Yu Chan-suk told Han Sang-e to follow him as he jumped off the train to face the enemy. The remaining hunters watched in a mix of awe and terror, calling him a madman for daring to jump down alone to face a force of 500 people, an act of pure recklessness. Yet, inspired by the rookie's extraordinary courage, other hunters regained their own courage, unable to bear watching the two fight alone. It seemed his courage was contagious. Even though she was sealed, Lee Se-eun remained steadfast, vowing to break the seal and return to the front line as soon as possible. However, a man named Lee Hae-un appeared before her with a smug look, saying that escaping his seal wouldn't be easy. Lee Se-eun glared at the newcomer, immediately recognizing his magic and asking if this seal was his doing. He calmly introduced himself as a member of the descendants of Dangun and revealed that he and Lee Se-eun were actually distant relatives. He even mockingly called her cousin and asked if meeting in a foreign land wasn't a happy occasion. Ignoring his taunts, she tried to use pure strength to break the seal, but her giant greatsword shattered into pieces. For the first time, she revealed genuine shock, staring at the broken hilt in her hand. This was the first time we saw her composure waver. Lee Hae-un haughtily said that the seal wouldn't break that easily and advised her to surrender since she had been disarmed. But she only smirked, asking why he was making such a big deal out of a broken sword. She twisted a ring on her finger, and it began to glow with a brilliant blue light. The look of confidence on Lee Hae-un's face immediately wavered when he realized what she was about to do. A brand new sword appeared in her hand, and she mocked him, asking if he realized what her trump card was. A system window explained her rare item, the mirror ring, which had the ability to instantly replicate and return a registered weapon the moment it was destroyed. When he called her stupid for using brute force, she retorted, asking who was the real fool. She then coated her new sword with poison, ready to try again. With a cruel sarcastic remark about his dating ability, she unleashed another powerful slash at the seal. Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-e were ready to confront the entire army charging toward them. Yu Chan-suk's eyes remained sharp and focused as Nikolai's army approached. Hovering above his soldiers, Nikolai Baranov laughed loudly, mocking the two hunters for thinking they could stand against his numbers. With a cruel smile, he declared that he was the one who decided who lived, and offered to spare their lives if they surrendered. Yu Chan-suk was confused because Nikolai was flying, yet he couldn't sense any mana. Han Sang-e explained that thanks to the armor from the old Predator project, it was designed so the user could fight without needing mana. She further revealed the armor was a prototype for the South Korean military, which had been abandoned because the materials were too hard to obtain. However, he felt suspicious that the leader of a Russian gang possessed rare, discarded South Korean military technology, which raised a very important question. The reality of the situation hit Han Sang-e as she realized that hunting this time meant she had to kill people. Seeing her hesitate, he told her to go back if she couldn't handle fighting humans for the first time. Hearing this, she retorted that he had never fought humans before either. But she steeled her resolve, saying that since the enemy wanted to kill them, there was no difference. With determined eyes, she concluded that these bandits were no different from the erosion monsters she had previously wiped out. But when one of Nikolai's soldiers lunged forward with an axe, she hesitated, saying that thinking was easy, but doing it was different. But with blinding speed, Yu Chan-suk sliced that guy's head off. The headless corpse fell before her, blood spraying like a fountain. Yu Chan-suk then offered cold, practical advice: do what you need to do, but don't let the guilt consume you. With a sarcastic smile, he reassured her that any remorse would fade after just a few days, or at most, in a month. Amidst the chaos of battle, Yu Chan-suk listened to the screams and the loud clashing of weapons. The snow-covered battlefield before him was a gruesome scene with guts spilling out and blood flowing like a river. He could feel the chaotic, violent vortex of primitive human emotions swirling around him. Even with extensive experience with war, he still found this bloody scene repulsive. However, he had to admit that a part of him felt strangely familiar with this carnage. His focus narrowed as he prepared to turn the tide of the battle. He noticed they had the advantage in skill, but were overwhelmed in numbers and were being pushed back by the enemy's momentum. He calmly deduced that there was only one clear path to victory. His strategy was simple: ignore the grunts and focus on eliminating the enemy commander, Nikolai Baranov. The warlord recognized his opponent, smirking when he identified him as the famous rookie from Korea. Just before engaging, the protagonist dryly remarked that news traveled fast enough that even the Russian thugs knew his face. As soon as the fight started, he used his spear to block Nikolai's fiery red sword. Nikolai looked down on his opponent's strength, but deep down, he acknowledged that Nikolai was extremely fast and strong. His advanced military armor was also durable enough to be completely unfazed. He realized this was a tough opponent, not easily defeated. But then he smiled, realizing that this fight would surely have been very difficult if he hadn't obtained his new power on Tsushima Island. With that terrifying power, he sent his opponent flying backward. Nikolai was completely caught off guard by the sudden burst of power and immediately cursed his opponent. Furious, he activated the machine gun on his arm, firing a dense barrage of bullets and swearing to end it right then and there. Dodging the bullets while charging forward, the protagonist silently wondered why, despite claiming he would finish him off, his opponent was actually restraining his firepower. Why? He quickly deduced his true motive. He wanted to stop the train without damaging the precious shield generator inside. Realizing the attack had been deliberately weakened, he concluded the enemy knew beforehand that Lee Se-eun would be there to absorb the blow. Suspicious circumstances began to pile up in his mind. A Russian wearing South Korean military armor, along with a Sealmaster appearing at the perfect moment. He concluded that this wasn't just one or two suspicious coincidences. As his paradox flame engulfed Nikolai's armor, the warlord panicked and shouted, "What is this?" The protagonist revealed his trump card. He was burning away the abstract concept of the armor's very durability. With his opponent's strongest defense shattered, he lunged in again, vowing to end the fight quickly. Nikolai could only watch in horror as his invulnerable armor disintegrated before his eyes. Enraged by the turnaround, he roared, calling Chansuk a little rat, and swung his sword, but the strike was evaded. Chansuk engaged him head-on, unleashing a devastating 16-hit combo called Blue Journey. The final move, titled Cannon, smashed directly into Nikolai. The hit landed perfectly, leaving the warlord stunned within his now fragile armor. Spotting a fatal crack in the armor, Nikolai realized he needed to retreat to buy himself some time. In a desperate attempt to survive, he offered to help break the seal on Lee Se-eun if his opponent would stop. Chansuk completely ignored the plea and continued his assault. With a final, overwhelming strike, he cleaved both the armor and Nikolai's body in two. Afterward, he looked down at the defeated foe with cold indifference. Standing victoriously over Nikolai's bisected corpse, he declared that he didn't need his help. To prove it, Lee Se-eun began to break the seal holding her captive by herself, using her own immense power. The surrounding hunters were struck dumb by his power and courage, but the astonishment quickly turned into laughter when they realized they had won the battle. Afterward, Chansuk confidently asserted that a hunter of Lee Se-eun's caliber was perfectly capable of breaking such a seal on her own. Deep within the mysterious prison, her eyes began to flare with power, ready to burst out. A while after the battle ended, the train continued its journey through the desolate, snow-covered mountains. The aftermath of the fight was a grim scene with monster carcasses and soldiers lying everywhere. The South Korean hunters stood guard outside the train after eliminating the immediate threat. A freed Lee Se-eun congratulated Chansuk for a job well done while handing him a piece of candy as a reward. While holding the candy, he confirmed his suspicion that the Sealmaster was a descendant of Dan Gun. She explained that the terrorists had fled as soon as she broke the seal, so they weren't caught. He accepted the report while the other hunters looked at him with blank expressions. They asked in surprise what he was doing. He replied that he was about to eat the candy. Everyone started shouting in a panic, asking why he would eat that, even suspecting he had lost his mind. The protagonist asked her what was wrong with everyone. She laughed and replied, "I guess you're the only one brave enough to eat it." She explained that everyone collected her candies as trophies, and no one actually ate them. However, his attention quickly shifted to something in the distance. He saw South Korean soldiers collecting advanced military equipment from Nikolai's corpse. A troubling thought suddenly emerged. A Russian warlord was using specialized South Korean military gear. He deduced that this could only happen if Nikolai had backing from a force powerful enough to bypass the South Korean government, or if the South Korean military itself was secretly aiding him. This discovery led to a chilling question: could he actually trust the military personnel on this mission? Just then, the scene shifted to a bustling city. Sealmaster Lee Haeun stumbled forward, exhausted from the battle. He cursed his failure, admitting that he had spent too much mana maintaining the seal on Lee Se-eun. He approached and greeted his superior, the mysterious cloaked captain. He apologized for the failed mission, but the captain just brushed it off, considering it a small stumble on a long journey. The superior comforted him, telling him to forget the failure and focus on recovery. With one final word of encouragement, he told the man who had just failed not to lose his self-respect. However, when he was alone, the captain's calm exterior shattered, revealing his rage and pain over the failure. He said furiously that if he could analyze that paradox flame, he would have killed Chansuk right there on the spot. As the elevator door opened, a new location was revealed. He stepped into a dark laboratory full of monitors and called for Dr. Seo Junwoo. The portly doctor spun his chair, holding a slice of pizza, and lazily asked what business he had in his lab. The captain asked about the progress of the secret project, and the doctor replied it was doable but would take time. He added that a large budget would be needed. The captain brushed that aside and just ordered him to get it done quickly. The doctor said he would do his best. By the way, it was a shame. If they had found the principles of the shield generator earlier, it would have been very useful. He said in a creepy tone, "Don't worry." The journey through Siberia was still long, meaning they would have plenty more opportunities to make their move. Meanwhile, on the train, Chan-suk was now extremely wary of the allies he had once thought were reliable. The heavy armored train continued its long, grueling journey across the desolate, snow-covered Siberian plains. Inside the command center, an army officer delivered a grim report to Lee Se-eun. They had lost a third of their combat strength, with 5 dead and 10 wounded. Taking command, Lee Se-eun ordered emergency treatment for the wounded and instructed the team to ensure they received proper medical care upon reaching Warsaw, Poland. When asked who controlled the territory ahead, the officer identified the local warlord as a man named Mazurka. Lee Se-eun immediately told him to contact the Hunters Guild cooperating with Mazurka and request support to ensure a safe passage. However, the officer expressed doubt, asking if such a powerful warlord would easily cooperate. But she confidently asserted that they would have no other choice, leveraging her future influence and the Janabi Guild to force their compliance. Meanwhile, in Poland, the scene shifted to the massive headquarters of the Esprit Hunters Guild. Inside, an assistant rushed over to inform their superior about a sudden cooperation request from Korea's prestigious Janabi Guild. Partner hunter Robert Digny flew into a rage, contemptuously telling the assistant to tell Lee Se-eun to get lost. A panicked colleague tried to advise him, reminding him that this request came from Korea's legendary Candy Sister, a hunter famous for clearing 5 first-grade rifts. Robert stubbornly objected, looking down on her as just another hunter and asking why they should risk their lives just because she asked. However, another hunter spoke up to show deep respect, declaring that if necessary, he would jump into fire for her. Enraged by this loyalty, Robert screamed that his colleague was an idiot for worshipping a hunter who only worked on contract. Suddenly, the whole room fell silent as a group of top-tier Esprit hunters appeared, standing in solidarity against his outburst. Robert was stunned to see so many colleagues gathering to oppose him. One hunter even declared that he would rather pay a fine and leave the guild than refuse the Candy Sisters' request. He could only stare in disbelief, unable to fathom their absolute loyalty to a woman he considered just a co-worker. He angrily shouted that no matter how famous she was no different from him. Another hunter calmly corrected his delusion, simply saying the Candy Sister was different. Everyone agreed, recounting how Lee Se-eun's funds had saved each of them, whether through life-saving surgery or rescuing them from a rift. A colleague warned him that if everyone left the guild would be in big trouble, advising him to apologize and accept the request. Cornered, Robert could only curse her name under his breath, wondering if her influence really went that far. Back on the train, Lee Se-eun looked out the window and mused over the harsh reality of their mission, worrying whether the wounded hunters would last another 5 days to reach Warsaw. She silently hoped this dangerous journey wouldn't face any further unexpected incidents. Just then, as if fate were mocking her, an emergency alarm blared through the communication system, warning of erosion sea monsters approaching. Outside, the source of the alarm was revealed. A massive swarm of gelatinous slime monsters was rushing toward the train. The alarm bell kept ringing as all hunters were ordered to prepare for combat immediately. Inside, some inexperienced hunters panicked, unable to believe they were being attacked by such weak-looking slimes. However, Lee Se-eun knew well the true danger they were facing. Her face grew grave as she gripped her greatsword tightly. Unfamiliar with this world's monsters, Yu Chan-suk calmly turned to her and asked, "What is a slime?" She explained, "They aren't ordinary monsters, but first-grade erosion monsters from a rift nicknamed the refrigerator." This startled Yu Chan-suk. He expressed his confusion, asking how monsters from a rift over 600 kilometers away could appear here. She gravely concluded that the erosion zone must have expanded, making the fight against these Grade 1 creatures extremely difficult. As the group climbed onto the roof of the train, Yu Chan-suk anxiously asked how dangerous the slimes really were. She explained that their body temperature is like liquid nitrogen, capable of freezing and shattering any equipment it touches. Just then, following her orders, the archers took aim, preparing to test the monster's defensive capabilities. On the signal, the hunters fired a volley of mana-infused arrows toward the approaching swarm. The arrows flew accurately, hitting the slime's gelatinous bodies directly, but everyone was horrified to see the attack was completely ineffective. Lee Se-eun revealed the terrifying truth: slimes possess extremely high mana resistance. Yu Chan-suk quickly grasped the critical situation. If mana-based attacks had no effect, they had almost no way to deal damage to them. Panic began to spread as an archer shouted that their attacks had failed and the slimes were about to catch up to the train. The other hunters could only watch in despair, believing their situation was hopeless. At this moment, she desperately said that the mission was as good as failed. Yet, amidst the growing panic, Yu Chan-suk and his disciple Han Sang-a remained perfectly calm. He sauntered over to a lead archer and asked to try the bow. When the arrogant archer started lecturing him about mana trajectories, he just shrugged and said he'd try it his own way. Lee Se-eun watched him with a mix of surprise and anticipation as he stepped to the front lines. He reasoned that if the problem was just mana resistance, he had the perfect solution and coated the arrow in his purple flames. Just burning them is enough, he declared, firing an arrow crackling with the destructive power of Paradox Flame. The fire arrow hit the mark, targeting not the slime's body but its mana resistance directly. A honeycomb-shaped energy shield appeared on the slime's surface, and the Paradox Flame immediately started burning it away. The dark purple flames easily incinerated the monster's fearsome defense layer. The other hunters were speechless, staring in disbelief as the slime's impenetrable mana resistance was completely broken. Yu Chan-suk muttered that even though he could cover the entire area with fire, he wasn't skilled enough yet to do it safely. He returned the bow to its owner, calmly telling the archers to resume attacking once his flames died down a bit. Lee Se-eun recalled her own battle with him, amazed to realize his unique skill could erase even intangible concepts, making him a truly unpredictable force. When the slime's main defense was broken, she knew it was her turn to act. With a powerful leap, she lunged forward, swinging her giant greatsword at the now vulnerable swarm of monsters. Her sword sliced through them easily, sparking cheers from the other hunters as they realized they could finally fight back. Afterward, she shouted for a status report and learned only one slime remained, but it was dangerously closing in on the train. Her eyes widened in alarm as she saw the massive final threat hovering overhead. The last slime jumped high into the air, preparing to bring its massive weight down to crush the entire carriage. Lee Se-eun saw no way out. The monster was too big to slice, and they would be crushed before they could retract the equipment. While everyone was in despair, Yu Chan-suk calmly drew his sword, acknowledging that the monster's lethal power came from its sheer size, and he thought to himself that by all accounts, defeating such a monster was nearly impossible. However, as he raised his weapon, he smirked, knowing the answer was incredibly simple. Charging toward the falling monster and swinging his weapon, he declared that strength meant nothing when its source was turned to ash. Lee Se-eun felt awestruck by the overwhelming spectacle that turned the impossible into the possible. Han Sang-a was also captivated by the display of terrifying power, a feeling shared by everyone present. As the remaining gelatinous pieces of the slime rained down around them, she began to think that perhaps with Yu Chan-suk by their side, they actually had a chance. Yu Chan-suk caught a piece of the congealed jelly, which had turned into something like candy, and remarked that it tasted like cola. With a faint smile, he said he liked cola, leaving Lee Se-eun to wonder if this man was the one who would save their miserable world. After repelling the monsters throughout Siberia, the mission train finally headed toward Poland. The team was briefed on the next step, a 3-day stop in Warsaw to distribute aid and treat the wounded. Lee Se-eun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the local warlord Mazurka had promised to cooperate. She then asked about the status of the other warlords, wondering if they would agree to cooperate with the transport mission. Unfortunately, the other warlords had yet to respond, but she told the team to keep trying to reach them. The massive armored train finally stopped at the central station of Warsaw, Poland, a city currently in wartime. Yu Chan-suk was stunned by the desolation of the city. Having heard that Poland was one of the relatively stable countries, he looked out in shock at the complete destruction and the number of bodies piled up around the station. Noticing a complete lack of trees, he deduced that the residents were desperate, to the point of burning whatever they could find just to stay warm. He also observed that Lee Se-eun and other veteran hunters were completely unfazed, making him wonder if this grim scene was normal in this land. While he was gazing at the tragic landscape, a local army officer approached and called his name. Surprised to hear him speak Korean, the man introduced himself as Warrant Officer Joseph Palinsky of Warlord Mazurka. Palinsky offered to lead him to the lodging, taking him away from the main group. A luxurious car created a sharp contrast with the ruined city as it transported the protagonist to his accommodation. He was right to guess that the lodging was arranged by rank, as he was taken to a separate place. In the car, Palinsky confirmed his status as a freelance hunter and immediately saw an opportunity. He immediately offered recruitment, suggesting he should stay and work long-term in Poland since he had no ties to Korea. Palinsky enticed him with the promise that he would have far more power than he did back home. Hearing this, Yu Chan-suk thought to himself that even though it was full of corpses, they were talking about power that allowed one to casually provide limousines and champagne. Palinsky continued to explain that unlike in Korea, in this lawless land, hunters were virtually unbound by any regulations. The offer turned dark when the officer suggested that if he worked for them, they could provide people for him for the sole purpose of being beaten to death. Disgusted by the vile offer, Yoo Chan-suk barely restrained the urge to punch him in the face. That evening, he arrived at the assigned accommodation. He stepped into the room, not at all the luxury lodging one would expect, and smirked at the pathetic state of the good accommodation provided, which was no better than a cheap hotel. After a quick check of the bathroom, he resigned himself to the fact that it was at least clean. However, his contempt grew when he discovered the meal provided was just instant ramen. Just as he was about to eat his meager dinner, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Soo Jong, who stood at the door greeting him anxiously. With her face flushed, she shyly asked if he could do her a small favor. A moment later, the sound of water from the shower echoed in the small apartment. Soo Jong breathed a sigh of relief as she took a hot bath in his private bathroom. While bathing, she apologized, explaining that her shared bathroom was rusty, but Yoo Chan-suk casually said it was just a small favor between acquaintances. However, he said he had a question in return. Sitting on the sofa, he asked a seemingly simple question: why was all the aid food they were carrying manufactured in Korea? She listened earnestly, her expression turning serious. She then revealed the harsh truth: it all stemmed from the exploitative diplomatic policy of the Korean government, and she explained that policy clearly. Korea imported large amounts of resources like minerals, fuel, and food from other countries. After taking the best parts for themselves, they sold the low-quality remains back to those very countries, a deal that left Yoo Chan-suk feeling bewildered. The reason they had to accept was simple: no country dared to anger the Korean government and lose the protection of their powerful hunters. In a world where basic survival depended on hunters' protection, even absurd demands from Korea had to be met. The result of this cycle of exploitation was that European countries were forced to buy low-quality, near-expired food from Korea. His face hardened as he began to grasp the rotten face of global politics. He went straight to the point, asking specifically about the relief supplies they were transporting, and asked bluntly if they were carrying worthless things like sprouted potatoes. When she stepped out of the bathroom, she prepared to reveal an even more disturbing truth: the relief supplies the train was carrying were recycled powder mix number 65. She clarified that this powder was just dried and crushed food waste, and the number 65 was the ratio of recycled organic matter. Yoo Chan-suk was speechless, digesting the truth that they were bringing actual garbage as aid. Soo Jong admitted she knew Korea was fully capable of sending real food, and wondered why they would send this instead. But Yoo Chan-suk provided a harsh lesson: if they sent valuable supplies, they would never reach the people who truly needed them. He then asked a rhetorical question: in a land ruled by corrupt warlords, whose mouths would valuable food fall into? He explained that any edible food would be hoarded by the warlords or sold to buy weapons, continuing to fuel conflicts. Since this was a world where the strong could do anything, good intentions were easily exploited. Finally understanding Lee Se-eun's warning, Yoo Chan-suk reached a chilling conclusion: this world was even more rotten and hopeless than the one he had fought in for 20 years. He found it ridiculous that while the whole world was collapsing, organizations like the descendants of Dangun were intentionally making the situation worse. This harsh dose of reality only hardened his resolve, and he knew exactly what he had to do. He approached Soo Jong with a new, pressurized determination that startled her. In a cold voice, he said he had one more question. He asked for the location of the nearest non-cooperating warlord, and she replied, Hamburg, Germany. Without a second's hesitation, he set off for Hamburg to handle the matter himself. German warlord Daniel Lewis was alerted by his soldiers that something serious was happening with their forces. A soldier reported that a Korean hunter named Yoo Chan-suk was single-handedly tearing through their forces, demanding to know why they wouldn't cooperate. Yoo Chan-suk paused his attack when the warlord threatened to file an official complaint with the Korean Hunters Association for the assault. Ignoring the threat, our protagonist easily incapacitated one of the warlord's soldiers. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the German warlord screamed, asking if he wanted to die. Hearing this, Yoo Chan-suk coldly explained that if you want to kill someone, you have to do it the right way. And then he offered a final, chilling piece of advice born from a lifetime of war: cruelty is the only way to survive. 3 hours earlier, our protagonist, Yoo Chan-suk, asked for the location of the nearest non-cooperating warlord. The setting was the royal castle of Warsaw, currently used as the temporary headquarters for the mission. He strode into the castle, ready to speak with the mission commander, Lee Se-eun. Buried in paperwork, she looked up at Yu Chan-suk approaching and said she was busy. With no time for pleasantries, she impatiently told him to summarize his report quickly. So, he went straight to the point, revealing that the terrorist group, descendants of Dangun, was trying to control the erosion rifts. She was astonished and demanded to know why he hadn't shared this crucial information from the Tsushima mission earlier. Hearing this, he just silently looked at her with an unimpressed expression, implying he didn't deeply trust their current allies. Understanding his unspoken message, she sighed, admitting that he had already made up his mind. However, he bluntly said he couldn't get along with the current partners, calling them weird, and she responded that she was glad he had made a sensible decision. Just then, a subordinate brought news that his teammate Han Sang-a had arrived. Lee Se-eun confirmed that he and Han Sang-a were the ones who had carried out the Tsushima mission together. When Han Sang-a entered, she remarked that she surely had the same bleak assessment of the current situation as he did. Sure enough, Han Sang-a admitted that the reality in Warsaw was so pathetic she could barely believe her own eyes. She even sarcastically asked if Korea was completely blind to the tragic state of other countries. Hearing this, Lee Se-eun replied, "Surely not, right, Miss Junyan Corporation?" Han Sang-a admitted that if she weren't a hunter, she would still be living in ignorance, and expressed her helplessness at not being able to help. But Lee Se-eun coldly cut her off, saying that although the situation in Warsaw was regrettable, it wasn't their responsibility, and told her to focus on their difficult mission since they had no outside support. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, Yu Chan-suk declared he had a plan to break the deadlock, and confirmed he would personally negotiate with the German warlord, but in his own way. With a dark expression, he spoke his true thoughts. He just wanted to use force to suppress the warlords, which made Lee Se-eun worried about his methods. However, he admitted, very frustratingly, that public image and diplomacy were hindering a full-scale assault. Hating the bureaucracy, he declared that as a freelance hunter, he would take control and handle the negotiations himself. Hearing this, Lee Se-eun conceded that although it was an extreme method, they had no other choice to move the mission forward. When she asked if he was okay going alone, he promised to have it finished before the aid distribution in Poland ended, and told them to be ready to depart. Worried, Han Sang-a offered to go with him, but he refused, telling her she should focus on her training. Wasting no more time, he requested a helicopter, estimating the trip to Germany would take about an hour. With a confident smile, he said his goodbyes and promised to see them in Germany. The story shifted, revealing that Warlord Kaiser had seriously underestimated Yu Chan-suk, believing his mana reserves were minimal. His forces assumed there was a fundamental limit to the amount of mana anyone could muster at once. They relied on their numerical advantage, thinking they could easily overwhelm a lone hunter from Korea. With their combined numbers and firepower, this judgment sounded perfectly reasonable. However, their plan immediately collapsed when Yu Chan-suk easily crushed their forces with a single, overwhelming attack. Their plan would have succeeded if he were just a normal hunter. Now, standing amidst the rubble of the army, Yu Chan-suk gave Warlord Daniel Lewis a choice: talk or fight to the death. The German warlord was in a state of shock, unable to understand how Yu Chan-suk was still standing when his mana should have been depleted. Daniel then roared in anger at his remaining soldiers, asking why they didn't attack their seemingly exhausted opponent. On his order, the panicked soldiers opened fire, but Daniel screamed in panic as his target vanished into a blur of motion. In a flash, Yu Chan-suk appeared right behind the warlord, grabbing his throat before he could react. Holding the astonished warlord hostage, he once again coldly told him to choose. Sweating profusely, Daniel desperately threatened him, asking how he would handle the political fallout of this attack. Yu Chan-suk just stared at him with utter contempt, repeating the word fallout. His cold, dismissive eyes said it all: who gives a damn? Defeated and terrified, the warlord agreed to talk, leading them to a makeshift negotiation tent. Inside, Yu Chan-suk cautiously took a sip of the drink he was offered. However, he grimaced in disgust and demanded to know what it was, because it didn't taste like the cola he was promised. Daniel explained it was just a drink with a similar color, the easiest thing to find in this ruined wasteland, and wearily admitted that it had been years since he had a real cola. Yu Chan-suk remarked that the situation in Germany was even worse than in Poland, noting the lack of even basic amenities like electricity. Daniel then explained that their military base was a relic from the early days of the rifts, now old and unmaintained because government support was dwindling. He bitterly described it as a disgrace to realize his country's total helplessness. Cutting through the gloomy atmosphere, Yu Chan-suk went straight to the point, asking why the warlord hadn't cooperated with the train's operation. Hearing this, Daniel angrily declared that Germany needed shield generators far more than England because of the massive erosion zone called Restaurantes. Yu Chan-suk recalled hearing about it, one of the 8 great rifts located in Italy, with its influence spreading across Europe and North Africa. The warlord insisted that England's problems were nothing compared to the threat of the restaurantes emerging from Italy, a threat they were desperately trying to contain. Yu Chan-suk countered with cold logic, explaining that the generator was a prototype device that had to be tested in a stable location, while also warning that not cooperating would only delay them further from obtaining one. Daniel smirked, declaring that this was no negotiation but rather Yu Chan-suk making unilateral demands. Hearing this, our protagonist replied, "My patience is wearing thin. If you've realized that, then shut up and cooperate." Daniel retorted, asking why he was acting so arrogant when he had no other options. Yu Chan-suk ominously reminded the warlord that he had already seen that violent option. To emphasize, he crushed the glass in his hand, saying that was not an option he should recommend choosing. But Yu Chan-suk clarified that his role was merely to act as a bridge for him to talk to Lee Se-eun. Completely intimidated, Daniel asked what cooperation would entail. When the warlord asked if the candy sister had sent him, he admitted that he was acting on his own because he was too frustrated with the delays. Daniel sighed, realizing that Lee Se-eun, who was known for being cautious, would never be this reckless, and finally agreed to contact her. But when Daniel told him to leave, Yu Chan-suk flatly refused, declaring he would stay there, and explained that he didn't trust the warlord to keep his word, leaving Daniel sputtering with indignation. Acting as a down payment, he placed a brightly colored candy in his hand. He revealed it was cola-flavored candy he got from a slime, leading Daniel to bitterly remark that Koreans really lived comfortably. Staring blankly, Yu Chan-suk listened as the warlord lamented that in this war-torn land, they didn't even know what tomorrow would bring. The scene shifted back to the royal castle of Warsaw, where Lee Se-eun asked Yu Chan-suk about his future plans. She clarified the question. After completing this request, did he have any thoughts? He thought for a moment, admitting that witnessing the catastrophic state of the world had changed his perspective. Peering out of the tent to look at the now cooperative warlord, he secretly thought that Daniel would thank him soon enough. With renewed resolve, he declared his new goal was to smash all the rifts and save the world, so that one day everyone could drink real cola again. The scene moved back to a square in Warsaw, where a large crowd of starving refugees gathered to receive rations. A mechanical soldier called the next person in the desperate, long line. What was called aid was just a bowl of thin, clear soup, barely enough to be called a meal. A refugee stared with fury at the meager portion he received. Finally, he erupted in anger, asking how they could survive on this pathetic soup, but was immediately shouted at by armed soldiers to get back in line. Just then, the soldiers received their orders. Suppressing civilians was permitted, the use of force was authorized. The angry man denounced the Korean military as being no different from the government thugs they had tried to flee. However, his defiance only met the cold barrels of guns when a soldier aimed directly at him. The soldier fired, and the crowd screamed in horror, thinking the man had just been executed for a single complaint. However, a soldier clarified that they were only using non-lethal salt rounds. Another soldier threatened the man lying on the ground, warning that any further disturbance would meet the same result. But realizing the soldiers weren't allowed to use lethal force, the starving crowd began to grow bolder. Soon enough, the refugees swarmed the relief supply trucks, overwhelming the guards and forcing them to call for reinforcements. Back in the present, the mission's administrative team was in chaos while trying to manage relief operations. An official reported on the increasing number of wounded people and the situation of fake ration tickets, emphasizing that they were severely understaffed. Amidst the chaos, Lee Se-eun was urgently informed that she had a message from Warlord Kaiser's territory. On the phone, a relieved smile spread across her face as she congratulated Yu Chan-suk for successfully negotiating. The official report confirmed German warlord Daniel Lewis had agreed to cooperate with their mission. The scene shifted to the ruins of Hamburg, Warlord Kaiser's territory. There, Daniel Lewis greeted Lee Se-eun, commenting on the strange guy she had sent to force his cooperation. After the agreement was signed, she officially thanked the warlord for complying. Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk vigilantly observed the city from a high vantage point. He continued to patrol, quietly scanning the ruined structures. Suddenly, Han Sang-a flew to his position, startling him and asking what he was doing. He explained that he was scouting around, and she informed him that Lee Se-eun was looking for him. Just as he agreed to head down, his super-sensitive senses detected something unusual. His eyes caught an abnormal flash of light from a distant clock tower. The light flared up suddenly, which also startled Han Sang-a, as it was unexpected. Immediately sensing a threat, he leaped off the roof in pursuit, leaving a surprised Han Sang-a behind. He dashed through an abandoned building, running toward the observer's position. Upon reaching the clock tower, he confirmed that someone had definitely been watching him from this very spot, and deduced that his target had used mana to hide and escape after being discovered. Focusing his senses, he began to follow the faint, residual mana trail. A swirling, spectral trail of mana on the floor led him forward. He was surprised to realize the mana trail led straight up to the ceiling. Wary of traps, he immediately looked up and readied his spear for an attack from above. Right at that moment, a sword slashed through the ceiling, but he was already prepared, blocking the surprise ambush. Yu Chan-suk commented on the attacker's strange method of tearing through space to ambush him. The mysterious attacker, Seo Joam, also expressed surprise that his opponent could find his hiding spot so quickly. He was a member of the terrorist group, Descendants of Dan Gun. He formally introduced himself and declared his intention to stop Yu Chan-suk. Yu Chan-suk dryly commented on his opponent's bizarre outfit, a traditional hanbok and what looked like a cane sword. Joam calmly corrected him. He revealed his weapon was a kalama sword, then launched a flurry of slashes. The blows destroyed the surroundings, but Yu Chan-suk still managed to dodge. However, he gritted his teeth, only just blocking the relentless attacks. Both sides exchanged a series of blows, with the protagonist pushed onto the defensive. He dodged another powerful sword strike. Right at that moment, he moved and attacked with strange, unpredictable movements. However, he was frustrated to realize that even though his strikes should have hit, the opponent dodged them all. Seo Joam smugly mocked him, telling him to try a little harder. But as the match continued, Yu Chan-suk said, "Don't you?" and steeled himself for an attack. However, the opponent's sharp eyes caught the purple mana light around his legs. As he attacked head-on, Joam's body flashed, seemingly splitting into multiple clones. Yu Chan-suk's spear pierced one of the clones harmlessly, confirming it was just an illusion. The real Seo Joam appeared behind him, smugly boasting that his opponent would never be able to touch him. Just then, his eyes narrowed in focus, as he realized he was about to be attacked. However, he still managed to dodge the series of slashes. Taking a defensive stance, he calmly said he had spotted two things about his opponent's technique, and smirked, revealing his first speculation: the opponent was using illusion clones. He continued to explain that his opponent's speed and strength increased every time the clones merged. After solving the first part of the puzzle, he prepared to reveal the second, the more important piece. However, the opponent remained too confident, believing Yu Chan-suk couldn't do anything. But Yu Chan-suk knew for sure that he was completely mistaken. The confrontation between Yu Chan-suk and the terrorist Seo Joam continued on the streets of Hamburg. The protagonist analyzed his opponent's technique, noting the sudden acceleration after the clones merged. Confident in his phasing ability, Seo Joam arrogantly promised to end the match with his next attack. But Yu Chan-suk just smirked, realizing that the terrorist's phasing technique had likely never been broken before, and his luck had just run out. Out of so many people, I had to be the one to run into you, he thought to himself, remembering a similar enemy from his past life. In a flashback to when he was a hero, he recalled battles with monsters that had the exact same phasing ability. The creatures called phantoms had caused endless difficulties for his team. His companion, the knight, had screamed in anger that their attacks were passing straight through the monster's body, and he could only watch in despair as another phantom swooped down. However, Yu Chan-suk corrected his teammate, explaining that phantoms weren't invisible, but were using mana to shift their bodies into another dimension. Frustrated, the knight asked how they could deal with such an ability. He explained that these types of skills only activated the exact moment of being attacked, perfectly synchronized with the speed of the strike. Therefore, to overcome it, one had to prepare to time it precisely. The key, he had realized, was simply to adjust one's own attack speed to bypass their defensive window. Back in the present, Yu Chan-suk applied this knowledge, adjusting his attack to slash through Seo Joam. The terrorist was completely caught off guard when the strike connected. Just as he landed, the terrorist could only stare in amazement, wondering how his opponent could possibly have timed that blow so precisely. "What on earth are you, Yu Chan-suk?" the defeated terrorist thought to himself as the spear appeared behind his back. With the final, decisive move, our protagonist prepared to end the fight. Seo Joam desperately prepared to dodge. However, our guy stopped when a terrifying explosion rang out, shaking the surrounding area. Even he turned back, surprised by the scale of the explosion. Just then, Lee Se-eun calmly remarked, "Looks like I'm still the luckier one." But his victory was cut short by an emergency call from Han Sang-ae, telling him to stop and return immediately. She broke the shocking news: a sarin gas bomb had been dropped on the outskirts of Hamburg. Sarin gas, a deadly toxin that can paralyze the nervous system with just a tiny amount. As a banned weapon, dropping it would immediately turn the affected area into a living hell. Yu Chan-suk processed the grim information calmly, understood. Without hesitation, he declared, "I'm on my way back," and began a mad dash back to the train. While leaping over rooftops, he wondered about the terrorists' strategy, questioning why they didn't attack the city directly. Over the phone, she reported the military's grim calculation: the toxic gas would cover Hamburg in just 15 minutes. With the relief supplies in danger, the train would urgently depart in 5 minutes. She added a crucial detail: Lee Se-eun was currently pinning down an enemy. In a moment of clarity, the protagonist realized the terrorists' true goal. The entire sarin gas attack was just a diversion to separate their greatest asset, Lee Se-eun, from the train. When he asked who Lee Se-eun was fighting, she said the opponent was the mysterious archer that they had encountered on Tsushima Island. Yoo Chan-suk frowned, knowing full well the massive threat the captain posed. The battle between Lee Se-eun and the archer was a mess. However, Lee Se-eun still held her ground against the relentless onslaught with a steady smile. She slammed her greatsword down, shattering the ground around them. The captain countered, pulling his bow back as it crackled with energy. He fired a terrifying arrow that exploded upon impact. Even Lee Se-eun was astonished by the tremendous power of the attack. Even so, she still prepared to counterattack, gathering her strength to face the series of rapid strikes. Meanwhile, on the train, personnel announced that the relief supplies had been fully loaded. In the nick of time, the last members rushed onto the train to evacuate. An official confirmed that all personnel were on board and ordered the final departure. On the moving train, the hunters anxiously watched the distant battle, remarking that even a powerhouse like Lee Se-eun was being pushed back. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Don't tell me she's losing." They turned around, startled. It was Yoo Chan-suk, casually announcing that he barely made it in time, and immediately scolded the hunters who were just sitting and watching. "Lee Se-eun isn't risking her life just so you guys can sit there and stare." The hunters fell silent at his sharp rebuke. He warned them that when Lee Se-eun was separated from the mission, an attack was inevitable, and they needed to be prepared. The hunters silently followed him toward the roof of the train. A commander gave orders for all remaining personnel to concentrate at the shield generator carriage. Back in the ruined city, Lee Se-eun stood ready amidst the rubble. She assessed her opponent, acknowledging his terrifying skill and wondering if he was the leader of the terrorist group. Even the captain praised the rank 10 hunter, impressed that she had blocked all of his attacks. At this, she confidently said, "Sorry for ruining your plan." But the captain revealed her confidence was misplaced, replying in a cold voice, "Don't worry." He clarified that his plan had never been to defeat her, but only to separate her from the train. With her pinned down, a masked terrorist army was lying in wait, and their victory was already sealed. The mission train sped along the tracks, now extremely vulnerable. The locomotive still raced forward, completely unaware of the ambush ahead. From a nearby building, another member of the descendants of Dangun, Seo Yanju, smiled as she confirmed the train was on time. On the mission train, a hunter reported detecting a suspicious group on the bridge ahead. The terrorists led by Seo Yanju and Lee Haeun appeared, ready to act. Immediately, a hunter ordered everyone to be on high alert, shouting for all hunters to prepare for combat. Soon after, Yoo Chan-suk also ordered everyone to prepare to fight. Just then, Seo Yanju and Lee Haeun led the charge themselves, jumping from the bridge to attack the moving train. The terrorists landed and immediately engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the train's security forces. Amidst the chaos, Seo Yanju calmly introduced herself to her main target, Yoo Chan-suk. A bit surprised by her directness, he asked if she knew him. She confirmed it, saying that orders from above were to capture him alive. However, she added that she wasn't the type to enjoy taking prisoners, especially when the elders weren't around to stop her. With a sinister smile, she threatened that if she accidentally killed him during the fight, she'd just say, "Oh, what a pity." However, he calmly realized her special weapon was a traditional Korean gajium. As she prepared to strike, he analyzed her attack. She unleashed a terrifying acoustic shockwave from the instrument, aiming straight at Yoo Chan-suk and the surrounding hunters. Quickly deducing the extent of her power, Yoo Chan-suk disdainfully dismissed the soundwave as just a nuisance. Nearby, her comrade, Lee Haeun, prepared for his part of the attack, holding a sword and a set of copper bells. Yoo Chan-suk recognized his equipment as copper bells on an iron pole, immediately understanding his role in the coordinated attack. Just then, Lee Haeun performed a ritual dance, creating a powerful buff that enhanced their attack power. Now, both were ready for a powerful combo. Yet, Yoo Chan-suk calmly watched the combined attack, having long since seen through their strategy. He realized that Lee Haeun's dance wasn't just a simple ritual. Sure enough, he correctly identified it as a powerful buff skill supporting the initial sound wave. The terrifying power of the attack left Han Sang-ae and another hunter completely stunned. She remarked that the shockwave was so strong it could be heard from a great distance, and worried that Yoo Chan-suk might be in great danger. But the protagonist remained completely unfazed, only plugging his ears, and rudely remarking that her musical performance was absolute garbage. Seo Yanju smirked at his disobedience, boasting that sound couldn't be blocked and that he should just struggle until he died. Considering her challenge, he thought to himself. She said, "If that's the case, then I can't block it." With a confident smile, he simply asked, "What about this?" He unleashed Paradox Flame, not to create fire, but to incinerate the very concept of sound. Taken aback by the sudden silence, Seo Yanju tried to scream out a command for the next attack. Horrified, both she and Lee Hae-un, realizing that they had been rendered completely mute, Yu Chan-suk confirmed that his strategy was a success, noting that it had worked exactly as he expected. He mocked the two terrorists, now completely helpless, and remarked on their lack of experience when fighting on a silent battlefield. Infuriated, she lunged at him, dismissing his ability as nothing more than a pathetic trick. Still confident in their 2-on-1 advantage, she formulated a plan for a surprise attack, willing to sacrifice one person to secure the win. But her confidence shattered when she saw the look of agonizing pain on Lee Hae-un's face. A horrific truth dawned on her as she realized she was the one who had been ambushed, just as Yu Chan-suk appeared right behind her. In a heartbeat, he landed a critical blow and slashed her. A flashback surfaced, with Lee Hae-un recalling that their original plan was to capture Yu Chan-suk alive. The plan had been so desperate that they were even willing to accept that one of them might die. But their plan had completely crumbled before their target's overwhelming strength. Back in the present, she screamed for her teammate to stop as he sealed our guy away with sealing magic. Severely wounded, she could only watch in horror, wondering why. Desperate, Lee Hae-un channeled her energy, trying to reinforce the seal, but she angrily reminded him that she had told him not to use the seal before they had him under control. However, he countered that he had no other choice. Convinced that he had successfully sealed Yu Chan-suk, and revealed that his barrier was designed to restrain even top-tier hunters like Lee Se-yoon and Yu Chan-suk. But from inside the supposed unbreakable barrier, a terrifying, dark figure with glowing eyes emerged behind him. Panicked, Lee Hae-un realized there was no escaping and screamed for her teammate to take the shield generator and run. But just at that moment, Yu Chan-suk stabbed him from behind, shattering the seal. He coughed up blood. Lee Hae-un was stunned, unable to fathom how anyone could break his barrier. Yu Chan-suk stood over them, mockingly asking who had given them permission to leave. Admitting that the protagonist's strength far exceeded his imagination, Lee Hae-un decided that survival was more important than the shield generator. He screamed at his teammate, "Run, Seo Yanju." Yu Chan-suk calmly challenged her to try. Then, he issued the same cold challenge to the injured terrorist. Cornered, Lee Hae-un gritted his teeth and agreed to leave the shield generator behind. With a menacing gaze, Yu Chan-suk gave his final warning, "Go ahead and try to run." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the aftermath of another battle at Hamburg Central Station. Lee Se-yoon was injured but stood firm and resilient after the fierce battle. With the person known only as the captain, her opponent suddenly decided to end the fight, casually saying, "Let's stop here for today." Surprised by his sudden retreat, she could only ask, "What?" The captain praised her, saying her existence was proof of the superiority of the Korean race. She smirked, asking if he truly believed in that pseudo-historical theory. This theory is an extremist belief regarding an ancient Korean empire that allegedly ruled Eurasia about 60,000 years ago. It serves as the ideological foundation that the terrorist group Dangan's descendants uses to recruit followers. However, in a shocking confession, the captain flatly denied believing in that theory himself and called it insane, leaving Lee Se-yoon confused as to why he would support it. The man revealed his cynical philosophy: it doesn't matter if he believes it or not, as long as his followers do. The image of Yu Chan-suk fighting flashed through her mind, representing the strength that belief can ignite. He explained that their faith would drive them to join his grand dream, because belief needs no proof. His chilling monologue ended with the words, "You just need to believe," before he vanished. Lee Se-yoon stood alone amidst the ruins, her opponent having teleported away. She glanced around the desolate battlefield, processing the strange and inconclusive end of the fight. Leaning heavily on her greatsword, she tried to steady herself after the intense battle. Finally, once she was alone, she let out a weary sigh. Pondering the escape of the squinty-eyed guy, he remarked on the extreme cruelty of the terrorists. Realizing the man had literally cut off his own flesh just to get away. As he was considering giving chase, an emergency radio call from Mission Control cut him off. He learned that they had lost contact with Commander Lee Se-yoon, and in her absence, a new order was being issued. He was stunned to suddenly be given temporary command of the entire relief ship mission. Right at that moment, a group of terrorists lunged at him from behind, screaming, "Die, you bastard!" However, he dodged the attack with ease. And with a counterattack, he kicked the guy away. As the other one charged, he took him down with a powerful kick, brutalized before the guy could even touch him. Then, with a quick and clean slash of his sword, he cut down the last one. After defeating them, he stepped into his new role, immediately taking command and issuing his first order: depart immediately, leaving the missing commander behind. He acknowledged that despite receiving pushback from Lee Se-eun's team, he made the difficult decision not to stop the ship for her. And even knowing this decision might affect their future relationship, he stood firm in his choice without regret. He justified the decision, asserting that the mission to transport relief supplies was more important than any one individual. However, deep down, he expressed belief in her strength, hoping she would return safely. But his thoughts were cut short by a panicked assistant. The assistant was panting while Yu Chan-suk calmly asked what was going on. He smirked, confirming that he had known she would be okay, just as the assistant announced that Commander Lee Se-eun had returned. And right at that moment, Lee Se-eun, though severely wounded but alive, made a dramatic return, proving his assessment that she wouldn't die so easily. While recovering in the medical bay, she confirmed she wasn't angry, saying he had acted correctly with the temporary command she had given him. He then asked about her cold expression, curious as to why she wasn't more emotional about the situation. Hearing this, she admitted that she was distracted, constantly replaying the battle with the powerful archer in her mind, and confessed that even she couldn't see a clear path to victory against this formidable new enemy. Later, she humbly admitted that if the captain hadn't held back, she wouldn't even be able to walk. However, Yu Chan-suk pragmatically stated that sudden breakthroughs were nonsense, and that they had to fight to earn their strength. With a determined look, she agreed with his assessment of their current weaknesses. Changing the subject, she asked about the mission status, and he confirmed that the relief supply distribution was proceeding smoothly. He smirked, clarifying that it was proceeding smoothly his way, hinting at his usual unconventional methods. He then laid out the next step. Once the supplies for the UK were loaded, she would transport the shield generator. Realizing the implication, she asked if this meant he intended to stay in the UK. He confirmed his plan, saying he believed the Dangan's descendants would certainly attack again, and revealed his plan to stay in the UK to train, then face new challenges on the way back to Korea. He then shocked her by announcing his intention to conquer the level 1 rift of Bratsk, the freezer. She was stunned by his laid-back decision, recalling how difficult even her own first level 1 rift had been. However, he clarified that he would be bringing Han Sang-ae along, leading a frustrated Lee Se-eun to call them both crazy. Refusing to be left behind, the injured commander declared she would also stay to provide support and explained about Bratsk, a place where the rift was considered one of the weaker level 1 threats. She then said, "But even so, a level 1 is still a level 1, and reminded him of his grand proclamation that he would smash every rift and save the world. She then challenged him to keep that faith after experiencing the true horror of a level 1 rift. With a confident smile, he accepted the challenge, adding that he had a favor to ask of her. Meanwhile, at a spacious private mansion in the UK, Han Sang-ae asked if it was okay for them to train here, so far from their mission target. The protagonist brushed off her concern, saying that since they were a rapid response team, location didn't matter, and explained that as long as they complied with their contract by reporting hourly, their superiors wouldn't interfere. She then presented a bucket of elixirs she had prepared for him, noting that they were in short supply. He smiled, satisfied with the amount she had managed to obtain for his training. To her surprise, he swallowed all the elixirs at once, saying it would be less bitter that way. Now fully recharged, he declared that it was time for her training to begin. Yet, his unconventional training tool was just dozens of trays of eggs, leaving her extremely confused. In his left hand, he held a regular egg without mana for comparison. To illustrate, he took an egg in his right hand and channeled a stream of mana inside. She watched intently as he manipulated the mana within the fragile shell. After cracking both eggs, he revealed the results. The mana-infused egg had its yolk and white perfectly blended inside the unbroken shell. She instantly grasped the idea, realizing this was a difficult exercise to train delicate mana control. He couldn't help but tease her for her rare moment of quick understanding and assigned her the task of mastering this technique as homework to improve her poor mana control. Eager to begin, he was surprised when she started to turn away, as she had expected training to start immediately. At this, he clarified that the egg exercise was just homework for her free time, before asking what she thought their real training would be. He then cryptically told her to recall the lesson from their first training session. As he said that real training always starts with real combat, Lee Se-eun appeared, ready for a match. Han Sang-ae was stunned to realize their training was a 2-on-1 fight against the 10th ranked hunter in the world. The scene then shifted to a hidden, dark laboratory where someone was humming in a creepy way. The defeated terrorist Kim Ji-hyun was tied tightly to an operating table. He was the source of the humming. The scientist, Dr. Seo, greeted the man who had now regained consciousness from his perspective. A sleepy Ji-hyun asked where he was, and the doctor explained he had been transferred from the hospital to this private laboratory. Still tied up and gagged, he demanded to know why he had been brought here. Dr. Seo casually joked that he brought a guy on the brink of death here just to save him from the misery of having to stare at a hospital ceiling. Despite being helpless, the prisoner still glared with murderous intent, wishing for death upon his captor. But the doctor shocked him by saying he couldn't even breathe without the mana respirator, so he shouldn't strain himself and, anyway, I'm not the one you should be angry at. The doctor then revealed his true purpose. He had succeeded in a new experiment and had an offer for him. With an insidious smile, Dr. Seo leaned down and offered the helpless young terrorist a chance for revenge. 1 month after the final encounter with the terrorists, Han Sang-e's grueling mana control training continued. Despite doing her absolute best, she dropped another egg, a crucial part of Yu Chan-suk's training program. Frustrated, she admitted she still hadn't mastered the delicate control needed to cook an egg with her power. But Yu Chan-suk cut her off, announcing that her 5-minute break was over and it was time to continue. Even though she was exhausted, she steeled her resolve and agreed to continue the arduous training session. A perfectly fried egg sat on a plate, a silent testament to the difficult training she was undergoing. Afterward, the team conducted a 2-on-1 practice session with Lee Se-eun, with 2 goals: to become stronger and improve teamwork. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-e coordinated their attacks rhythmically, targeting the world's 10th-ranked hunter. The first goal of this grueling training was simple: to help them both become stronger. Yu Chan-suk watched attentively, guiding his students through the intense sparring session. As Han Sang-e and Lee Se-eun clashed in a flurry of strikes, the students' new skills were put to the test. Pushed back by Lee Se-eun's power, Han Sang-e cried out that she hadn't even managed to touch her. Lee Se-eun kept pressing the attack, not giving her apprentices a moment to breathe. Then Yu Chan-suk joined in, his attack perfectly timed to create an opening. Lee Se-eun was stunned when Yu Chan-suk successfully disarmed her, causing her greatsword to fly away, and immediately ordered Han Sang-e to take advantage of the opening to land a hit. This revealed the second goal, improving the teamwork between the two. Lee Se-eun's eyes widened as she waited for Han Sang-e's next move, and Han Sang-e unleashed a powerful electric surge, demonstrating her improved control and strength. Lee Se-eun impressively admitted she hadn't expected to be disarmed, acknowledging the progress her students had made. She praised Han Sang-e, noting that she had improved a lot over the past month of training. However, she playfully added that she still had to teach the girl how to keep a tight grip on her weapon. Unexpectedly, the training was cut short by an emergency call from Lee Se-eun's communication system. The caller reported a surprise attack from Dengen's descendants, and drew attention to a strange black smoke surrounding the shield generator. With a request for emergency support, Yu Chan-suk and Lee Se-eun exchanged grim, determined looks. Without a word, the team rushed to the scene of the attack. In the car, Yu Chan-suk complained about Han Sang-e's reckless driving. She replied that she was the only one with a license. As they jolted in the back seat, a nauseous Lee Se-eun begged her to drive more carefully. Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk's eyes widened in alarm as a figure appeared before them. A monstrous, purple-skinned creature slammed onto the windshield, bringing the car to a screeching halt. The impact shattered the glass, and the car veered violently. While Han Sang-e panicked, thinking she had just run someone over, Yu Chan-suk calmly told her that wasn't the case. He clarified that their attacker was definitely not human. As the creature's grotesque body crawled out from the hood, the monster then stood up and ominously declared, "Found you." When the monster's face became clear, Yu Chan-suk realized it was the defeated terrorist, Kim Ji-hyun. In a dark image, the mutated Kim Ji-hyun whispered the target's name, Yu Chan-suk. Now fully exposed, the grotesquely mutated Kim Ji-hyun mocked Yu Chan-suk for the sacrifices he had paid for this power. Full of rage, the mutated Kim Ji-hyun lunged with blinding speed. His horrific attack tore through a nearby building after Yu Chan-suk dodged at the last second. Kim Ji-hyun was stunned that his opponent had evaded the attack. He acknowledged Yu Chan-suk's durability, muttering that he had known it wouldn't be that easy. Sure enough, Yu Chan-suk emerged from the dust unscathed, ready to face his hateful enemy. Confused, he wondered how Kim Ji-hyun could even move, let alone fight after he had burned through all of the man's muscle power. He quickly changed plans, deciding to handle Kim Ji-hyun himself while sending Han Sang-e to the harbor and Lee Se-eun to the terrorists' headquarters. Lee Se-eun casually remarked that the monster seemed to bear a special hatred for him. With a deadly serious gaze, she told him to be sure to finish the job. Since their car was ruined, she told a panicked Han Sang-e that they had to get out and run. As the two women fled, Kim Ji-hyun mockingly remarked how funny it was to see the great Lee Se-eun forced to run away. However, he swore he would hunt them all down and tear them apart for what they had done to him. But his hate-filled eyes locked straight onto Yu Chan-suk, declaring him the first to die. Unflinching, Yu Chan-suk smirked at the threat, comparing his opponent's power level to the weakling Incheon Batman. This enraged Kim Ji-hyun, remembering how he had sworn revenge every day since Yoo Chan-suk crippled him, and he screamed that his only goal now was to bring that same pain to the person who had ruined him, with a final declaration that he would tear him to pieces. He lunged at Yoo Chan-suk for the first time. Yoo Chan-suk assessed his opponent calmly, silently admitting that this time might actually be a bit dangerous. Meanwhile, Han Sang-ah arrived at the harbor and found it eerily silent, with bodies scattered everywhere. Observing the bloody scene, she wondered if the hunters stationed there had been wiped out. She was unaware that a group was watching from a rooftop as she cautiously moved among the shipping containers. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she sensed danger. Figures leapt down from mid-air, and upon landing, they cracked the ground. A masked bandit appeared, surprised to see one survivor still left amidst the carnage. Before long, more bandits surrounded their target, realizing she was the wealthy young lady of the KY group. The bandit leader smirked, announcing a plan to collect a massive ransom. Completely unfazed, Sang-ah casually wondered if these three bandits had really destroyed the entire harbor by themselves. Before criticizing their redundant way of speaking, she playfully informed her would-be kidnappers that their choice of address sounded very forced. She even brazenly suggested that KY Group heiress or even KY Group's daughter would do, leaving the bandits stunned. Her bold reaction made one bandit burst out laughing. He mocked her, calling her a village idiot instead of a snobby rich girl, and said he had originally intended to demand a ransom, but seeing her current state, he doubted they'd get full value. They lunged at her, promising to slowly play with their captured prey. Han Sang-ah steeled herself, calculating that she had to take down the three bandits, each with twice her mana capacity. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind for the tough battle ahead and recalled her master's important lesson. In a real battle, it's not how much mana you have, but the calm to read its flow that truly matters. Recalling her master's training, she kept her cool as the bandits charged. With the odds stacked against her, she was determined to hold out until he arrived. In the flashback, Dr. Seo Junwoo explained an experiment with Kim Ji-hyun, promising to inject new power into his body and enhance his physical strength 76-fold. The doctor added that this new power would also give him a significant amount of mana, freeing him from his dependence on the respirator. However, he issued a grim warning: this tremendous power comes with severe side effects. He described the agonizing price in detail: shattered bones, twisted organs, and eyes that sting as if they were burning. Despite the horrific consequences, the doctor coldly dismissed it as a small price to pay for a new body, causing Kim Ji-hyun to recoil in fear. He then mocked the panicked young man, triumphantly asking if he was scared, and reminded him that this pain was nothing compared to a future spent living as a cripple, causing him to bow in submission. He then offered the ultimate motivation, a chance to inflict an even worse fate upon Yoo Chan-suk. And the mere mention of that name was enough to ignite his spirit of revenge. Back in the present, the grotesquely mutated Kim Ji-hyun roared that he was sick and tired of staring at hospital ceilings. Full of hatred, he declared there was only one thing he needed to see. With a final roar demanding vengeance, he lunged at Yoo Chan-suk, determined to see his pathetic corpse. Yoo Chan-suk, however, only watched with utter boredom, completely unimpressed. With an almost insulting ease, he blocked the monster's frantic barrage of punches. As his opponent's powerful blows rained down, Chan-suk effortlessly deflected and countered with total indifference. He casually used the shaft of his spear to neutralize and counter the insane attack. The mutated Kim Ji-hyun could only stare in shock, unable to understand how his enhanced strength could be so easily nullified by a powerful blow from the spear shaft. Chan-suk sent him flying. Tossed into the air, the man wondered in shock how he had been overwhelmed so easily. As he fell back to the ground, he gloomily vowed to finish Chan-suk the moment he touched the earth. But before he landed, he looked up in confusion, wondering what his opponent was planning. Below, Chan-suk calmly thrust his spear into the rubble, preparing his next move. The spear tip began to glow, gathering a brilliant and powerful source of energy. Kim Ji-hyun watched in horror, realizing with dread that Chan-suk's spear could change length at will. In the blink of an eye, Chan-suk thrust upward with the extended spear, catching his falling opponent completely off guard. As he grabbed the spear, Chan-suk mockingly praised his new power. Then, with a powerful swing, he remarked that his punches were much harder than before. He then taunted his enemy, asking if his durability was as strong as his destructive power. Terrified, the man could only gasp, "What?" Chan-suk then unleashed his ultimate technique, Twin Spear Orbital Trajectory, Infinite Loop, to end the fight. The attack was so powerful it completely pulverized the surrounding landscape. Amidst the vast ruins, Kim Ji-hyun lay shattered and utterly defeated. Coughing up blood, the defeated man was desperate. wondering why even this tremendous power wasn't enough to defeat Chansuk. Nearly unconscious and completely broken, he weakly begged Chansuk to kill him. Standing over his enemy, Chansuk calmly remarked that the whole situation felt very strange. He analyzed that the mana flowing through the guy's body was like blood, a crude and impure technique that confused him. Then he discovered something chilling: the blood flowing through his veins wasn't even human blood. He pondered the past, recalling the thousands of years his old world had spent researching this very power, and smirked at humanity's current understanding of mana, comparing them to primitive people who had just discovered fire. The protagonist deduced that the Dangan's descendants were like primitives trying to cut meat with a dull blade, crudely using a technology they couldn't possibly understand, and this power was a landmine deliberately planted by a far more advanced entity. Realizing this wasn't the work of humans, he wondered if his opponent's power stemmed from a mana-based contract. He understood that a powerful entity had manifested its mana, which the guy's body then accepted, sealing a dangerous deal. Chansuk told his defeated enemy that he had stupidly signed a blank check, asking if he even understood the deal he had signed. Suddenly, the jewel embedded in his forehead began to crack as the unstable power overwhelmed his body. From a safe distance, Chansuk observed a massive explosion erupt where his opponent once lay. He calmly braced against the shockwave. Observing the aftermath, he remarked that it wasn't an explosion, but total annihilation, leaving no trace behind, and he recognized this technique. It was a contract with a type of entity familiar from his old world, a demon. The entity his enemy had contracted with must have been extremely powerful. A bit annoyed, he recalled dealing with all the demons in his old world and hoped they wouldn't start appearing on Earth right now. Deciding he had more pressing concerns, he set the mystery of the demon contract aside. Meanwhile, Han Sang-I gasped, amazed that she had won just by reflecting their attacks. She looked at the defeated bandits, stunned that she had taken them all out by herself. A proud smile bloomed on her face as she realized she had truly won, just as her master had predicted. But her joy of victory was cut short when she spotted one bandit still alive and fleeing. Just then, she shouted, "Stop right there," as her electric sword appeared. With a powerful downward slash, she unleashed a bolt of lightning and eliminated the runner. The last bandit was taken down quickly and cleanly by her. Basked in her own achievement, Han Sang-I inspected her work, proud of her improved control and wondering if she had really finished so cleanly. Suddenly, Yu Chansuk appeared, offering a brief remark. Her fighting was clean, but she thought too much. Annoyed by the immediate critique, she asked how long he had been watching, and he bluntly replied, "Just now." After dealing with the minor threats, he turned his attention to the real reason they were here. The gathered group looked up at the giant, glowing shield generator, the ultimate target of the mission. Han explained that this generator was the pinnacle of mana technology, a device that had condensed a massive amount of energy. After finding Lee Se-eun amidst the rubble, Riley asked if this was where everyone had agreed to meet. Lee Se-eun stood tall over the defeated bandits, casually confirming that everyone was okay. SA remarked that she hadn't gone easy on the bandits, but Lee Se-eun firmly replied that with a frenzied crowd, one shouldn't hold back. After everything was settled, the protagonist secretly wondered how to explain Kim Ji-hyun's complex demon contract. He realized that telling the truth about his past life wasn't hard, but it would certainly lead to questions he couldn't answer. He imagined his teammates pressing him, and they would inevitably ask the obvious question, "How do you know that?" Knowing they would never believe the truth about his past life, he decided to make up a more believable story. To create a convincing lie, he planned to use some absurd details he had heard from monks in that other world, so he started his fabricated story. He told the worried Lee Se-eun that while fighting Kim Jun, he had been covered in smoke and heard a mysterious voice. He told a dramatic tale about the warning of a fictional prophet, speaking of the coming destruction from an entity that existed beyond the night. Deep down, he admitted he was just stitching together nonsense to convince everyone that some powerful and suspicious force was behind it. Unexpectedly, Han Sang-ah believed this story, reasoning that in a world with spatial rifts, such monstrous entities could perfectly well exist. Sweating profusely, Shulk thought to himself that he had just made up this whole long story on the spot. Luckily, the fabricated story seemed to have worked, even fooling Lee Se-eun, who was usually very observant. She remained silent, her unreadable expression suggesting she was thinking deeply about his wild story. Then she shifted the topic to something more practical, reminding him that the hunter transfer market was about to open and explaining that this wasn't just a place for hunters to change companies, but a much larger event. She said this was an important gathering, where representatives and famous figures from every hunter company congregate to exchange key information. She realized this was the perfect opportunity to share Kano's story about the mysterious new threat. He understood that if a high-ranking hunter like her spoke up at the transfer market, other hunters wouldn't be able to ignore it. However, Lee Se-eun warned him that Yun Song-yun of the Taebeek Guild would certainly come to confront him. Chan Seok arrogantly enjoyed his newfound fame, joking about whether Se-yeon would have to beg to see him. Han Sang-a teased him back, saying that person already had a spouse, and that spouse was a woman. The protagonist quickly clarified he was only talking about the transfer market. Ignoring everyone's anxiety, Konio calmly said that dealing with the Taebeek Guild was his own problem. The scene shifted to a flashback inside the magnificent headquarters of the Taebeek Hunter Guild. In a dark throne room, a shadowy figure ordered his subordinate Yun Song-hyun to report. The fearsome representative of the Taebeek Guild, Song Si-hun, was introduced as he called his subordinate's name. A severely injured Yun Song-hyun knelt before his master, apologizing for failing to recruit Yu Chansuk. Song Si-hun's eyes flashed with malice as he coldly repeated his apology. Then, with a brutal display of psychic power, he slammed his hand against Si-hun's face and suspended him in midair. He raged that he didn't punish just to hear apologies. Yun Song-hyun managed to speak with difficulty, explaining that he apologized because Yu Chansuk was much more famous than they had anticipated. Song Si-hun flew into a rage, asking what people would think of him if he couldn't even manage a simple recruitment. Declaring his hatred for weak excuses, he unleashed another round of cruel punishment on his subordinate. Panicked, Yun Song-hyun finally told the truth. Yu Chansuk had flatly stated that he had no intention of joining Taebeek. Song Si-hun coldly dismissed this, asking if Chan Seok's intentions mattered at all, and declared that failure would not be given a second chance. The flashback ended with his final, resolute order: he must drag Chan Seok into Taebeek during the transfer window. Back in the present, Chansuk sensed trouble, asking about the strange men outside just as Han Sang-a confirmed they had arrived. Sure enough, a pathetic-looking Yun Song-yun, accompanied by two identical-looking henchmen, had appeared for a confrontation. The Taebeek people sat opposite Chan-ok and his team for a tense negotiation. Yun Song-hyun didn't beat around the bush, demanding Konio fulfill his promise to join them as soon as the transfer market opened. Chansuk calmly announced that the conditions had changed, pointing out that their aggressive approach showed they had never intended to negotiate fairly. He continued to analyze their company, saying that Taebeek was different from other guilds which were just loose alliances. He sharply assessed that having only a single representative was both Taebeek's greatest strength and its fatal weakness. Yun Song-hyun gritted his teeth as Chansuk accurately identified Song Si-hun as the absolute master of their guild. However, he went on to insult them further by pointing out that their master didn't operate as a hunter at all. The Taebeek minions were startled when the protagonist asked bluntly if a hunter who doesn't operate can even be called a hunter. He delivered the verbal finishing blow, dismissing their revered leader as just an unemployed rich guy. Yun Song-hyun tried to suppress his anger, warning him to keep his mouth shut if he didn't want to die unnoticed. Chansuk just smirked, thinking to himself that their blind loyalty proved Song Si-hun was at least good at restraining his subordinates. After thoroughly provoking the opponent and having made his decision, he calmly rejected their offer. Enraged, the guy roared that Chansuk had no right to choose. Completely losing his cool, he flipped the heavy table straight toward him. Chansuk looked at the oncoming table with a bored expression, completely unfazed by the aggressive display. With just a gentle punch, Yun Song-hyun shattered the table before it touched the protagonist. He lunged through the debris, throwing an angry punch toward his target. The force of the punch was strong enough to tear the air with a terrifying shockwave. Yet Konio dodged with speed and ease so great that only a blur remained. The powerful punch missed completely, destroying the wall behind him. The protagonist leisurely commented that the opponent's punch was strong enough to be considered a wrecking ball. Seeing the opponent only used brute force, he intended to respond in kind. But suddenly he started, sensing a massive invisible force weighing down on him. He struggled against the invisible pressure, realizing something was powerfully restricting his movement. While trying to move, he correctly identified this as a mana-based attack. But in the blink of an eye, he was stunned to discover Yun Song-hyun's two subordinates had moved behind him. Even so, he already knew that these two identical guys weren't the main fighters, and he correctly deduced that the pair's specialty was manipulating mana to support the main fighter. As he couldn't move, Yun Song-hyun lunged forward and used a powerful punch to pin him to the ground. The battle with the Taebeek Guild continued as Yun Song-hyun took advantage of the situation to pressure Yu Chansuk, who was lying on the ground. Chansuk narrowly avoided a fatal blow, realizing his opponent was aiming straight for his temple with murderous intent. Yun Song-hyun issued a final ultimatum, join the Taibik Guild or be crushed right there. But Chansuk was completely unfazed, even sarcastically pretending to be scared before flipping the tables. He unleashed the paradox flame, enveloping the Taibik minions in a surging stream of purple energy. One of them panicked, screaming as his own mana was violently drawn out by that strange power. The remaining Taibik enforcers were horrified, watching their ability to manipulate mana completely fail and their strength drained away. Chansuk coldly asked if they really thought this was the first time he had been threatened with death. His eyes glowed, declaring he was sick and tired of these kinds of empty threats. When one of them trembled in fear, he calmly explained that his paradox flame wouldn't go out. On the contrary, it would burn until they died, incinerating even the strength from the muscles they used to breathe. Caught in the flames, a panicked Yun Songhyun finally realized he was on the verge of actual death. In a final attempt, he screamed, asking if the other party dared to kill a hunter of the powerful Taibik Guild. Chansuk laughed, reminding his opponent of Taibik's own slogan, "Survival belongs to the strong." He continued to offer his own cruel interpretation of that doctrine: survival of the strong is simply the weak being killed by the strong. Lee Se-eun and Han Sang-ah could only stand and watch in silent shock as the confrontation reached a bloody end. When Lee Se-eun pointed out that he had just killed a Taibik hunter, he casually replied that he couldn't just stand still and be killed. He brushed off her concern about retaliation, saying that he and the Taibik Guild were inherently incompatible anyway. But she warned him to be careful of Taibik's representative, a powerful psychic user named Song Si-hun. She described Song Si-hun as a walking disaster, capable of using his mind to throw around entire city landmark buildings. Chansuk bluntly asked if this person was stronger than her. Lee Se-eun revealed that even a hunter as strong as Song Si-hun had a weakness: range. His destructive psychic power only worked within a 20-meter radius. Chansuk remarked that that was barely a weakness, since Song Si-hun only needed to block every attack within his control zone. Thinking about the future, he realized he needed to quickly boost his reputation before the hunter transfer market opened. With the data from the UK shield generator about to be collected, he knew time was of the essence. Wanting to make a big splash, he suddenly asked if it was possible to clear the level 1 corrosion rift in Russia, known as the freezer. Lee Se-eun mused that from level 1 and up, rifts not only contained powerful monsters but also contained tricky gimmick mechanisms. However, she gave a fairly vague 40% probability of success, explaining that these gimmicks were special rules or puzzles that had to be solved to clear the rift. They could be pressing buttons in a specific order, or following a special rule to destroy the rift's core. These unique mechanisms were characteristic of high-level rifts, requiring much more than mere brute force. Chansuk realized that the Tsushima rift didn't have gimmicks only because the Dangan's descendants had interfered with it. Lee Se-eun pointed out that solving gimmicks required experience, something both Chansuk and Han Sang-ah currently lacked. He was startled to learn that the reward for clearing the freezer was a massive 38 billion won. Realizing the scale of the challenge, she said they would need to hire a full support team to even attempt it. She prepared to call in favors from subordinates and a hunter company in Japan to gather forces. The protagonist agreed, admitting they needed a large army just to clear a path through the slime herd guarding the rift. After deducting costs for the support team, Lee Se-eun calculated that Chansuk and Sang-ah would each receive about 1.5 billion won. When Sang-ah asked what would happen if they failed, Lee Se-eun bluntly said they would have to pay back the hired team after finally succeeding, and laid out the cruel reality of failure: a lifetime of debt, which only Han Sang-ah's family background could save her from. However, she also dangled the bait of success, promising that if they won, the money would automatically flow in. Chansuk realized this was an all-in bet. Riley lamented whether life needed to be this complicated. Ultimately, the allure of the 1.5 billion won was too great, and he decided to take the mission. 1 week later, a woman named Ja Soo-jong from the embargo tower delivered the contract and mission information to them. She explained one important rule: the freezer rift only allowed 2 people inside, meaning Chansuk and Sang-ah would be completely alone inside. As the helicopter took off, she wished the 2 of them luck on their dangerous mission. On the way to the scene, Chansuk asked how Lee Se-eun could recruit a team when he and SA could die, at which point no one would get paid. Lee Se-eun just smiled mysteriously, confidently saying she had her ways. She revealed her secret weapon: 2 life-saving glass candies. These were rare items borrowed from the Hunter Association, which would forcibly teleport them out of the rift if they were about to die. However, the price was that once used, they would forever be forbidden from returning to that corrosion rift. While Sang-ah remarked that failure would be a huge disaster, Lee Se-eun added that this challenge was even harder because there was media coverage due to the association's involvement. The protagonist admitted that if he failed, not only would he fall into massive debt, but the reputation and credibility he had built over the years would also vanish. As they neared their destination, Lee Se-eun announced they were about to enter the corrosion zone. She asked Han Sang-ah and Chan-suk to turn on their earpiece communication devices. An operator from the support team confirmed a stable connection with both hunters. The mission team leader introduced herself as part of the Seagull operator team, who would be the eyes and ears for the entire operation. She confirmed they had entered the corrosion zone and reiterated the final goal: eliminate the level 1 rift at Bratz. The operator reported 778 slime entities in the area, and the support team would draw their attention to clear a path, and confirmed for the last time that only Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah were allowed to step into the rift. Chan-suk thought about his decision not to bring Lee Se-eun along. He knew if she came along, his achievements would be overshadowed. Anyway, if the world's 10th ranked hunter followed, it would look like he was being carried on someone else's back. But if he cleared a level 1 rift with only his apprentice Han Sang-ah, he could finally cement his own legend. Sensing his ambition, Lee Se-eun admitted she was worried, asking if he was sure he was okay. Konyo admitted this was a high-stakes gamble, but he was ready to choose the path with the highest reward. With his resolve forged, he declared, "The stage is set, now we just have to give a good performance." At that moment, facing a seemingly hopeless battle, his goal became clear and singular. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah quickly moved through the icy city landscape toward the rift entrance. Suddenly, the protagonist alerted the support team about the incoming wave of monsters. The professionally trained support team quickly drew the attention of the slime swarm, clearing the way for the main duo. However, despite their skill, the team reported casualties, forced to regroup and call for reinforcements. A marksman took aim, preparing to pull a massive swarm of 25 slimes away from the entrance. Han Sang-ah was impressed by the support team's incredible efficiency as they cleared the path. Chan-suk simply reminded her that if you hire top-tier talent, you have to pay a fair price. When the path was finally cleared, the operator confirmed they had reached and stood before the mouth of the aggressive Korean Grade 1 rift. Pressure spiked when the operator gave them exactly 30 seconds to get inside, leaving Sang-ah little time to prepare herself. With a final wish for luck, the support team watched as Chan-suk and Sang-ah dived headlong into the unknown. The two hunters fell freely through the warped space of the corrosive rift. They landed in a massive ice chamber that looked like a frozen palace. Chan-suk observed his surroundings, wondering if they had stumbled into some royal palace. But his observations were cut short when he suddenly realized Sang-ah had vanished. An invisible voice echoed, welcoming him to the ballroom while offering a riddle. One shall act, the other shall observe, and they can only succeed when they are together. Confused by the sudden separation and the cryptic message, he wondered what kind of gimmick this was. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Han Sang-ah warned him via telepathy not to budge an inch. Unable to see her, he called out, asking if they had been separated into two different spaces. But she urgently informed him there was an invisible blade right against his neck, making him flinch. He realized he was completely blind to the dangers surrounding him. Seeing her ethereal form on the other side of the room, he asked his new eyes to describe the situation. She reported a terrifying scene, a sword against his neck, chains surrounding him, and all sorts of weapons floating in midair. The protagonist thought to himself that this entire ballroom was one giant invisible death trap. She spotted a newly opened gate, and he confirmed it was the only thing he could see. And to make matters worse, a stream of slimes began pouring out from the gate. At the same time, Sang-ah panicked as she discovered her own predicament. She was completely invisible, passing through everything like a ghost. The rift's cruel gimmick became clear. He was the body but couldn't see the danger, while she was the eyes but couldn't interact with physical matter. Accepting the challenge, he acknowledged that she was now his eyes, and this test required perfect coordination. He noted that these slimes were slower than the ones outside and quickly formulated a plan. Focusing on the tiled floor, he devised a strategy based on a grid coordinate system. He then asked SA to be the navigator, using coordinates to call out enemy positions and traps, a task she was ready to take on. The plan was executed, and she reported the first threat, a blade at coordinate 02. Konyo prepared to strike. With a quick, clean motion, he shattered the invisible trap, confirming it was a fixed obstacle. However, the debris accidentally triggered another chain, causing SA to panic. She screamed a warning, but it was just a moment too late. An arrow pierced his side. While SA apologized, he ignored it, though internally he realized with a chill that his warrior instincts were completely useless here. He couldn't sense any danger, even though he couldn't feel the attacks coming. The pain was agonizingly real, and he understood clearly that one small mistake would lead to death. So, when SA started to explain the new trap, he cut her off, demanding only coordinates to save precious time. Their coordination became increasingly in sync, as she continuously reported coordinates for the slime's attacks and traps. Seeing the perfect opportunity, she shouted that all the slimes were gathering in one spot. It was his turn, and he flashed a smile, preparing to unleash a powerful decisive blow. He executed a terrifying spinning attack, wiping out the entire swarm of slimes in a single, perfectly timed move. After clearing the first wave, SA couldn't help but flash a triumphant, confident smile. But the joy was short-lived as he was shocked to find himself suddenly turning invisible and passing through a trap. At the same time, SA startled as she realized she had returned to physical form. Chansuk quickly deduced that their roles had swapped, and the death trap had reset to a new formation. Now that he was the eyes, he asked his disciple if she was confident enough to take on the action role. Full of newfound confidence and with electricity crackling, Han Sanga told her master, "Just leave it to your disciple, teacher." Just then, a new wave of slimes splashed onto the floor, ready for the second challenge. After a fierce battle, Han Sanga panted but stood there in a victorious pose, having cleared the second wave all by herself. As the two reunited, Chansuk thought to himself that although this rift was difficult, it still hadn't reached the grade 1 difficulty he had expected. Just as he finished speaking, the massive gate leading to the next room rumbled open. The entire palace began to shake, and a bone-chilling gust of cold air spread throughout. His face turned serious as he asked SA if she felt that overwhelming pressure. Trembling, she confirmed she could feel a massive amount of mana and the bone-chilling cold radiating from behind the gate. The protagonist gazed intently into the newly opened throne room. Sensing the true boss inside, his eyes blazed with power, as he declared that the real core of the corrosive rift was waiting for them. Ahead lay a grand staircase, leading up to a massive throne made entirely of ice, and sitting upon it was the majestic and terrifying Ice Queen, the true core of the rift. He was once again separated from Sanga, wondering if he would have to face the boss alone. Suddenly, a mysterious temperature gauge appeared in his line of sight, the needle already hitting the red zone. He was still wondering about it when the temperature began to plummet rapidly. The needle hit the bottom, signaling an extreme low temperature level. Chansuk cried out in horror as ice rapidly covered his legs, rendering him unable to move. With the prey immobilized, the Ice Queen unleashed a barrage of deadly ice arrows. Facing the storm of attacks, he could only click his tongue in annoyance at the sudden situation. Now frozen in place, he realized the real challenge had begun, and the Ice Queen wasn't giving him a single second to think.